I'm starting to rage. I'm feeling down, about the ground. Please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds. I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around. I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute all alone. I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings. They just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne? Yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to help. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming. I promise I won't. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I look them dead up in their eyes like what's happening, I'm here. And in my heart, it's too cold, it's no passion in there. Yeah. Now it's back to my ways. They pick my feet up to the fire, now I'm catching the blaze. If they only knew the pain that I've been through, afraid they wouldn't try me, but beside me. Now it's obviously hate, so I gotta move smart and give them no chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standouts. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning. I'm coming, I promise I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all.
Players in PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we're debuting the new Gear Front mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has the skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Limbic, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and zip lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these two mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated 1 new vehicle and 2 new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a 2-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas, but note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. there are premium apartment buildings in Telepac Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepac Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepac Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm starting to rage, I'm feeling down, about the ground, please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds, I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around, I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute, all alone, I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging, cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings, they just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne, yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to help. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming, I promise I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my
verecekler. Bakalım bu oyuncunun tercihi ne olacak? Güzel mermi. It's two. Massive amount of damage done. Aza remaining. With Woodson to try and save his teammate, but Monkey is just...
8 of the best teams from Western Europe meet up against the 8 of the best teams coming in from Turkey. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Regionals. And it's all about finding out which teams will be going through into PMGC to play for a bunch of money. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host here. And I'm in person, finally, for the second time this year. If you think back to PNWI with my analysts, we got Maxman and Kalaris looking fancy as ever in his jacket. You know what, Max? I always ask you how you're doing first, but Kalaris, how is Max doing?
He's doing fantastic. You know, we've had a long conversation about how he's feeling today. He's feeling refreshed. He's feeling good to go here for what is sure to be an excellent tournament, right, Max?
Exactly.
Couldn't
So
say
Max, tell me, how is Kalaris feeling today?
I think he's getting ready with you to actually just bully me again, but in real life this time.
That's correct.
I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
It might turn into a hate crime at some point, so maybe we need to
It already
bring
is.
it back
I
here
call
a
the
little
authorities.
bit.
Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, obviously we appreciate you guys all being here. We appreciate all the teams as well participating in this event, and we'll get into that in a second, but not before talking about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PUBG Mobile. And Maxman, have you been reached out to yet by Monster about how you made your Monster Banana Bread?
I did not get a cease and desist yet.
Yet.
It might happen, okay? But it was pretty good. And I can tell you that fridge is going to be empty by the end of the broadcast, so yeah.
I kind of hope not, because you're going to be bouncing around this room completely, and we got to contain you somehow into that seat. For you guys at home, though, make sure you check out everything happening over on social media as well on all of our official channels, because we'd love to see you guys enjoy what we have to give. You can see that all up there on that beautiful screen right next to us. I got to be careful not to turn my card around, because you don't need to see what I've written. And I know all these two fine gentlemen next to me have written quite good notes themselves. But gentlemen, let's actually dive into our format. Let's get an idea of how this entire event will kick off. There's 4 days of action, 16 teams, but 6 matches a day. This is going to be a sprint here for all these teams, Max.
Yeah, a lot of matches. 6 games a day is going to be pretty intense for some of these teams to deal with. We went from like the 5 matches per day format in the previous PMPL, so 1 extra can have some definitely some kind of impact on these teams, but only 4 days, right? You can't really afford 1 single bad day. Otherwise, only top 3 teams make it to PMGC.
Yeah.
Little room for mistake.
And a big focus on Erangel as well. And for these teams, the lobby that they're going to be going up against as a whole is extremely leveled up compared to, I mean, I guess the regional lobbies overall, so they're going to have to be looking out.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're going to see a battle. We've already seen CIS come into the Western European region, if you guys haven't checked that out, and the level of play has completely excelled here for all these teams, and it's going to be hyper aggressive across the board here. But let's get an idea of how the points work out as well for you guys at home. It's pretty standard. We've been at this for, I feel like, 2, almost 3 years now. Pretty standard format. 0 points for 13th through 16th, and obviously 15 points here for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I still see people on socials calling it the new point format. It is not. it is relatively old right now. So yeah, it's just your 15 point per chicken dinner, which I think that MADBULLS are going to try and rack up a few of those potentially. But elimination in particular, I think that's where Turkey's going to get a big portion of their points, just fragging out. I'm
going to be real. Every time they update a battleground as well, I call it the new Erangel, the new Miramar for years and years and years to go. And it's like, guys, it's been like this for ages. So I can kind of understand to a degree, but you're completely right. It's been there for a while now.
Yeah, it has. And obviously, we've been extremely happy with this as well. If you think back to how it was 20 points for a chicken dinner, I think, or was it 25? I can't even remember. It's that long.
20, yeah.
20 points, then
crazy.
obviously eliminations were a little bit different as well here, but it really rewards the teams who have that sweet marriage here in between placements and eliminations. And eliminations is something we're going to see quite a few of over the course of these next 4 days. And obviously, prize money, $150,000 on the line here, Kalaris. 40 grand for first place. That's basically 10K per person, and then you have the MVP for another 2K.
Yeah, and I think that MVP slot is going to be extremely heavily contested. We have great players across the lobbies here. We saw in each region how competitive it was at the very top. I think for West Europe, of course, someone like Effect was quite a ways ahead, it's fair to say, but still, I think we're going to have a good run on our hands here.
And also, we got so many players in this tournament that already played multiple PMGCs for some of them, right? So aiming for that MVP position is going to be super, super important. And great to see 4 days of play is going to be a close one, but it's going to be fun.
I mean, the MVP is great, but let's be honest, you're not aiming for the MVP, right? You're aiming for top 3. You're aiming for that slot in a PMGC to play against the best teams in the world, and every team is going to be looking out for that.
And for some of those teams, it's their only way through. You know, some teams did not have enough points to be able to qualify through directly. For Western Europe, for example, it was Game Lord that is not here that will be taking that slot. But for some of these teams from CIS, for example, they're extremely powerful, and this is their only route. Will they be able to do it? I think at least one or two, probably. We'll see, we'll see.
And it's insane because MADBULLS almost caught up, right? It was only one really strong performance in the second season, right? They almost made it got even over, what, 1,000 points?
Over 1,000.
I think that was, which is absolutely mental. So yeah, as you said, 3 teams here can make it up there, but it's going to be a race to the top.
Well, we're talking a lot about the Western European teams here, but gentlemen, I want you to dive into some of these Turkish teams. If you're obviously out there and you haven't paid attention to what happened in PMPL Turkey, there's a lot of heavy hitters coming to this lobby, Claris.
Yeah, definitely so. And actually some surprises even for me, I will say as well. When you look at teams like GOODGUYS and SURREAL, I actually didn't expect these teams to be the ones that were able to make it here. I expected your Regnums, your Next Ruyas. However, of course, that final didn't quite go that way. Those two teams were not in the top 8 when it came to the overall points gained going into that final, but they were able to perform well. I mean, they got some decent points on Sanhoks as well, which definitely helped them out from things like heal strats, etc., and things like that. So I'm excited to see how they're going to perform alongside the Titans that you alluded to from the region.
Yeah. What about you, Max? What Turkish teams are you looking for?
I think you could like spend a good old 5 to 10 minutes on every single team, right? But it has to be FLUX in my opinion. FLUX, seeing how good they did in the previous championship. You know, they won it. They got, what was that, 27 elimination match with that chicken dinner, which is, I think, a world record still to this day. And especially with Ketch being the MVP of the entire event, if they bring that same strength here today and for these next 4 days, I think they could easily not only contest at the top, but make him PMGC hopefully.
See, I'm kind of surprised you guys haven't mentioned like DENİZBANK WILDCATS, because this team, obviously we got to see them at PMWI. They didn't perform as well as maybe we expected. However, they did perform better than their counterparts that are here as well with TJB.
They did. My only concern is in the final, they got 8th out of 8, of course, to be able to qualify here. They were only 10 points ahead of Next Ruya. If Next Ruya had got themselves a decent phase 2, because they only got 5 points there, and then they went on to proceed to win phase 3 with 20 points, there was a world where DENİZBANK WILDCATS were not here, in theory, you know, if we're kind of crunching these numbers just a little bit. But they still have a strong roster as a whole. I think that they probably could have done a little bit better than 8th. Maybe the final wasn't exactly super generous to them, but yeah, we'll see how they fare here.
Yeah, these two teams in particular obviously having a lot of international experience when it comes to playing here in PUBG Mobile. But you know what? We got to talk about our top dogs here, the winners of Western Europe, MADBULLS. We're going to take a little bit of a listen in here with Maxman, who got the honor of doing an interview with them.
Hey guys, I'm joined by Effect from MADBULLS here as we get ready to jump into the championship. Effect, thank you so much for taking the time here for this interview, really appreciate it, but I'm going to jump right into it here. You guys with the team has had an absolutely fantastic season in PMPL Western European Fall 2022. How do you feel after such a success story in that event?
Результат был, в принципе, ожидаемым. Мы готовились, усердно готовились полгода и стали чемпионами. В принципе, все ожидаемо было.
Well, it definitely seems like things did work out at the end here in the finals, but not only did you secure the first place position of the PMPL, you also secured yourself, in fact, the MVP award for the entire season. What does it mean to you to secure such a high-level award in the season?
Это значит то, что, наверное, то, что я так усердно готовился к PMPL и, в принципе, показал такой результат высокий.
Well, it definitely seems like all of that preparation worked out great for you and the entirety of MADBULLS, but now is going to be your next big challenge, entering in the PMPL European Championship. You know, the Turkish team's different kind of beast when you're going to be going into that type of lobby. How do you feel, you and your team, before going against these amazingly talented Turkish teams?
Подготовка идет полным ходом. Ничего пока не могу сказать. Но нужно поиграть турниры, посмотреть на турецкие команды. Ну и, соответственно, уже будет быть готовым к турниру.
Okay, keeping things under wrap, I respect that. But just to know, are there any teams in particular from the Turkish region who might be interested, you know, like your FLUX, your SGG Esports, etc.?
Да, мы готовы сыграть с такими сильными командами и показать достойный результат и пройти на ПМГЦ.
definitely keeping things under wraps here. Effect, a man of many words. Obviously, as we got to see, it was great to hear from actually, because we didn't get to really talk to them the entire event. But you can hear they expected to win PMPL, which to me is kind of surprising, a little bit cocky, but I love that.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know really what to expect from the CIS teams that joined up in the Western European region because they didn't play for such a long period of time, right? But 6 months of preparation is going to get you somewhere, and seeing how good their rotations were, how good they were fighting against all the other teams in the lobby, their preparation was definitely on point. And if they got that same level of prep in this event, chances are they can compete up against a Turkish team.
It showed every time as well in the game, the way that they were controlling the battleground, the way that they were fanning out and kind of splitting themselves up, as well as ultimately, you know, the absolute power that they showed in the lobbies.
And the funny thing is, we looked at MADBULLS and we're like, this team is unstoppable. But if you compare them against the likes of the team who won Turkey, they're really not that much farther ahead. Let's actually take a look here between them and S2G, our reigning champions from Turkey, and these stats are just so insanely close to me here, Max, that MADBULLS is going to have a tough time.
Yeah, one more damage S2G compared to MADBULLS. So not gonna lie, MADBULLS, not that great. That one damage.
They're trash.
No, it is extremely, extremely close when it comes to these two teams. Of course, you can compare it. The MADBULLS maybe had a lot of, like feeder teams where they just had a lot of teams not really were able to put up the same level of competition as them. Compared to S2G, and I would say the entirety of Turkey is a lot more homogenous of a region. Every team could have been at the top, which is why we see so many new teams make it in this tournament, because the competition is so much closer. But MADBULLS had a pretty easy run until now.
Yeah, the lobby's definitely closer in Turkey. That's undisputed. I think, though, my big question coming into this tournament is how much further ahead was CIS compared to the rest of the Western European region, and then you compare that, of course, to Turkey, because the top teams against one another in this battleground is going to be fantastic to watch.
I mean, we talk about MADBULLS being like the top dog when it comes to Western Europe, but they're going to have to adapt on the fly here against what the Turkish teams can do, that aggression as well, looking for those early eliminations. Well, you know what? We got to hear from Effect, we got to hear from MADBULLS, and Max, why don't we get to hear from S2G with Silas? We're going to do just that, funny enough.
Let's do it.
Evet, güç sezonunu bitirdik ve güç sezonu şampiyonu S2G kadrosundan yanımda Kase olacak. Kase, öncelikle bir tebrik etmek istiyorum seni ve takım arkadaşlarını tekrardan şampiyonluk için. Nasılsın, iyisin umarım?
İyiyim abi, sen nasılsın?
Ben de iyiyim. Yeni bir maceraya doğru hep beraber açılıyoruz. Avrupa Şampiyonası önümüzde, bildiğin üzere. Yani senin için Avrupa Şampiyonası'ndan beklentiler neler? Takımın beklentileri, takım arkadaşlarının beklentileri belki de.
Abi Türkiye'deki şampiyonluktan sonra Avrupa'da da şampiyonluk.
Kesinlikle. Ben de zaten daha azını beklemiyorum. Peki şunu soracağım sana. Yani her zaman takım olarak aslında büyük turnuvalarda oynama şansına sahip oldunuz. Yani bu Avrupa Şampiyonası öncesinde de ufak bir gerginlik var mı? Yoksa burayı böyle bir PUBG Mobile Global Championship'ten önce bir basamak olarak mı kullanacaksınız? Böyle biraz daha antrenman, ısınalım.
Aynen abi. Bu turnuva bizim için böyle bir antrenman, scrim tadında olacak.
Gayet güzel, gayet.
Böyle oynayarak da hedef tabii şampiyonluk.
Tabii yani zaten kadronun kalitesini herkes çok net bir şekilde görüyor. Herkes çok net bir şekilde S2G biliyor. Siz böyle bir şeyler denerken bile güzel şeyler başarılabiliyor. O yüzden ben de merakla Avrupa Şampiyonası'nın neler olacağını görmek istiyorum. Yani peki çok fazla daha önce güzel turnuvalara katıldınız. Yüksek tirajlı işte Dünya Şampiyonası olsun, yine Avrupa Şampiyonları olsun. Ama sonunda bir birincilik geldi. Sen ilerleyen turnuvalarda bu birincilik durumunun devam edebileceğini düşünüyor musun? Yani daha başka birincilikler, belki bir böyle arka arkaya gelen birincilikler.
Abi ben kadro değişikliğinden sonraki ilk PMPL'imizdi bu. İlk PMPL'de şampiyon olduk. Yani gerisinde geleceğini cidden düşünüyorum ya.
Those are some bold words coming out of Kelsey there, saying they're using this as a training ground. I mean, to be fair, it can be seen that way, but you got to earn your spot. You got to work hard here. if you want to beat the likes of what Western Europe has to bring.
Yeah, I think he forgot that we got the CIS teams to join now. It's not just the old Western Europe. It's not like spring season anymore. I guess it's definitely going to be some tough competition. But Kalsi has improved so much over the course of, the past 2 years now, when he started playing with Silas and S2G. And what he's been able to do now in PMPL Turkey and now potentially in this tournament, he's been one of the new rising stars in Europe as a whole. And I'm really hyped to see what he can do in this event.
Yeah, it was difficult to throw question marks around about S2G when it came to their power in the Turkish region. As much as we say, the lobby as a whole is very deep in terms of skill overall. They have been such a constant, it feels like, in the upper echelons of Turkey that's quite undisputed. I just don't know whether or not it's just going to be a training session here. I think the lobby's really good here.
Yeah, well, we have Effect, the MVP of Western Europe of the MADBULLS, and we also have King Silas, or as Max likes to call him, King Midas, because everything he touches turns to gold, as he was the MVP as well.
I suffer of short-term memory loss, so maybe I did say that.
You did say that. You said it last night in my room, 11:30 at night while we were prepping.
I say some smart stuff apparently sometimes, but
I mean, sorry, Kalari said that.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But look at the stats though between the two, right? The big thing that stands out here is the elimination difference, 204 up to 137. We know Effect can put up numbers. We know he can pick up a lot of eliminations, but can he do it in a lobby that I can't even describe how much more difficult it is than in what they just played in.
It is going to be more difficult. I mean, Max alluded to it a little bit earlier, saying that kind of to a degree that there were feeder teams in Western Europe that kind of were having a bit of a rougher time. It did feel like that overall MADBULLS was enabling Effect to great work when it came to the Miramar and Erangel games that they were able to put up as a whole. So I don't think it is going to be as easy. And again, in this kind of sprint format compared to a marathon, it will be harder to really get those numbers against some of these Turkish teams.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at some of the numbers of the entirety of PMPL Western Europe, he was, what, 54 eliminations above the second top fragger, which
ridiculous.
So that is an insane leap, right? And I don't think you'll see that when you look at also Silas. He was maybe like a few eliminations ahead some of the other players. He's not even top fragger of the region, going to show once again the entire region, the entirety of the player base of Turkey can do extremely well. So sure, it was still an impressive amount of show up that we saw from Effect in PMPL Western Europe, but I don't think we're going to see that happen again to this extreme in the championship.
Well, you know what? If we start to see it on day one, I'm going to get extremely excited for what a player like Effect can do in the future. And speaking of the future, it's not too far away here. Let's jump into our schedule to give you guys at home an idea of what's going to be coming your way. Now, we talked about there's 6 matches a day, but we have 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok, which is quite interesting because we have seen some teams do exceptionally well on a map like Sanhok, but you can't really rely on that. You have to rely on the tried and trusted Erangel map.
If you're very silent, you might just hear Dadaif crying in a corner right now. You just can't do the hill strat anymore, not as much at least. You have that one map, so you have like 4 in total, which still can have an impact at the end of the day, but MUERTE is going to have to try and rely more on their Erangel in particular, because 3 every day, if you're good on that map, you're looking already good from the very, very start.
And the hilarious thing about it is with Sanhok kind of almost being this Joker battleground kind of in this deck of cards that we've got going on is actually one of the more interesting battlegrounds to watch these 2 regions merge together, because you've got even like, you know, GG, I think GOODGUYS actually dropping down in Sami and trying to go for the heal strat themselves. So there could be conflict, even though maybe in the scrims there wasn't as many as we were expecting, but we could see.
That for me is the interesting thing, right? Today is going to be a feeler day, I think, for a lot of teams. Where are we going to be dropping? Where are we going to feel safe? And do we have a backup plan? Well, our plan now is to head over to our commentators, because the first match of the day is ready to go, and it's going to be brought to you by none other than the men themselves, John Allen and Blake.
That's right, it's us, the men, Blank. We are the men who are going to be here to talk about the video games. We're going to get to game number 1. We're going to be keeping an eye on all of those drop spots to see how Erangel is going to start to pan out, being about 50% of the games that we're going to see over this next couple of days.
Absolutely, John. I mean, it's going to be a little bit scary for some of these teams. Again, like the boys were saying on the desk, you know, this is kind of a feeler day. Like, where are you going to drop on? Where is it going to be most optimal for you to rotate through? I think if we're talking about MADBULLS in particular, the guys on the desk mentioned, I think they had some very easy rotations over in Western Europe, purely because of some of those feeder teams, as Kalaris likes to put it that way, in the sense that, you know, they could rotate through X team a lot of times from Primos straight over towards Pachinki and have free reign. And a lot of times you would see some players that were playing inside Pajic just never leave. So they were able to get into position on that eastern side of the map very easily, similarly on that west side. But exciting stuff here to start off the day. Now, John, I'm ready to see exactly what these teams can do. It will be a more difficult lobby. That's just the way of things when you put the top 8 teams from 2 regions together, and they'll see exactly how they mesh.
You put that plane path down towards the south, makes Georgopol a little bit harder to reach from Lipovka down towards the west end of Sosnovka Military Island, making Georgopol a little bit harder to reach. It does isolate a couple of teams that might look to move on up there. It's going to be late on the path as well, so potential for a little bit of a scramble in the middle of the map.
100%. I mean, most teams will be dropping out right now. They leave it too late, and they've got this awkward drop on the parachute where they're going across the water to maybe a position they weren't particularly liking. So you might even see in this game where we get an immediate spark out in terms of players looking for vehicles and maybe clashing in that kind of way. BEŞİKTAŞ already heading up towards Yasnaya. Obviously, Game Lord didn't quite make it in, which was a massive surprise. Was luckily for them, and very luckily for them, they were able to eke out on PMGC points total from the league stages. So we will see them again in the future, but not here against these teams they would have liked to have practiced against. So BEŞİKTAŞ already heading up top side. We get ourselves a western path on the circle. So again, a lot of teams left out in the cold here, John.
They are at the moment, but to be fair, this does give those teams that might have wanted to head towards that northwestern side a little bit more leeway to do so, right? Because the circle goes that way, it'll give them more time. The question is, can they grab those vehicles? Can they pinch them away? MADBULLS down out towards Primorsk. We've got a military base team in the DENİZBANK WILDCATS on that south side. Northeast, heavy northeast drop there for FLUX, moving all the way almost up to Kameshki at this point. Going to be looking to come around the north side of Stalba anytime soon.
Your FLUX was a weird one for me, right? In the finals of Turkey, they came 4th place, and that is with 7 podium finishes, John, if you count 4th place as a podium finish there, which we kind of do, because it gives very good points in that sense of the word. But not a team that we expect to be in 4th place, but I think that, you know, looking at that with not a single chicken dinner, John, by the way, out of those 7, I think that this team could be really here in the championships to prove themselves massively, because they were such a force to be reckoned with back over in the spring championships. Max even talks about Ketch, who is an unbelievable player to say the least. And S2G back on form once again, though looking very, very good with 303 points. A good clear 20 points ahead of BEŞİKTAŞ in 2nd place after they finished and concluded that finals over in Turkey.
Gaka sees the first bout of action. Matic behind the wall. S2G taking on HVVP. 2 very, very strong teams. Remember, HVVP really gave MADBULLS a run for the money in those finals in Western Europe. S2G had their own problems to deal with in BEŞİKTAŞ, but they were able to win that one out. Matic, no meds seemingly. Silas trying to get in position. Matic spots him, and he's out wide. Nice shot. Guns it down, but there is backup there. HVVP will lose the player. Are they going to go in for a refrag? It would be pretty risky, but they have got a little bit of a high ground there.
Yeah, Tixi mounting up at the vehicle maybe speaks to the fact that they might be pushing on this. I mean, both these players are now locked in this position towards the south side of Gaka, but running towards there, it's going to take a little bit of time and barely any loot on board as well. It might just be a case of leaving this one alone, perhaps trying to look through the windows, see if they could spot any players, and they do not. But Tixi, in the meantime, will find Silas, in fact.
That's a Renock and SURREAL are here as well. There's 3 teams now playing around the Gaka area. These are all the teams that, I mean, HVVP, they drop in Georgopol, right? They were looking to move up there. Looks like they've been caught short in this scenario. Losing Matic early brings them down to 3. S2G did just get that res through as well, keeping them on 4. So Tixi's knock not going to keep Silas down and out. Not just yet.
The thing is that there's absolutely no backup coming from the rest of S2G at the moment. The 2 other players are sat firmly towards the south side of Rozhok at the moment, so unable to get towards his position. Hamzi doesn't want to step up for a second, worried that he might be spotted through one of the windows, and just tosses his buddy some meds. That should get them back up to a fairly healthy position. Unfortunate for HVVP to take a loss like that early on, but you know, it wasn't what we didn't expect, really, John. With Matic being quite the over-aggressive player, sometimes quite careless, other times quite the beastly opponent. But I think that volatility in him as a player is something that he will need to correct over time, become a little bit more consistent. It's great to see him pop off. I mean, you saw it there. You know, 0 HP with the AKM, perfect weapon with the amount of damage damage it does per bullet to take down someone with very little HP. You hit that headshot, 2 bullets towards the chest, that is 1 eliminated player.
Unfortunately, couldn't switch it around for the second, and that's really what turned the tides there in the favor of S2G. Will now be playing a little bit more regrouped as they did leave that position on the south side of Rozhok. You can see them all back together. One big happy family there. Kelsey, Razy, both joining on in as they regroup out to the west. Pioneer moving up from Ferry Pier. MADBULLS starting to implement their line on that south side near Quarry as they all head towards the circle.
New World's up towards Severny at the moment. Won't have too much to contest them over in that position for the time being, at least. HVVP, though, I think they're in a bit of an awkward scenario right now, John. You've got Pioneer on top of them, S2G hovering around in this location. You've got MADBULLS off down towards the southwest. It's kind of clumped up, and I think no one's really attempted to even hit up South Georgia or North Georgia at the moment, just because of this little roadblock that has been has kind of appeared in this area. We even saw SURREAL Esports earlier on towards Gatka. They were causing problems for a couple of these teams. There's a lot popping off already, John.
Only the 1 elimination to show for it. There's been a lot of conflict, so fairly reserved for the time being. Apart from the 2v1 there. QODEX moving in from the eastern side, crunching in behind TJB on the south coasts. Up near the tower, on the headland there. Playing just inside the circle, a little bit far towards the edge. They've got choices to rotate, but there will be a lot more teams further central. Pachinki, at the moment, on the north side, you've got a team occupying there. You've got teams moving in on the east side of it as well, so potential dangerous ground ahead of, well, QODEX and also TJB now as well on the northwest.
For QODEX, so they're currently locking out QODEX. I think, though, QODEX a much improved team throughout their time over in the European PMPL. Did a great job to improve. I mean, Moneyken definitely was the main man for that team for a long, long time. Kind of fell off in Phase 2, but came back to form in Phase 3. But the main thing was in Phase 3, so did the rest of his team. And I think that was really the kicker for them, is that didn't happen. It was still just him leading the charge. I think they would have had real difficulties. Luckily, the entire team was able to improve together, kind of bring themselves back up to speed. Moneyken's still the main fragger on that team, but he definitely has some interesting players that surround him with some cool tactics. I think they're one of the main teams that were employing a lot of these cheeky little flanks other than MADBULLS with Zerich, though his was much more controlled flanks with the idea of getting effect into position to kind of set up those crossfires.
S2G defending their homestead against GOODGUYS. Raul trying to swerve out of the way of the bullets and seemingly doing so successfully. A little bit of smoke coming up from the bonnet, but does manage to get behind some terrain cover there. Tires seem to be out, but there is enough cover to see him safe. Realm, though, scouting out for GOODGUYS who moved through Pachinki on the south side of it. SURREAL weren't able to guard that one out. They're looking for a little spot to call their own on the west side of it.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a fantastic start to the European Championship already. I mean, look at the amount of central teams there are here, John. This is quite the party we're having. Not many teams looking for any of these outside compounds. Most of the teams who are up towards that northeast are now going to be most likely playing edge. So you will have quite a few teams here that will be vying for position towards the center of the circle. We do get pretty much quite the hard shift towards that western side, though, which MADBULLS will absolutely love. There's a fair few amazing compounds in this area they could pick up towards their north side. Unfortunately, there are 2 players down towards the south that haven't quite caught up as of yet, keeping themselves positioned down towards the south just in case there was that southwest shift. But they will now need to regroup and monkey, and I believe that is also effect on that top side. We'll have to hold out some of these teams, including Pioneer, who are edging their way towards them.
They do have a little bit of time, and there is a couple of 100 meters between them and the other teams. Not too many teams looking to push towards those hills on the west of the Gatka fields. FLUX, they've been embroiled on this northern side in a difficult set of rotations. BEŞİKTAŞ are there. New World's Esports as well on that northern side, yet to cross towards the south. BEŞİKTAŞ taking shots over towards FLUX. But with peace already down, they're going to have to mount a rescue mission. to try and pick this one back up. Zessi has an off angle for BEŞİKTAŞ to try and suppress Solkay's position. FLUX probably going to struggle to go all the way out, but Solus is on the swivel. Sun HP falls, and now Ketch has it all to do to keep this position down into the vehicle. Trying to just reposition away, but 2 players down for BEŞİKTAŞ. Make that 3 as well. Just Enjoy, and Ketch has him in the sight line. Spray towards the back of the car, swerves behind the rock. I think you're just going to have to play with 1 from here on out, BEŞİKTAŞ.
Goodness me, Enjoy already going down. So a very, very bad start here for BEŞİKTAŞ. Not expecting to see perhaps FLUX rotating for this area so quickly. Obviously, it didn't start out amazingly for FLUX, as it seemed like BEŞİKTAŞ had rolled upon them, but they were very well prepared there, and Ketch taking the off angle as soon as he saw a couple of those players going down. You even saw onto Enjoy, he wasn't looking for any of the pops onto the vehicle's wheels. He was actually just looking to pop the player out the vehicle, knowing that it would be an instant flush. Unfortunately, not able to hit those shots. Again, quite difficult task hitting those shots, especially when you know there's a time limit on the amount of shots you can take with the hill being off in the distance there. But yeah, not a good start for BEŞİKTAŞ, considering they came out looking so strong in the Turkey finals, 2nd place, going down almost in 16th place the first game.
And it's not even like it's a West EU team, right? It's not even as if it's a team that they aren't going to be familiar with. They've been playing an entire season against FLUX, so they should potentially have been able to stand up a little bit stronger there. But still, it's only 1 game. It's only the first one. They still have plenty of time to prove themselves. Just got to hope that everyone else doesn't have the greatest of games. But as it stands, FLUX in the lead of the tournament.
I mean, this is what I was talking about right at the beginning, right, John? It's the case of, it's a team that was really biting to get into a top position during that finals. Just couldn't quite hit the mark in terms of getting those chicken dinners, not able to close out those games. But here, it looks like they're a little bit more invigorated. Understand that, you know what, we may have come 4th place, but we definitely put up some good results, which could have been even better if the timing had been right. Calcido taking down one of OZAROX's players immediately. Some great shots coming there through from the team. That leaves them down to just 3.
Sight lines to settle onto Swan, who hops out, stays behind the hard cover, doesn't want to brave the cross as soon as you start taking that fight. Smoke into the shack. Not quite through the window there. That one goes a little bit further. Does Bloom. They should be just fine there. TJB looking to regroup on the south side, move away from this engage.
Northern shift on the circle. Didn't quite see it on our screens there, but heads up towards Everest. The barest amount of it in, but that does lock out a lot of space in the circle itself. FLUX are going to take that position. They rolled over the top side of Severny, pick up the top of Everest, get some scouting done. Obviously, they've not been in too many of these engagements, so they don't really know the lay of the terrain.
Bit of a crash between TJB and VIRTUS.PRO. TJB moving in towards Gatka. An old boy now to hold against 4. The rest of VIRTUS.PRO not quite close enough to go for full backup, but there's off angles that they can hold and suppress those sight lines. Old boy, a lot of damage from the nade. 1 spray down, and in comes Corker for 1 and for 2 as well. A swift blow dealt towards TJB, but they give it back in spades. Mur goes down, and now it's Old Boy to hold on the inside. Zittel last standing for TJB. There's an off angle coming through from VIRTUS.PRO as Old Boy wants to keep his teammates alive, stay alive as 4. They will be able to do so. Old Boy gets the spray. TJB fall first, and VIRTUS.PRO can stay alive with 4.
I mean, no one else is going to challenge them here as well. So 4 points there for VIRTUS.PRO, and a really good hold there from Old Boy, stay alive for so long. But Corker, goodness me, just flies out from the smoke, gets the double, and that's all they wrote there for that team. So very, very good stuff from Corker to make that happen. Recent kind of substitution for the team there, actually, in for Mia towards, I think it was phase 2/phase 3, and he's made a really big difference for the team. They look a lot more they look a lot stronger with him on boards, which is really, really nice to see. But again, the action never stops. SURREAL Esports now looking to hold down on the stairs, but Jetgill maybe can make it happen.
Oh, unfortunately you can't. Striker is up. Ingush as well. Bears the brunt of the damage on Ingush. Doesn't go down as well, which means that SURREAL lose a player for nothing. They don't really have too much compensation for this positionally. They're going to have to try and play in the shadow of Everest. FLUX and Unicorns of Love currently dueling for the top of it.
Just Gonzo up there and Rolkis. It does leave me a little bit nervous, honestly, with the clumping of players from FLUX. Looks like they're getting almost ready to pounce as the haunches start to squeak backwards, and looking to jump down towards Unicorns and Love. So I'm a bit scared for the moment, especially with Gonzo playing his position. We've seen the amount of times during these games that he has been caught out. Luckily, regroups with the rest of the team towards the southern compound there. I think that's the wise decision at this point in the game. As soon as you start hearing vehicles towards the top of Everest, just leave that one alone. And it will be GG Realm to take down the final player, BEŞİKTAŞ there, and enjoy.
2 teams now out of our first game of the tournament. The European Championship, whittling these players down. 1 from Turkey, 1 from STU. So it's even Stevens right now, Blank.
It really is a little bit even Stevens. But however, that is a fantastic little circle there for Unicorns and Love with an amazing compound actually to play around. This fielded area towards both the south sides, so very awkward to play. And you can see how quickly GG have taken up that position, taken up post on that eastern side. Yes, it's on the very edge of the circle, but it's probably one of the safer places to be right now. MADBULLS now going to be slowly moving up towards Unicorns and Love, and I think that if there's anything from the past to go by, Unicorns and Love have to be extremely careful. This position, although it's very, very good, it's still attackable.
It is. There is those little openings, especially if more than one team goes for it at once, if there's more pressure from multiple sides, which we know FLUX are going to be looking to do. We'll see if that can come through to bear. But there's teams at the back as well, circling around behind MADBULLS. One of them is going to be the DENİZBANK WILDCATS. You can see on screen right now, not quite in the circle on the top of the hill, but they have some cover. And they can figure out their next move from here after they get some scouting done. Should see those vehicles moving along the hillsides ahead of them. Watching as SURREAL actually sending into the foothills on a wide spread around both sides of FLUX. VIRTUS.PRO might have their work cut out for them now as S2G crash on in.
Mir though, instant knock there through to Hamzi. Chulika does fall. Maybe looks for one more. Old Boy's extremely low, went down on the crash itself, was able to just get the res onto him.
Looks like at the moment, VIRTUS.PRO, they managed to take TJB, but not going to go any further. S2G with the double push there coming through. Old Boy not getting flushed out just yet. Will finally be finished. A push out wide, and Corker yet again up to bat and will falter this time around. The wicket is knocked, and S2G take down VIRTUS.PRO.
MUERTE, they're moving right up towards GG's position. This is on the eastern side. This is an immediate crash coming through, but the nades are good. Falky finds one.
Flick goes down, and on the top of the roof, Zwolf trying to get an angle. Ingush holds the corner, but it's not going to happen. GOODGUYS take down MUERTE, and that is 2 for 0 on Turkey versus West EU right now on engagements.
S2G kind of got out of that last one by the skin of their teeth, honestly. If they'd stayed in the open just a little bit longer, I mean, Tixi, I think, found at least one knock down towards that engagement. VP almost thrown a line, but not able to quite get their fingers closed around it as it slipped away in the final moments. But still, HVVP have eyes on in the circle now, pushing in S2G. And I think that if I was them, I would just guard this out. Still as 3 players, might be just a little bit awkward for them. And S2G also won 3, but 6 elimination points is good this game.
It's an excellent start. What a nade coming through from New Worlds Esports over towards Moneycan, taking him down. Woodson almost falls as well, and there's the follow-up to go. With it, QODEX eliminated now. As the nades see to it, they will go no further. New Worlds now looking to turn their attention over towards the DENİZBANK WILDCATS. On the top of their hill, they had not quite got that position in the circle, but they've shimmied forwards, they've shuffled, and they have kept 4 alive.
OZAROX actually spots S2Gs, they make a rotation through the blue itself. Unfortunately, 2 of their players do go down, so S2G left with just Calci now on board to make this happen. MADBULLS, they find 1. That's the first elimination for them this game, and a fantastic shift down towards their way. Might just be the start of something magical as Calci gets eliminated too. See, MADBULLS, they take a little bit of time to start popping off, but a lot of time they put so much stock in these first 15 to 20 minutes of the game in positioning, and then you are surprised by the amount of eliminations they're able to pull out the hat by the end of the game.
I think the predictions came through whilst we were in the middle of a fight for S2G there, but I think it was MADBULLS, FLUX, and Unicorns of Love, the 3 predictions. I can't quite remember who predicted what, but all 3 of those were very solid predictions, I would say, in the previous circle. But as you highlighted, MADBULLS now looking just that little bit stronger as Unicorns will have to leave their stronghold.
Yeah, playing a 2-2 split at the moment as well. I mean, between this roadside, it is extremely good. They've got some fantastic positions to play around where they're kind of set in at the moment. Got the concrete between their feet. They're not going absolutely anywhere. HVVP attempting to move up towards their position. Kitsune has moved into the circle, but Meku and Tixi yet to move out of their compound. They've been holding down on this side of the map of Gatka. They spot GG, but what can you really do? There's a lot of targets there and limited shots and sight lines available to them.
GG trying to smoke out the accelerating area. Give themselves that launch pad, stimming up before the go time. Seems like go times now for New Worlds Esports. Unfortunately, MADBULLS proved to be too tough of a defense for them to penetrate there on that northwestern edge. The crash comes in and there's a split fire from DENİZBANK WILDCATS on the cross. It'll be very, very hard for New Worlds Esports to make anything happen there. Trying to push along that roadside.
I mean, Kamikaze just sending right in. I think that was kind of a Hail Mary play. Trying to see if anyone had picked up this position. Now effective in taking shots towards the rest of the team now. Great regroup coming through from MADBULLS though, John. I think it was very good that they held that eastern side of the road, but they realized the circle starts to enclose in just a little bit more. They need to get into a more solid position. Unicorns of Love going against GG. We saw them on that eastern side as well, but now FLUX looking to try and push in, but it's becoming quite difficult with the Wildcats helping themselves to a bit of the FLUX Esports players.
FLUX do manage to get back up to 4 and over the head of X-Ray. They're going to try and get a little bit of a swing down towards the compound. Only 2 players in the building to deal with, and up to the walls. FLUX send. Lux in one, X-Ray in the other. Solus on the breach on the side. Solke waiting for the launch out. It's not coming through just yet. Nade in, not good. Solke does take a couple of ticks of damage there and cooks one of his own. Maybe looking to put it in up on the top floor. Not sure if they know about X-Ray in the building. They will now. There's the footsteps. See him going up. Lux falls in the meantime, and FLUX are dismantling this defense with the northwest shift. This is going to be a really solid position if they can get a hold of it. X-Ray out the window, over the wall. Wants to stay alive for the Wildcats, but will fall. FLUX are on their tail.
X-Ray going down there, but still 2 players for them somewhere out in the cold. It's Boran as well as DefOX. DENİZBANK Wildcats, all they've got now is this hay bales, but MADBULLS, there's nades in hands, but this could be a good one from DefOX. Comes right towards him.
Oh, effect is knocked, but it is traded off by Monkey. Smoke starts to bloom near Boran, needs to make that crawl backwards, but flushed out by actually FLUX across the way on those field houses. Excellent oversight for them right on the edge of this next circle. They have some hard cover and one of the few strong spots here. MADBULLS on the south side.
I mean, name a better combo between MADBULLS and a tiny little ditch to play from. These guys are going to be peeking up towards the top side and maybe moving back down again like a couple of meerkats. See what they can get done with it. It does leave them exposed to nades, though, so they will have to be quick in moving away. Trying to get away from the center of that ditch, though, that's the smart play to do. But look at this. They're taking so much damage, and how long can they weather this storm? In the meantime, Izumitsu sends shots up towards Unicorns of Love.
They're trying to push up towards MADBULLS, but there's fights on all fronts. HVVP are there, so are Unicorns of Love taking shots out their way. It's going to be a difficult move to make before they've taken down those other teams on those flanks, but they're putting those nades in consistently, keeping MADBULLS on the back foot, preventing them from really leveraging their position to put pressure onto the rest of this circle as teams start to have to come in. Meku falls for HVVP, sprayed down by Zerich. Kitsune hits the deck behind the vehicle, and Fash can't quite find it. Up it goes into smoke. Will give hard cover now for Kitsune as Unicorns of Love potentially looking to push on in and play spoiler. Tixi, high ground in the building. Might have the downside on towards the Pioneers team, but is found. Izumitsu gets the spray, gets the flush. MADBULLS still alive as 4.
Most of the nades now expended, though, for Pioneer. They sent an absolute bombardment over towards the MADBULLS position, but weren't able to find the damage they were absolutely looking for. A couple of knocks would have been perfect. They've been able to push on that, take up the position that currently MADBULLS are holding, but not looking likely anymore with one nade in the pocket of Havlik. And I think I saw some of the other players was absolutely nothing on board. Izumitsu now crawling out, spotted by Rollkiss, though.
Unicorns of Love across the way. This is the power of the MADBULLS ditch that they're holding. They are surrounded, sure, but there's teams across the way that can't see them and can see the teams near them. Those pushes really, really hard The circle, though, shifts away from MADBULLS, and they will have to move towards FLUX, who are playing in this bastion of a compound.
Going to be very difficult here. MADBULLS still have vehicles to play around with, though, but it may be the tiniest stretch that they need to push across, but that is an absolute marathon in the grand scheme of things at this stage of the game. Just wonder how they're going to get across, and I think at this point in time, you need to find a pick over towards FLUX, a pick over towards PIONER to maybe open something up, and that's being very optimistic here, John.
Well, hey, look at this. West EU with the majority of the teams in these final circles. 4-3 right now. That does even it up slightly, somewhat, as it is 3-3 at the moment. But still, West EU giving a good fight in this first game.
WILDCATS down to 1. A very good job to make it this far. Oren even finds himself a knock over towards Effect, so there'll have to be another res coming through on their side. They have time to work with, though. Solus is playing a fantastic position on the top side of the house here, just keeping Unicorns and Love at bay, whilst the rest of FLUX out front keep sending grenades over towards the final player of New World's position. That's a great pick from Ketch.
Oh, and more sideswipe sprays over the Unicorns and Love, and they were absolutely trounced out in the open on the side. They had to make that push. They didn't have a choice. FLUX picks up 11 eliminations. In the meantime, the WILDCATS, Boran is dispatched, and the thorn of the side of the MADBULLS is removed, but they have to get that res and they have to move forwards. Teams are starting to fall. It's MADBULLS, PIONER, and FLUX.
Quickly, FLUX gets rid of that final player there from New World, and now will be able to take up a strong position on this northern side. How do they get through this at the moment? Great smoke usage so far, still have vehicles to play with, creating some hard cover for themselves within this zone. It's really, really well done from FLUX so far, from their Kameshki rotation over top side of Severny to here is an incredible feat to say the least, and they have fought some tough battles so far. The circle has been slightly kind to them, but still, Unicorns of Love were a real problem towards them, and they solved that quite quickly.
Moving across, numbers advantage, 12 eliminations for FLUX, and Effect is spotted. Lutz puts him down. They want to try and get that flush, but it is traded. Monkey was there with the refrag for the MADBULLS to slow things down just a little bit, but in comes Havlik. A little cheeky off angle here could be all that's needed for FLUX to just try and roll over this battlefield. Looking for those reses. Effect still down, and MADBULLS can't stand up here. Zerich moves in, spots Havlik. He knows he's there. Will go for the spray. Easy knock. Should be a solid flush as well. As Effect is going to be flushed out to boot. Solus looks for PIONER and will find one more. The shots are coming through, evening the numbers. PIONER low. Black-White takes a licking, but not going to go down just yet. Down in the dirt, Zerich gets too bold, and Solus puts him out.
He knows he has to go for those shots, though. If he doesn't take those shots, the nades are going to come through. It's going to do significant damage towards his team. At this point in time, MADBULLS can't even step up to try and go for these reses here. So Zerich is all but finished now. And with PIONER and FLUX on either side, MADBULLS are in a tricky position.
They positioned this game well. They've played it solidly, but it looks all the more shaky that they're going to be able to close this one out. PIONER 2, Black-White, Fash, both there. First knock goes over towards Zerich. Black-White is traded off. FLUX are entering into the fight, and Fash now last standing for the squad. A knock to the blue zone, disastrous for Monkey. The skills trying to stand up against Lutz on the forefront. Solus has been knocked in the meantime. Two solo players stand between FLUX and a huge first game. Monkey falls. Solke adds another to the tally. 16 eliminations now. Skills wants the spray, but it's going to be taken away. 17, and they're looking to put up that 18th position. Fash falls, and it will be the defending champions laying the gauntlet. FLUX take the first chicken dinner.
An unreal chicken dinner, to say the least. 33 points will see them far and away ahead of anyone else, giving them already quite the significant buffer going into this next game. Really, really well done. And this is the case, as we were talking about it, that in those finals, they looked like they were so very close to greatness, but unable to pick up a single chicken dinner. Come to the championships, there you go. You get your single chicken dinner right off the bat, right as the sounding gun starts. So I am very, very happy and very pleased to see this. Some really, really good shots so far coming through from this team. Some great decision making. I think for MADBULLS, they could have gone maybe a little bit further, but to be honest, with the position they were in and the amount of teams that survived around them and the caliber of those teams, so hard.
Yeah, those hard shifts up towards that compound really helped FLUX, but they played really solidly from the northern side. A great way to kick off the European Championship. Let's head back to the studio.
You know, I don't normally like making this show about us, but you know what? Max, man, go ahead. Get a smile and enjoy it.
Well, they're pretty good.
Pretty good. And enjoy the only time that you're going to be leading in our prediction game over this next 4 days.
That's true.
I don't like how you're saying that, but probably, to be honest. But they had a really good hard shift, right? Okay, they would... And the moment I made that prediction, they were on Everest. They had some really good scouting. They made sure they were not getting backfield. It was, at the time, a really good prediction. Got a little bit scary, but then that full north rotation, they still had a compound in play, the only compound in play above the road.
Yeah.
And they still have a 4-man team alive. It's hard to take it away from them.
To their advantage as they move into that position, one of the most important parts of all of that movement is the fact that DENİZBANK WILDCATS is a big 2-2 split. So when they get the information that they need from Everest to be able to push down onto that compound quite decisively, to be perfectly honest with you, that is a huge move for them and a pretty easy win for them in that compound too. So that gives them the vantage point to be able to carry through on a big 33 points here, Jason.
Yeah, this really makes a statement here, I think, for FireFlux, showing that we're here to play. We're here for PMGC. 33 points on the debut game, Max. You have to be happy about that.
I know, they got twice as many points as Pioneer in second place. This is looking amazing. I mean, I said it, this is a team that is scary in these championships. They won the previous one. Ketch was the MVP, and here's the entire team performed extremely well, so they're already here to win.
I think they read this first game really well. Not only the playing from Everest, etc., and things like that, but even something as simple as taking out BEŞİKTAŞ really early in this game. I would imagine that based on previous tendencies and them knowing their region, etc., and things like that, that they knew exactly who they were going up against straight away based on edge plays, based on rotations. They won that fight decisively and continued on their warpath. So they were hot all game long, Jason.
But we have to say, though, this wasn't really a normal match by any means. The playing path at the beginning, it punished quite a few different teams. One team in particular, HVVP, not able to go over towards North George. Then they had a weird little split. Max, feel free to go into it.
That's why I find the play of FireFlux so interesting, because Eastern playing past, as you said, and also Western Phase 1 Circle, and it kept shifting a lot of the times over to the Northwest. So a lot of teams were just getting bulked up on the Eastern side, and as you said also many times, Kalaris, like these Turkish teams like to play edge. If you're playing edge on hard shift after hard shift after hard shift, you're going to get in a really bad spot eventually. And that's what FireFlux did. They just play Everest, let all the peasant teams down below fight their way out, and then you just survive it.
All right.
I mean, they did do that. I do think that overall that one hard shift north that they had was very important, pivotal for them to get themselves the victory here as a whole. But regardless, they played it well. I think, again, you have the vantage point of that compound, and then once they get the next shift coming along as well, the third-person perspective that they have across anybody in the fields as well is absolutely superior to anybody in the fields. And a lot of those teams in the field had very little utility, very few smokes, very few grenades as well to be able to make anything work. If Pioneer had something against MADBULLS, for example, I think they maybe could have dislodged them. That wasn't the case. So yeah, for FireFlux, it was shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, I guess that's the upside and downside. If you're a team like MADBULLS who gets to the zone early, you're potentially going to run out of that utility. You're not going to be able to pick up any extra from any other teams. But FireFlux, we're all in agreement that Northern Shift really helped them out. But the fact is, even though the Northern Shift, it was imperative they made it work for it. They worked. Max, man, you can just stop smiling already and just enjoy it.
It's just great presence, right? The entire team is here. I think the one issue we had in the previous championship, it was a lot of Solis and Ketch showing up solo, which, we've seen a little bit of that here too, but here I have the impression the entire team has been able to put those numbers up there, Solke serving more as the support assisting player for the rest of the teams to be able to frag out in such a way. But as you stated already, Kalaris, it was the information game. They knew WILDCATS were split, they knew this compound when you have two players. If we breach it right now, and then afterwards the circle comes our way, who's going to take it away from us? The odds are really in their favor.
A game like this shows kind of that veteran spirit that a team like these guys have. When I'm watching this game, you're seeing as Ketch, for example, on the very early rotations, just completely still in a vehicle, kind of mulling over ideas, mulling over where they want to go and things like that. A very controlled and patient game, I think, came out from FireFlux in this one. And hopefully it continues, because that was a really strong way to approach a tournament like this, where it could have been a bit volatile. It could have been a bit scary going up against another region's teams that are looking stronger than usual, but they looked very patient and calm here.
I mean, let's be honest, though, for FireFlux, you have Solke on the team, you have Lutz on the team. They were originally footballists back in the day, the team we saw make great waves when it came to our PMGCs and the likes. Obviously, that's not really in existence anymore, but Solke we've crowned as, like, at least in the past, the best in-game leader when it comes to Turkey.
I think it was him and Gonzo at one point, right? Just like the IGLs, but they can also frag out in a really good way. But I think at one point, everyone's been footballist. I think footballists in Turkey is like our unicorns of love of Western Europe. Like they had a lot of players under their team logo at one point. But yeah, it's just been a team that has that international experience and that on this stage, they're not scared, to take a fight, and they're willing to go for the first win.
I got one of their jumpers whilst I was in Istanbul. There you go. Yeah.
A jumper.
It's a very nice jumper.
Not jersey, a jumper.
A jumper and a hat.
Brag about it.
Yeah, sorry, I'll get.
Well, I have their underwear. You know what?
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, it's very comfortable. Well, let's actually take a look. I don't know, you're not going to see it. But let's take a look actually at FireFlux and MADBULLS' little head-to-head here between the two teams, because we did have a little bit of a dichotomy, right? You had FireFlux playing edge, you had MADBULLS send it straight to the center. We can see how it obviously played out here between these two.
I mean, the interesting thing about this, when you look at MADBULLS playing center, they had a pretty decent 2-2 split across showroom, as well as important dips in that field, which later on could have become even more important if it was a full field ending, but that was not the case.
And a good circle shift.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. The fact that they only have this much damage, technically, for a central position for a MADBULLS, that's not really MADBULLS-esque. You normally see them doing more damage than that. But again, you brought it up earlier, Jason. The fact that they get some eliminations here and there, but it's difficult to go over to those boxes. It's difficult to get extra utility. Therefore, it's difficult to keep you alive into the very late stages of the game against a FireFlux that had a strong position, means that you can't convert the win here, and that is a rough time for MADBULLS.
It's tough, but at least we are seeing the game plan out of some of these teams. We were talking actually in Western Europe towards the end of the event how teams from this region would compare against the likes of Turkey, and we're seeing Turkey teams play the edge. CIS teams, well, I say CIS teams because it's normally them, like to send it center. I'm curious, though, if this is going to continue to be the plan for a team like MADBULLS of just get center and try to play from there.
I think some teams eventually are going to try and contest it, right? I think that this first game was a little bit of an anomaly because you had that Eastern flame path, Western phase one circle, a lot of hard shifts happening, especially the one where FireFlux were able to get the win. But I think now this is going to educate a lot of the teams like, okay, this is what happened on the first match, MADBULLS playing center. If they are an issue later on down the line, because they are currently competing for that spot for PMGC, maybe you're going to be seeing some game plans arising of teams like, we need to find a counter to this, and that's where MADBULLS might struggle to hold center alone sometime.
Well, you know what? We're going to be heading over to Miramar next year, so we're actually going to find out what they're going to do. And obviously, the other 15 teams here in the lobby. Let's throw it back on over to John and Blank here to give us all the action.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be getting into Miramar, game number 2 on the day after FireFlux absolutely stomped in game number 1. Of course, they are going to be riding high off that one. Can they continue on form?
Yeah, I mean, that is always the big question. If you come up for a large game like this, can you continue doing that? And I mean, it's a little bit less surprising for us now for that to actually continue happening, considering we've seen a team like MADBULLS, a team like S2G do that consistently throughout both their leagues. And I mean, with this new phase system, we see a lot longer, a lot more time of these teams through different stages of how they're doing, how they're improving. So I think that, you know, this could be a case that with the confidence boost that FireFlux gets from a particular game like that, we could see another great game coming out for them here. And getting ahead early in a tournament like this means absolutely so much to some of these guys. And for FireFlux, you know, getting another top placing, we're not even looking for a chicken dinner here, like a third or a second would be fantastic. And that would see them pretty safe, you know, for the rest of the day to just keep putting up some decent points and be happy coming into tomorrow, because it isn't always a case of having to get chicken dinner after chicken dinner. Now for FireFlux, with such a huge elimination game, really it's just about keeping putting up those numbers.
That's a triple there coming through. Solus, Lutz and Ketch taking top damage as well there for FireFlux. You don't really expect anything else off the single game that we've seen. TJB out early towards Ruins on that northwestern side. La Cobraria for HVVP. We've seen them go there quite a few times over in Western Europe. Other teams all starting to find their feet as well. El Pozo potentially on the cards for MADBULLS as well. Everybody's spreading out.
For all these teams, though, there is a really big thing on their minds, which is the PMG placements from the first to third position at the end of this tournament. Those will be the teams that will be heading over towards our PMGC and getting themselves a spot through this championships. The thing is, though, is that for a team like FLUX, this means so much more to them than some of our big names in Europe, right? I mean, you look at S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ putting up 1,658 points and then 1,644 points. FLUX coming in with 1,373. So there's only 2 placements for PMGC points for League over in Turkey. So S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ already secured their positions here, John. MADBULLS, again, a team that's coming into a league for the first time. They need a first to a third position placing here in this tournament. So a lot is on the line here for FLUX and MADBULLS to make sure they can go ahead and show what they've got on the main stage.
The thing is, it's likely that it's going to be down to 5th place, right, as a more likely bubble as well. Because if BEŞİKTAŞ and S2G both finish in those top 3 as well, that pushes that bubble down by those 2 spots, right? Because they've already qualified, and you still need the same number of qualifying teams. So potential that even if those 2 teams do well, it's going to be a little bit more volatile, but a little bit easier potentially for some teams to grab.
Absolutely. It's funny, though, because you're now relying on S2G as well as BEŞİKTAŞ to do well, so that your placing is easier into PMGC, which is a weird thing to consider. Luckily for all those guys at home, these are all sportsmen of their own category, so they will be looking for the highest placing. I don't think anyone's going to be allowing BEŞİKTAŞ or S2G to get away with anything a little bit too wacky. Plus that, as well as the fact that there's quite a lot of money on the line here. 40,000 for first place, 28,000 for second, and third place taking home $18,000. So really a lot of money here, and it just goes up and up as you get towards those the pinnacle of placements in first, second, and third place. So teams are playing for a lot of cash, a lot of glory, and also to show what they've got over in PMGC.
We have a team that is in Picado, and nobody is currently fighting them. If you weren't on board for Western Europe, there was a constant, every single game, hot drop in Picado. When I say every game, I mean every single game that ARB Champions and Death Machine were in, they were both fighting here. So to have this breathing room, to have only one team here, it's a little bit of a breath of fresh air. It's going to be MUERTE to try and take up that mantle.
Joke's on you, though. Over towards the northwest side, S2G are already sending Hamzy in to have a little bit of a look-see at what's going on.
Oh, he's been
spotted. You know, we'll spot him, but he's just too fast on this bike at the moment. Vito, though, maybe it's able to take some shots, but again, it's still a little bit difficult. He's keeping his distance, which is good from Hamzy, making sure he's not too close so that it's not too hard for him to just dip out of any kind of engagement. But currently, very much taking his time to move down towards the south side of the map and group up with his teammate Kalsi, who's already underneath MUERTE towards the Chumacera foothills. Good stuff there, but already with this circle down towards the southeast, you're looking at WILDCATS getting a good start to the game, as well as VIRTUS.PRO down to Porto Paraíso. And this is almost heartwarming for me, because I've seen so many times where VP has had to make a long run, a long tread up towards any of these circles that happen on this map. This time around, they don't have too far to go.
Will be able to stay put for just a little bit longer, but do they want to push out and try and take position? FLUX want to be moving south fairly soon, not super pressed right now. San Martin. They'll be trying to grab a couple of these positions, get some loot spread out. Looks pretty healthy already, but they want a little bit more. Not quite going up to Hacienda. That is currently occupied by GG, GOODGUYS.
HVVP coming down from La Coperia. Quite the distance these guys take from the circle a few times. For them, there have been some awkward splits on this map, but again, they're a very volatile team. Their ups and downs are huge, but most of the time you are seeing them put up some big numbers. And when they're truly on form, it is a sight to see. And hopefully we do get to see that again during this tournament, especially where it becomes such an important one, to say the least.
One thing I'm interested about this tournament is, of course, the shift back towards an Erangel-weighted situation, right? Because we saw an even balance of Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel in the league stages, but now we're moving into a 50% Erangel, with 2/5 being, 2/6, so a third of the games being in Miramar, and 1/6 of the games being Sanhok. So it is a lot more heavily weighted towards that Erangel, taking that away from the Sanhok pool. So I'm thinking about which teams is that going to benefit? How is that going to change the dynamic of the lobby, especially when they don't really have the feel of each other just yet in-game in these tournament scenarios?
Well, you get 4 Sanhoks total, right? So the issue for some of these teams, if you're a healer, you don't have a lot of time to actually establish your position and kind of dominate Sami potentially, or even head over towards the Northwest Island and pick up a strategy like HVVP, which is looting the entirety of Camp Alpha and then heading up towards Hattin and healing off that way. So for some of these teams, it will be difficult, because I know for certain that there are several teams within this lobby that like to head down towards Sami, but do you give it up? Especially with there only being 4 of them, you don't really want to waste any of your Sanhoks, particularly when, you know, a bodged drop spot or a bodged hot drop could just result in a 0-pointer, and that is not what you want coming into that final day.
Certainly not. As they were saying over on the desk, it is a little bit more of a sprint here in these finals. We do have 4 days of 6 games each, so 24 games total, but that kind of pales in comparison to the over almost 100 games that each of these teams will have played to get those bonus points in the league stage as well as in those finals to try and close things down. So you do need to make sure that, as you say, every game counts.
FLUX, you can see them now making their way down towards the south side. HVVP actually have overtaken them coming from La Coberia, passing by now OZAROX. Little bit close for comfort, but I think on this map, with it being so large, you know, both teams can quite easily get around Minas Generales without having to take too many shots at one another. You can see here they are looking at one another, glaring, but nothing too much happening as of yet. Again, Miramar, a slow map to say the least. 64 players still in the lobby, as well as our 16 teams looking to vie for some position. And again, with it getting closer and closer to Los Leones, where we are going to be looking at maybe an urban finish, you don't want to be caught out in the open. You want to be able to make sure you can get into one of those spots where you're free to leave, and you're also free to find yourself a decent compound to play in.
I'm looking at 2 potential hotspots here, Blank. It's on the northeast side near Impala with the Wildcats and BEŞİKTAŞ. Over on that northeast side, potentially scouting each other out, and also this western side. Look at all of the teams trying to move through Chumazara Hills, and with this shift, they're going to have to move on similar paths.
There's still got a lot of water in this one as well, John, which is a little bit of a scary possibility, where a lot of this map is now just crunched up. And with that eastern side of the map, there is a lot of hills, a lot of mountains that players can play on the top of, but also eliminates a huge amount of space that teams can find themselves into. So although I said this was a slow map, with this kind of circle, things are going to speed up quite quickly soon.
That accelerator pressed on down on the lobby as they isolate about 15% of the circle to the water. We'll crunch the teams closer. TJB kind of back of the queue on this western side. GK First still actually all the way out in the blue zone. The rest of the team moving down on that south coast. Pioneer ahead of TJB's rotation. MADBULLS on the northern side of it as well, trying to find their way in as well.
Again, I mean, you talked about it earlier, but I think it is a really interesting thing to bring up, which is, you know, getting those PMGC placements, and with it maybe being slightly easier with S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ in the lobby. Now, for MADBULLS, I wouldn't want them to sandbag 100%. I'd like them to play to their optimum capability, right? That's what I'd like to see from them. Unfortunately, as Lin gets popped out of the vehicle from Izumitsu, you know, it might be a case for MADBULLS where they don't have to put up the most grand performance in the world, because realistically to them, the most important thing here is that PMGC placement.
Very, very important. I think for not only them, for a lot of these teams, players going down is far from ideal. BEŞİKTAŞ, TJB and Unicorns of Love suffered that fate already.
Exactly, and I mean, that's where it comes in. Playing maybe a careful game that doesn't set your eyes maybe on a first place, maybe a second, a third, a fourth, is perhaps the better game plan for some of these teams. And I think that's absolutely fine. In PUBG Mobile, you know, this is such a wild, volatile game where averages don't always work out. You can't always be in first place. Looking for something that guarantees you that spot towards a final, instead of taking these risky plays that might pay off massively, you take more of the safe plays that give you a decent amount of points, that keep you consistently in that running for the placement itself. I think that might be an idea. FLUX already thrown that out the window, though, with their gargantuan performance in that last game.
MUERTE right in the middle of this, with a little bit of a 2-2 split. I'll have to try and fend off the teams trying to push inwards as the next circle soon to pop. QODEX moving on the north side of the MADBULLS, have Moneyken as an outpost on the front of it. And that is that is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, if you're now one of these teams down towards that western side, you're GG, FLUX, MADBULLS, QODEX, really you need to get a move on now. This is no longer a case of slowly edging your way into the circle. This is a case of fully sending this rocket fuel powered in towards that area, finding yourself a spot, because spots are now massively limited. There's even the potential of an island finish here if we're lucky, John.
That's true. I mean, it's very unlikely, but it could always happen. What a way to kick things off. MADBULLS moving in. Teams are going to start to lose players pretty dramatically at this stage. Everybody very, very close. Far closer than they would have liked. It's a little bit of a coin toss, unless you're VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, you can see now exactly, as we were talking about before, teams are just blasting off towards the circle itself. And the scary thing is that the island finish, although I said maybe could happen, we got about 50% of the circle being in water at the moment. Monkey tries to take some shots to one towards SURREAL, which would actually work out well for them if they could take down one of these players from this team. Be fantastic. It would open up the rotational path forward, but they can't quite find it.
Is unfortunate. There it is. Hang on a minute. Just around the edge, Jekyll does take a tumble. The MADBULLS do find one. HVVP really suffering on this northern side of the meantime, as FLUX dismantling them on the north. SURREAL looking to maybe try and get back in this with 4, but Skills is there. Skills wants that off angle. Zerich is up high as well and spots Jekyll straight away, gets that flush. Monkey effect, both lining up that ridge line. One more knock goes through, and MADBULLS now looking to turn up the heat over towards SURREAL.
Yeah, really good play from them, actually. Getting here quite quickly and then setting up for a team that would be most likely razzing through this area on the roadside is very, very smart, because now it gives them a little bit more space to play with, because you can always consider the fact that, you know, getting to the circle as fast as possible in the situation is great news, but what do you do if there's several teams in your area? And if MADBULLS could take the time to set up this crossfire on the road and give themselves a bit more room to play with as they come into it, great news for them. I really like this play from MADBULLS. We'll see how they can actually move through, though. SURREAL Esports, in no means a pushover team here, so the MADBULLS will need to be just a little bit careful, as they have already restabilized down towards that south side of the map.
2 teams down. 13 to go. Denied the cross. Xiao just has to turn around and go back up the hill. In the meantime, the WILDCATS coming up against FLUX on the northern side, who already 4 eliminations. Again, strong sweep coming in on this northern edge.
Yeah, some serious ferocity coming out from FLUX over the last 2 games, and already they're baring their teeth again here in Miramar, so very, very good stuff from them so far. Even just taking HVVP 1-to-1 there, man-to-man, was very, very well done, and the speed at which that fight concluded just led me to believe that that is one hell of a confident fight that they took against HVVP. Again, I'll say it about them as I said it about SURREAL Esports. HVVP are no pushover team either, one of the better teams, I would say, in fact, when it comes to team fights. The fact that they rolled over so suddenly versus FLUX speaks volumes to that team.
I wonder if they were just caught on the back of their rotation where they weren't quite together. I mean, that's something that we've seen as a weakness of HVVP, right? Where they sometimes just lose a player to rotates at the wrong time, or just these little peak opportunities. And FLUX obviously are on fire today, seemingly with their game day of their lives. S2G prediction, MUERTE and VIRTUS.PRO all being predicted by the analyst desk. So again, a split decision.
Yeah, I think even with the way that FLUX is playing right now, I think that is a wise decision from the analysts there to actually pick those teams, considering although FLUX looks great on that northern side, the likelihood that they'll be able to bare their teeth against any of these other teams is quite limited. But this is that fight again that we saw earlier, and it was just clean, methodical, really.
There's nothing you can do in those scenarios. HVVP do just get taken down, and to make HVVP look like that, you're right, that is an achievement in and of itself. With the DENİZBANK WILDCATS taken down in the meantime. So 3 teams now eliminated.
FLUX now trying to look to push through. Unicorns of Love, and ahead of them is MUERTE. BEŞİKTAŞ even on this eastern side can take some maybe shots up towards them. Again, they're on the low ground at the moment, so slightly harder to take any pot shots towards FLUX. Icy first to face here.
And just leaves. He just leaves it out. Crypto instead takes the brunt of it. FLUX taking shots over, but backed off. Ketch takes a lot of damage. Crypto putting more lead down range. Crypto, a star player for the Unicorns of Love over the phases that we've seen him. Obviously a newer addition to the roster. Had a real impact, but kind of fell off towards the later stages of the tournament. Wants to take on FLUX now, it seems, with the party bus out of commission. They're holding FLUX, and they're going to need some real strong shots coming through to do so.
Soulless finally taken down there. Crypto hit some nasty shots before and is able to actually finish that off. Still 5 eliminations for FLUX, not bad of a start, but again, looks like they've met their match here with Unicorns of Love holding a really strong position, which is so tough for FLUX to get through. SURREAL Esports takes a bit of a tumble, an unfortunate accident over on that side as Xiao's able to find Archons as well.
Unicorns of Love going to try and stop this rotation, but FLUX are now into this next circle. 3 players, all of them alive. The MUERTE have spread out on the south side of this engagement, which means that as soon as this next circle pops, likely both of these teams are going to have a little bit of trouble pushing past English on that outpost, and the rest of the MUERTE there as well.
Yeah, either way, whatever happens for both these teams, it's going to be a rough run towards the circle itself, which is about to shift once again down towards that southeast side. So MADBULLS looking to maybe pick up the spots, but S2G currently have a very good split. Fortunately for them, this now does put a big bullseye on their back. And with the 2-2 split, I would hope that they would regroup fairly shortly.
Unicorns of Love, they want the push over towards FLUX. Icy leads the charge, first down, but Solke is traded. Crypto hits the deck with a low HP, but teammate not so lucky. Gonzo falls. 1 player stands, and he will go down 2. FLUX stay alive. 3 players on the northern side, but now MUERTE are going to try and control. BEŞİKTAŞ have moved in as well, and look at that. GG up the top of the hill, might just have the blind side.
Difficult to say the least, but again, Unicorns of Love had the greatest position to take this team down, but some very well used smoke coverage keeps themselves safe, forces Unicorns of Love to play towards them. With the circle heading down towards the southeast, it forces this fight between them to occur rather quickly, in which case FLUX are 100% ready for it. Son HP tries to get in position to take these shots, but it's Enjoy from the back that will pop Lutz off the back of the buggy.
There's no way they can turn around for that either with the journey they have ahead of them. BEŞİKTAŞ needs to get on the bike as well. Enjoy low HP, but just needs to send it forwards. FLUX, they've spread out just a little bit. 1 player in the circle, 1 player a little bit further out. The northern side still treacherous for both of these teams.
MUERTE sent straight towards the spikes that VP set up earlier, and will impale themselves against him. We'll just try and send further in towards the circle, but QODEX is even there, and this is very bold from MUERTE to just try and get towards the center of the circle here. Most likely will lose all of their members. In the meantime, Ketch gets naded out. Now just Solke remaining.
And in the meantime, MADBULLS on the south side biding their time. No one really challenging them. New Worlds Esports and S2G on that southeast side as well. As FLUX get pulled apart. 9 eliminations, though, and still going. So, again, a solid result no matter where they go down. They will get those double digits. 9 eliminations, a couple of 1 placement point, 10 total on the game. Brings them up to 43. Still a really solid result. MADBULLS potentially looking to challenge that if they can stay alive late into this game.
For them, the last game wasn't terrible by any stretch of the word, but right now it was a good play from them. They've kept fairly silent, creeped their way in towards this position, assumed it would be players on this side of the compound, and creeped forward, and it was a case that S2G heard them before they saw them, and instead decided to regroup the rest of the team down towards that south side. Smart play from them, and right now they're holding things strong.
S2G trying to get some oversight onto this fight, but they've got their own problems to deal with as VIRTUS.PRO go up against Pioneer. Old Boy down to a nade early. Pioneer now potentially looking to push on through. TJB are taken down. They want the flush over onto Old Boy. We'll be looking for it. Izumitsu close. Tulika taken down by S2G, who have a blindside. Ray-Z stepping up, finding one of each team and really slowing things down. Now S2G can start to turn their attention. With New World's Esports taken out of the mix, they have that chance to turn around.
Yeah, really careless play there from Pioneer to just completely ignore that S2G would even get involved in this. So dropping the smokes behind them to try and limit these sightlines whilst they deal with VP. In the meantime, they're able to get themselves 2 players back up on their feet for VP. These nades are still doing work, though Amir just has to send wide.
Ray-Z, the newest addition to the S2G roster. Doing work on the back guard there. Really nice stuff. Been playing with them for a couple of months now. Seemingly punching at the weight class of them. Kelsey traded off for S2G as Pioneer still holding in the middle of this sandwich.
Player gets knocked for S2G though, but Hamzy comes in quick. MADBULLS will remove another player from GG, trying to keep that team up towards the north side at bay. 2 knocked though right now for Pioneer, and VP might just be able to get out of this one. Not unscathed, but at least get a little bit further forward.
Turns the corner into the container, will be able to handle business in there. But now they've got a long way to go ahead of them. Have to get to cover against GG, who will have to move, but S2G have that sightline on the side. And everybody's suffering, everybody's struggling, except for S2G and MADBULLS. They have been able to just stay strong. 4 players alive on both of the rosters.
They go either way here. With both these compounds being right on the edge of the circle, if you get a western shift or an eastern shift, you know, one of these teams will have to move. And S2G have made their presence very, very known so far. Moneyken gets taken down from effect, bringing their elimination count just slightly upwards, but S2G currently still at 9 eliminations. That might have even been stolen.
They've been plinking away at those fights on the northeast side, taking plenty of points there. The spray goes up and a knock comes through from S2G. MADBULLS still 6 eliminations so far. And GG really struggling. Only Rome in this next circle, really. Trying to hunker down, trying to stay alive. Kelsey might have spotted a little side of the helmet there. Ray-Z will be able to get that spray down. As S2G bring it into 2 teams alive.
7 eliminations so far here for MADBULLS. We'll be looking down towards S2G at the moment, currently with 4 players, have really held strong here. Now, the circle shifting up towards MADBULLS. We've got a 4v4 here. The 2 champions going head-to-head, John.
This is the 2nd game in a row that MADBULLS have made it to the final circles. An excellent start to the tournament. Can they take down the Turkish counterpart? As Kelsey moves up to the foothills. MADBULLS not going to be able to suppress that. They do have utility, they do have nades that they can put down there. Will they be able to find anything for it? Leaving on the 2-2 split, S2G maybe looking to turn the headland as effect gets taken pretty low. A Molotov slows things down.
Zerich now looking to set something up for the rest of his team. Ray-Z moving out from the smoke. Just slows the boogie down to ensure that his stealth is still intact. And with 1 player in the back though, Silas could be really that key factor that keeps them alive here if Skills has stepped a little bit too far up.
We'll have to move soon, and you can see into the vehicle. Silas now moving in to regroup. They're staying away from the edge. They don't want those nades to be there. Distributing those meds, keeping everybody nice and healthy for the MADBULLS. This push from S2G, there's really only one way that they can go up there, and MADBULLS, I feel like they know this. They don't need to make these peaks.
The thing is, they're right on the edge of the circle here, John. So if anything, S2G have actually been able to get a very good base of operations and control most of the circle at the moment. And if it is MADBULLS to have to come down the hillside, it will most likely be a clean sweep for S2G. And MADBULLS need to find some kind of a knock now. What is that?
Kelsey straight on up, traded off. Effect is down, but Hamzy wants the follow-up. Wants to try and get a little bit more done for S2G. Allow the other players to reposition, and that's exactly what they do. 2 players down for MADBULLS. Sorry, just the 1 down at the moment. Heals coming on through. Kelsey flushed, Hamzy down, so S2G on the back foot. 2 players alive and another knock. MADBULLS looking to hold off the Turkish Titans. Silas last standing, the MVP for the team, and what a fitting way to try and test your mettle. Effect is down, and the nade will be the final blow. Skillses gets it over the top, and it is MADBULLS to win out the Battle of the Titans.
A really good game from them, in fact, but that last engagement was so interesting, John. And I mean, it's a surprising play that comes out from S2G to try and force the contest almost. They felt confident in their ability against them, but that is why you don't go toe-to-toe with MADBULLS, because you saw how quickly they were able to restabilize there and get themselves back into position where they could fend off against the other teams. I love that ZeRich immediately took down that player, but then straight away you see him move to the backside of that rock. He was expecting the push coming through from the rest of the players, and S2G tried to get the drop on them, but I'm sorry, MADBULLS are too wise.
It was very fast, right, that engagement. It was rapid coming through from S2G. But you're right, they did have that defense, and I feel like that's one of the big strengths of MADBULLS, right, is they know how to act in those scenarios.
It is incredibly cool to see. I love to see it, honestly. I think when you see MADBULLS playing like that, it's fantastic. But let's rewind things a little bit, just with those rotations in the beginning, John, with MADBULLS playing very slowly on the edge side. They didn't push too far in, instead set up base of operations to try and clear out a lot of those teams down towards that south side before pushing down towards S2G and kind of evicting those 2 players and taking control of the west side. Very, very good stuff.
Either way, it is the MADBULLS from the top of the cliff to take down S2G and claim the 2nd chicken dinner of the tournament away from the Turkish top dogs.
Why are there 3 openings in the hospital walls? What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's 1st floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, It's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now. Have you visited Mill to Power since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Oh, I got all that. Did you guys get what all happened in that last match? Because if you didn't, we're going to break it down for you. We got MADBULLS taking home the chicken dinner, and of course, the time I don't predict them is the time the boys step up and take home the victory. Max, enjoy this for now of being in first place, but it's not going to last long, okay?
As long as you get 0 points the entire deal of this tournament, I'm cool. You know, I'll take my 1 point win.
Well, Max won't be on the show tomorrow if that happens.
Oh, wow.
It'll be Clarissa and myself. But James, that was a very interesting match on so many different strategical aspects. Do you want to start to break any of these down?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about MADBULLS. Of course, here, was they able to hold on, I want to say, given the scenario? Because I think S2G actually played the late game out really, really well. We're going to get the opportunity to look at it later on, but the fact that MADBULLS seized a position away from S2G pretty early on in this game. I mean, the fact that S2G had a 2-2 split across the 2 most important compounds, but you can't hold a 2-2 split across them. The reason being, you don't have line of sights to be able to support one another. And if, for example, the upper compound gets crashed by a MADBULLS, say, for example, and you get caught off guard, it's almost impossible for S2G to actually reinforce. So I understand why they regrouped and bailed away from the MADBULLS' eventual seize of that position.
Yeah, and the terrain's just not great to like maneuver around if you don't have enough players to make it happen, right? And if you get MADBULLS as a 4-man willing to go for the push, it's pretty tough. But still, as you said, S2G, that 2-2 split, they regrouped, and the way they finished it off, we'll have time to look at it a little bit later on, but like it was a thing of beauty, and it was our main storyline, right? S2G winning Turkey, MADBULLS winning Western Europe.
Perfect.
The 2 last teams as a 4v4, and the ways it all unfolded was a thing of beauty, really just great execution from the 2 teams.
Well, what kind of is an overarching storyline in this is something you brought up, Max, when we were watching the game, is that you have MADBULLS trying to get into PMGC. They're trying to qualify. They need top 3. S2G into PMGC already, so they're just fighting for prize earnings and potentially ruining the hopes of other teams. This is kind of a tough clash here for MADBULLS, having to deal with a team that really doesn't have much to lose.
Exactly. I would say, though, it makes it a little bit easier because S2G was one of their main competition for that race to PMGC. You know, there's only 3 teams that can make it. You can't qualify twice.
That is true.
So
that is true.
If S2G are an issue, like they're above them in the leaderboard, sure, you might not get as much of the prize pool, but you still get that spot for PMGC, and that's the most important thing. That is what they're currently aiming for, and I think that should be their main focus.
Yeah, very good point. And obviously something we should definitely need to keep in mind. If any of the teams who already qualified for PMGC get top 3, it would go down to the 4th, etc. place. But let's take a look here at MADBULLS and S2G. And Coloris, we got to start to break this down. As you kind of alluded to already, right? The rotation of the 2-2 split out of S2G, pulling away from that compound because MADBULLS crashed it. It set up the rest of that match.
Set up the late game, and there's so much to talk about when it comes to that. We probably won't get to talk about every little facet of it, but let's talk about the fact that S2G firstly was able to do a lot of damage from where they were set up, 11 eliminations apiece, but S2G really had rule of the roost for quite a long time in this game until, again, it was seized away by MADBULLS. But the way in which S2G plays out the late game here against MADBULLS that has an advantageous position over them was a thing of beauty. Even though they don't convert to the victory here for S2G, I think they still played it right, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good execution. MADBULLS had all the utility in the world because they've been constantly able to hold to the more southern-western side. So nades, if you go to the cliff, you're pretty much done. Like, you're not going to come out alive of that. But the fact that they keep 2 players a little bit further back, you know, on those specific angles, make sure that you're somewhat safe and those 2 players can keep the pressure present so the MADBULLS can't just be, you know, overarching pressure is just going to be englobing all of S2G. So the way they play that off was just amazing.
Yeah, and we're sitting there watching it kind of wondering, you know, S2G, the position they're taking right on the edge of the cliff, it's like, that's an easy underhand nade. That's an easy pickup for MADBULLS. But as you're mentioning, Max, the position of the two other players they had, the anchors, were able to keep them alive, cover that angle that you could use to get the nades in.
Yeah, if you can't peek, if you don't get any information, just throw an uneducated like nades, and if you're out of nades, don't have that pressure point anymore on STG, and they just
Well, this is the thing. Let's break this down thoroughly for a second, because if you cannot get right up onto the cliff and do the underhand nade, you can't do it. Unless you underhand nade and get a perfect cook on the nade to then air burst just above the player, because it's not going to be able to get the right arc to be able to hit them. So the fact that they have the alpha angles near the warehouse to be able to shoot at anybody that actually tries to get close enough to have a proper decent underhand nade, it's perfect by STG. And then they use the people there underneath the cliff to be able to, you know, nade up, etc., provide threats for the other people to actually move up by S2G. So it was a lovely attempt by S2G to try and salvage the situation, and it almost worked with the next two send up on the right-hand side as well.
Yeah, I think it's HamCG that almost got a double elimination right away. If he gets those 2 elims, it's technically a 3v2, and you just force any entire team, you take the win there. So it was close, and in a very bad position, I would say, for STG. They almost just redeemed that entire match for themselves. So
yeah, well,
they made it almost work.
Let's actually roll it back here to what we were just talking about, right? The roll up to that cliff here. We actually do have a clip to see it here, a little bit of a replay. So let's actually load that one up here and start to talk about it, because again, as you said, Claris, the perfect play. Okay, this is a different clip here that we didn't want to look at just yet. This is something else completely different we're going to talk about with Unicorns of Love up against FLUX. And I think the story we're talking about was these Turkish teams, they know how to play edge. They play it to a perfection. And teams like Unicorns of Love aren't used to that kind of play style when we look over in Western Europe.
I think that me and Kalash talked about this fight quite a bit in depth during that game, is that this is a fight Unicorns of Love should have won. Like, you're looking at the fight, they're going up against FLUX, then that dip you throw nades, but FLUX just completely push it in, overwhelm all of Unicorns of Love, and they just can't do anything. Did they shoot even a singular bullet there? I don't even think so.
For all intents and purposes, Unicorns of Love should have had them dead to rights. When it comes to holding teams out on the edge like that and being able to kind of have a barrier and cause your opponent's frustration because they're the ones being pushed by the blue. That was not the case here whatsoever. FLUX, the fact that they're able to make that happen as cleanly as they did and then push in as well shows that teams like Unicorns of Love, as Max says, they're dealing with stronger edge teams than they've had to deal with in Western Europe, and that's scary for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and Max, I am kind of worried then for teams coming in from Western Europe who maybe depend on that style, or maybe not as comfortable or methodical when it comes to getting center, because we didn't see MADBULLS go center this time, but they still played the edge in a way to allow them to get the victory.
Yeah, I mean, MADBULLS also dropped full west, right? And the circles keep happening east, east, east every single time. But that's the thing, and we talked about it so many times in depth during PMPL Western Europe. You give them a bad circle, it still works out in some way, shape, or form. They just always get themselves in a good spot, right? So they can make every circle work for them.
They're able to carve out a decent chunk of the circle for themselves. You saw how, like, not many teams were really around them in this kind of southwest location when they take away that compound and then are able to, you know, be able to turret in kind of a 25-degree angle from where they are on the edge of the circle. So it works out nicely.
And the angles that MADBULLS were taking too, it just feels like they've played every position in every scenario that's ever existed in PUBG Mobile, because they always have the right angles. I think it was GOODGUYS who were like rotating towards like the northwest, and they were able to catch them on that rotate. I think it was Effect who did it as well. As you mentioned, their coach as well, Claris, they just know the right move to make in almost every situation.
Yeah, they have good terrain knowledge for sure. I mean, I was even a little bit concerned about their initial western rotate because they were coming in later than TJB were, down Valdemar, etc., and things like that. But they know how to thread the needle. They're very good at understanding their scouting ahead of where they're going to be going rotate-wise, and then being able to identify, for example, let's take this compound away from the two of S2G that have to bail.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it delays them a little bit because of that scouting, right? But you take maybe a little bit longer to get in the circle, but you know that pretty much 100% of the time you make in those late game circles. And if you're there as a 4-man and the other teams are fighting and you're against like 2-man, 3-man teams, like MADBULLS tend to always come out on top there.
All right, well, we did get our answer here. MADBULLS can compete, can contend here with the teams from Turkey. The question is, can they continue to do so? So we're going to head into our third match of the day here with John and Blank.
If you were expecting a Turkish stomp, then we are sorry to disappoint, because Jason and the rest of the desk are right. This is nice and evenly matched to kick things off in the first 2 games. Blank, we're going into map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of these teams at the moment, it was undoubtable that we were going to be seeing some of these boys at the top of the leaderboards, right, at some point in this tournament. It's nice to see some of our big hitters already starting things off very, very strongly. I mean, yes, we didn't see an S2G win, but we certainly saw how strong they can be, and I think Kalaris puts it very well there in the sense that, you know, they played everything correctly, and then Max was bringing up the 2 backstops that they left in to allow the front players to get into a position where they could support them. So really, really nice stuff so far, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was calculated. I thought it was very, very well done. But again, MADBULLS were just able to react in a very, very good way. I think this is S2G maybe underestimating some of these teams a little bit because they pushed the advantage where they didn't necessarily have to, right? If the circle shifted their way at some point, MADBULLS would have had to come to them, and they were just looking to get on top and start blasting. Unfortunately for them, the Caliber's lobby is very, very high, and it's not something you can do. Against most of the teams, I think that play would have worked. Fortunately, this time around, it just doesn't.
Taking a look at the plane path now for map number 3, Erangel, of course. Severny down to Sosnovka, right down the middle. This is going to be a lot better for those teams on the western side. Not going to see so many Gatka conflicts. You can see already HVVP back up to North George. So that is going to spread out and alleviate some of the pressure there. So potential for S2G to have a better time, for HVVP as well.
Absolutely right, John. I mean, with this playing path right dead center, you know, everyone can get where they want to be, which is lovely stuff. It's exactly what most players would like to see on a map like Erangel, with so many positions around the map that are playable, that are accessible. And in fact, you know, on Miramar, it's a little bit of a different scenario, right? Where, you know, some of those positions around the map just aren't accessible to play in. It's not like you can play on the top of the mountain, but here at Erangel, throughout the entirety of the center of the island, you know, there's compounds everywhere. There's places to pick up loot. It's great. It is, you know, your standard PUBG Mobile battleground. Pioneer down towards that south side, MADBULLS making their way on over. Skills is already finding himself a vehicle, but in the meantime, MUERTE taking a knock, and I believe that is from TJB.
Over on that east side, the circle's a pretty hard southwest shift as well, Blank. This is a fairly dramatic amount of water in this next circle, cutting into that military island as well. A vehicle scuffle from TJB and then MUERTE results in TJB coming out on top. Certainly for now, for the time being, over towards that shelter area.
GG down towards MUERTE. Most teams in a position right now with this central playing path that they don't have to take too many engagements early. TJB will, though, and will take a point home because of it. We're halfway now through our first day, with this being our 3rd match of Erangel. Once again, we've got a lot of these ahead of us, and teams would like to pick up as many points as they can on a fair map like this, where, you know, things aren't as difficult as you would see on Miramar, where you can get absolutely trounced by some of the rotational paths that you will have to take at some point. My God, you saw Lin there almost directly attack the tree, but instead just grazes it with the front wheel. Or on Sanhok, in fact, where, you know, third-party galore, really. But Erangel is a position where you can even out the average, find some good points just off the back of skill alone.
Certainly hope so. At the moment, no one actually dropping in Gatka fields. That seems to be reserved for when you can't quite get to Georgia Pole. FLUX in South George, HVVP in North George. Again, New World's Esports blap, up in Severny. The double blap, onomatopoeically described there by Blank, thank you very much, to take down one of the players from MUERTE.
Yeah, got him good. I mean, I'd be terrified of that happened to me. Just go around the corner, the long barrel in my face, and then just done. I'm eliminated. Over. But TJB will be taking that point away for them. Not the most amazing of games so far for TJB. They did have a big upswing towards the end of the Western European PMPL. Fortunately here, it doesn't seem to have paid off too much yet. Yet being the key word here, considering we're only 2 games in, and already we have MADBULLS and FLUX taking home a chicken dinner. The MADBULLS chicken dinner, I think, is a little bit more scary than FLUX. Yes, FLUX are looking to bring their performance up and find their way into PMGC, but I think the MADBULLS chicken dinner is the terrifying one, considering it's happened so early in the tournament. kind of speaks of things to come, right? If a team like MADBULLS could continue dominating like they did over in Western Europe and get a chicken dinner this early on, I would be worried if I was other teams. I'd definitely be paying them a little bit more respect now.
Well, that's the thing with MADBULLS, isn't it? It's about consistency for them. Was it second or third place finish in that first game? They are currently only 2 points behind on the overall standings when you compare them to FLUX, who managed to get a 33-point gain, Blank. That is absolutely huge, but we'll take a break on that one as TJB have some invaders to their ground floor right now. 2 players from S2G, and they've yet to get a knock so far. Silas up the stairs there, tries to challenge GK first, but put the brakes on for the Molotov. Heal does come through as Hamsi stays alive. Lin low in the outside courtyard. GK first low as well. Xiao's there, full HP with the Tommy gun. They're finally finding the sprays. Lin will fall, but it is answered. Hamsi tries to get the player, hopping on in, but he gets into the vehicle instead. Stays away from it. And GK first, he's been given the slip one too many times, and Xiao puts a stop to the shenanigans. But in the meantime, S2G rally on in. The rest of the team is here to play. Zittel out wide, gets Razy low, but doesn't quite finish the job, and it will be the end of him. GK first now, last player standing for TJB as S2G look to try and keep everyone alive. GK first, low HP, bandages only. Slips out the back, but no, closes the door instead. Hits the deck on the inside, and Kelsey wants to push forwards. Gets the first flush, gets the res on the close. GK first, up the stairs, tries to stay alive on the top floor.
Interesting stuff. The fact that they're able to get people back in position. It looked like that nade did actually knock Razy once again. Molotov's more coming through, but finally that'll be GK first going down. S2G for their troubles, and it really was a lot of troubles there, will pick themselves up 4 eliminations versus TJB, though I did think that was going to be S2G taken down. Luckily, you know, Razy's there with the DBS, hits some absolute insane shots from afar, makes that thing look like more of an assault rifle than a shotgun, and is able to pick up the pieces, and there were quite a few of them.
Chunk going well for S2G. TJB fall under the pressure. TJB not happy about how that Miramar ended. They wanted to show us that they can go for crashes and they can win them fairly decisively.
I mean, you look at that, and it is just an incredible turnaround. And the fact they were able to keep all 4 players up and in action, that was quite the fast response time coming through from them. I mean, the phone call was made, and then the rest of the S2G boys were there instantaneously. TJB being our first to fall, and I felt like that could have been a redemption story there for them in the 3rd match. Unfortunately, it is not to be, left only with that 1 elimination they got towards MUERTE early on.
Good guys looking to leave MUERTE just ahead of MUERTE and head out to the west. VIRTUS.PRO leaving on the southwest side of Pochinki, getting a little bit more central. Nobody really scuffling right now, but HVVP may be looking for some revenge over to S2G.
Coming in quickly this time around. Most of the time SUVP don't make this instantaneous rotate. It's not as swift as this usually. They don't have the most idea of where S2G is at the moment. I don't have an exact position, but currently clearing out compounds surrounding the area that they had their engagement with them before, so they're just clearing and ticking off compounds as they go. So should have a general idea of where they are playing now down towards this south side. QODEX currently split just a little bit with players off towards the east and the west. Unfortunately, the eastern players surrounded by the guys from VP.
They definitely know that Timber's there. Gorka wants it. They're waiting for him. Pick me. Pick me. He's not getting it.
Now, once you're in the shack, you remain in the shack. There is no leaving from the shack. That is your life now. Unfortunately, it seems to me that SURREAL Esports have taken the shack life a little bit too early on. A lot of water in this circle, though. WILDCATS now finally making their move from Sosnovka military base across that bridge up towards the side of a lot of the teams here. HVVP making a bit of a swing from the top side of Gatka, trying to make their way down towards the quarry. And in the meantime, MADBULLS retreating towards Primorsk Deep.
It's a hard shift to deal with. New World's all the way still in North George for whatever reason. And to be fair, if they find a boat, they could potentially even swing down on the south coast. Not quite making that move just yet, but BEŞİKTAŞ moving in on the northeastern side, back of the queue. Edge teams coming on in from Turkey, and Unicorns of Love as well, going to be there with the MUERTE.
Yeah, a little bit slower this time around, heading down towards Gatka. With the playing path, they were looking to maybe pick up some more positions towards that eastern side. FLUX, they move to the top of Hospital. I mean, they're on that western side. There are some compounds to play around here. And they do slip their way in towards the backside, a lot of these teams. So, unfortunately, get away with some stealthy maneuvers here. And some of these teams might be caught off guard by FLUX in the midst of them.
Moving through, S2G. Close to Skills' outpost, they'll see that. Do they pull up and try and stop this one? Skills is playing dangerously right now. Not quite got the cover and will take a bullet or two. Not down just yet. Effect has got a little bit of an angle. Answers with some shots over towards S2G, who get us some vehicles to potentially reposition to the west-southwest side of Quarry. But no, S2G are happy with their spot. They will stay up. Kicking on the north side.
Not to do too much yet. QODEX in the meantime are currently in full panic mode, dropping every single smoke they have in the back pocket. A little bit of a hullabaloo over there. Definitely know where they are though, just by the location of those smokes. S2G will send one of their own down with a smoke flare.
QODEX have taken a knock there from SURREAL, actually, across the way. PIONER actually the ones to finish it out. 3 teams taking QODEX on their position. Those smokes not quite enough to cover them off. Unicorns of Love and MADBULLS taking a little bit of a scrap here, as Effect does get knocked, but plenty more damage pouring out towards Unicorns of Love. Only one of their players remaining now.
Yeah, quite the bold push coming through from Unicorns of Love. I think they've managed to just needle their way into what is quite a dangerous situation down towards Quarry with so many teams around here that all have eyes on. Calci will take out the final player there in Crypto. Gets popped off the back of the vehicle, and Unicorns of Love going down in 16th place. Not ideal.
S2G, high ground. 5 eliminations already, and they are continuing to try and roll this one down. Next circle just about to come through any moment now, once it all closes down. On the east side, OZAROX Esports moving in behind GOODGUYS. And they will have to move a little bit further. Next circle comes through, keeps the water in it.
But all to play here. I mean, we're coming from Miramar, where it was heavily waterside, and a lot of these teams were crammed in like sardines in a can here. Looking for position in the circle. OZAROX tries to get through, but losing players as they go. Bomb already down here.
FOX on the high ground, on the roof. Holding off well. Swan on a wide split from the rest of the team. The WILDCATS looking good to hold off that nade from Storm. Looks dangerous over the top, but won't get the knock just yet. Instead, he takes one back from FOX and will go down to it. With the split that OZAROX have right now, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to get back to their feet. Certainly not at full force. One player standing, one down.
Yeah, somehow DefWorks is able to get that nade to crawl its way down the wall into the lap of the final, one of the last players of OZAROX there. Now just Sephir left alive. SURREAL Esports on the coastal edge, looking for a ditch, masquerading as the MADBULLS themselves. MADBULLS, on the other hand, currently in Quarry. Just waiting at the moment. Currently have high ground, so I imagine looking for some pickoffs. Trying to clear some space on that north side for themselves. Most likely that this will shift back up towards that north side with so much water being in. It's not going to shift down towards Sosnovka. It's nowhere near it. So I think that a lot of these teams can be happy in their positioning. I think if you're taking this coastal side, this is a last resort option. Some of these teams like S2G currently holding the hills within the tree line. This is a good spot for them. I mean, it could quite easily head up towards the northwest and encompass a lot of these teams. In the meantime, also could head up towards the northeast, in which case BEŞİKTAŞ is given a bit of a lifeboat to swim towards.
Coastal side providing sanctuary for now, before it gets too crowded. Betwixt the tank traps there for SURREAL. Staying alive, the name of the game for them. 3 players for them on the south side as well. HVVP making their move in on the west edge, potentially moving into the north throes of Primorsk, but moving that far south could also be a little bit of a mistake in terms of their future rotational paths. It looks like they are just going to spread out on those northern hills.
HVVP over towards the west, still taking high ground. MADBULLS strike out just a little bit as the next circle comes in, and they were already in vehicles ready to go. I like that. Getting into position straight away, looking for somewhere to head towards, but we're looking at quite the big clash here, John, between HVVP, S2G, as well as MADBULLS themselves.
Northern side of the road really starting to get packed. Teams will be almost certainly fighting for it. Tixi down, flushed. HVVP lose a player early.
Again, that is quite HVVP-like, though. Sadly for them. Just a little bit too headstrong at times, this team. If you're headstrong like that, you're likely to bump your head on the top of the door frame, thinking you're a giant.
Don't want to be going for those. Sometimes it's better, you know, just take your time. Get the stoop on. Get under that lintel. And don't crack it up.
Jason going for MADBULLS, Maxman and Kalaris both going to fire FLUX down towards Primorsk. They rotate over on that western side. Ooh, unfortunate. Archon's knocked by a nade of his own. Send some more over towards WILDCATS. An explosion there will take down X-Ray.
More sprays from Timber. Over towards the regroup from Lux. Will not be able to be stopped just yet, and a nade potentially to answer for it. Timber wants to put one back, did win out the trade last time, and that's a lovely nade over the top, gets the flush and puts Lux low as well. Timber not taken down, and there's nades coming through from the rest of SURREAL as well. Beast wants to put some more suppressing fire down and will do so successfully. Archon, nade over the top to Defo X.
Ooh.
Looks for another as well, doesn't get taken down. Really solid suppressing nades coming through from SURREAL.
Good stuff here. Lux trying to keep them at bay. In the meantime, MADBULLS taking quite a bit of punishment on that north edge. With S2G taking down 2 of their players in separate positions as well. Luckily, they've been able to get them back up on their feet, but it's not often that you see Skills's or Zerich going down so lackadaisically over on their scouting positions. Usually, they're very good at squeezing themselves out of those tight spots.
Looting up teammates. Defo X still low. Hasn't managed to get the heal off just yet. I imagine that's in the works. There it goes. Timber. Helping to prevent this push westward from the DENİZBANK Wildcats. Nade over the top. That looks quite close, but there's cover there. Splitting the difference. Keeping the 7-10 going. Archon stands up. Spray over towards Boran, but they regroup. All 3 players now for the Wildcats in one position. Ooh, a nade over the top forces Archon back, but they're still playing nice and firm. The blue zone will push the Wildcats forwards. Now they get into the vehicle. Archon gets sprayed down. There's trade-offs from the other way, and the knocks are strong. Both players fall, but hang on a minute. There's trades coming on in very, very quickly. VIRTUS.PRO sweep both teams to side.
Yeah, just waiting for it to come up. I think S2G has now individually knocked every single member of MADBULLS, and now Razy sends in, and this will be the final stand from MADBULLS as they're getting very close to this circle, and face fives, it will really hurt them. Silas hits a nice native towards Skills's, knocking him down towards his feet. This is really bad and quite the engagement, quite the important engagement, in fact, on this northwest side.
Yeah, seems like they are still going for it. MADBULLS staying alive for now, but effect falling is pretty disastrous for the opening of that engagement on the Northwest. You can see it just over the hills there. Silas finds Zerich and leaves the MADBULLS at 1. There's a flush onto Skillses, onto Effect. The MADBULLS still at 1. Zerich flushed and Monkey's the last to fall. So the MADBULLS taken down. S2G, vengeance has been claimed.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see any of that engagement, but yeah, very well done from S2G, really putting MADBULLS in the hurt locker that entire time. They were just not able to get back up on their feet, and we've seen so many times during the Western Europe PMPL, you've seen MADBULLS able to get themselves out of those awful spots where so many of their players go down. In the meantime, BEŞİKTAŞ just explodes on the approach.
They have not had the best of times so far today, slipping down the tables to a position unbecoming a contender for the top spots. S2G, however, riding strong off the last game's second place. 10 eliminations already into this game, all 4 of them alive on a solid northern position. VIRTUS.PRO being pulled apart right now. Serve them up hot, put them on the grill. On the south side on the beach, not going well for them. Corker in the backstop, last player standing.
HVVP getting a little bit of resurgence there for MADBULLS. Actually able to hit a single knock over towards S2G, but looks like they have locked themselves in tight on that northern side, and MUERTE trying desperately to keep them at bay as well, but they're losing players as we speak. VP were the kings of this coastal area, but like you say, John, there is just so many people starting to encircle and get themselves into the position, and I think that's Old Boy finally out and them getting out of the game.
VIRTUS.PRO with just Corker remaining. Hiding behind the tank, trying to keep some cover there. QODEX fragging out towards PIONER. It's on the northeast side, blank, of this circle. And QODEX, I mean, they tried to hold it out, but it's not going to go well. Not yet, but GOODGUYS turn their attention this way as PIONER cross to the south of the road. Next circle coming in soon as well. S2G falter as a player gets knocked.
GG, 5 eliminations, good stuff, great position. It's actually amusing to see GG here because the amount of times we've seen 7 play within those bunkers is quite often, John, actually. So this seems quite the classic one. Silas gets knocked as well, so HVVP still putting up quite the fight versus S2G on that side, but S2G very, very reluctant to go down here. Every time they hit the knockout punch and they hit the floor, before the referee can start to count to 1, they're back up on their feet, ready to get back in the ring.
They're kicking out. Rip7 takes shots over towards S2G successfully. Gets a flush there, bringing them down. Yet another peg. 3 players now alive. Nades downhill from FLUX, who are finally leaving Primorsk. They've been quiet in this game so far, blank. No eliminations on the cards, but look at the oversight they have on these teams.
A huge amount. Fortunately, there is a lot of teams know their location as well. Like you say, this high ground is beautiful stuff to work with. And the lineup that Ketch currently has. HVVP take out the final member from S2G here.
Taking S2G down as a solid position on that northern side, but still 11 points for them. FLUX want to go in for the fight. Nade over towards Kamikaze, sends him up. Solke is knocked in response, but look at the wide swing coming through from FLUX. Runs on in, and he's not taken any prisoners. Lutz just rolls it down. Oh my goodness, Solus just straight through. What a way to keep him going. And that is going to be New Worlds Esports eliminated. Southwest side, all FLUX all day.
I mean, it looked awkward for FLUX, right? But, you know, you pull that out of the tank and it's very difficult to get out that scenario. It was a last-ditch attempt type of deal. Get in the vehicle, run them down. My last option. It's not really, but it's the option that I want to take in this scenario.
Just doing it for a giggle. Having a laugh, either way. Certainly very, very effective. HVVP shots over towards the back lines of the MUERTE. HVVP, they lost a player early, but they're playing with 3. They're playing fairly effectively. They don't really have FLUX to deal with just yet. They will have to do so in the next circle, but for now, they can just suppress these northern teams.
It is hard to hit that nade, honestly. Wow. And that's directly on the outside whilst they were looking for that res. Not quite in the building, but now they're able to get a little bit further up. They can maybe angle That one down towards and inwards. Matic, another nice one. Leaves MUERTE bare with just the one player remaining.
HVVP, 3 players alive. Tixi going down. That's a nice answer coming through from MUERTE. It's very resible in their current position. FLUX not pushing up to try and third-party this engagement. And why would they go all that way when the circle's down south towards them? Don't need to take that risk and summit that ridge.
Massively important knock there onto Matic, though. Gives time for FLUX actually to res both his players within there. And it's about 5 nades that now wasted for HVVP, trying to get a foothold here to move down towards MUERTE, who currently, with that little slit, that little angle within the shack, look directly up towards the players from HVVP. So getting down requires some smokes, but you really wonder how much utility does HVVP still have left to work with? I would say not a lot.
Nades continue to roll down, though. You can see Kitsune with no utility whatsoever. But level 3'd, all at max. Nicely looted for now. Nades from Striker now starting to answer, but only one left in the back pocket. That one sent towards Kitsune, but it doesn't quite clear the cover. That one towards Meku, and that does do a little bit of damage, but no more nades to be seen here. And MUERTE, they have a harder push than HVVP, and this blue zone will just push MUERTE out into the sightlines.
Yeah, that shack has been their savior for so long, but HVVP controlling this hillside is really the clincher here. Striker moves out, but HVVP still have to be accurate on these shots.
They need to get these good trades, and Meku actually goes down first. Striker pushing all the way up close. Kitsune backing off as well. Forced to look for a reload, and there's the trade. Striker goes down, but now HVVP on just the one as English going for the 1 versus 1, but it's not going to work. HVVP, though, slowed. In the meantime, FLUX were going in for a fight. Everybody is down. Everybody is healing. GG were eliminated over on that southeast side, and now SeoulK moves up into position. Meku is rezzed. Matic looking for it as well. FLUX getting back to fighting force.
You know, if that was a clean engagement there from HVVP, there's even a chance that they just roll up over this top side and is able to take down a fair few of the players. But Ketch already able to find himself a little bit of a first aid kit, get that on side, but the blue still pushing in. And again, it's another case of SeoulK being close up towards them is the real position they have to be worried about. The fact that he's got here so soon is massive.
I don't know. I don't think they're aware that this could be a position. Either that or they feel like they have it suppressed effectively. Kitsune taking these shots, these little peek-ups over towards the rest of the FLUX backstop. Stims running out for SeoulK. Could be troublesome on the long side of this circle. Kitsune
no idea.
Playing high ground. You're right. There is no way he has an idea here. There is potential for SeoulK just to step up, take down Meku even. If he gets the right angle here. An important position for FLUX.
Another game like this would be absolutely rocketing them towards the top side of the standings. And further beyond that, in fact. But for HVVP, this is an even more important game, and SeoulK steps up.
Oh, just manages to get it in there, squeaks it through, and in come the rest of FLUX. Meku tries to hold it off, but it is all just too much. In the end, SeoulK works wonders for FLUX, opens the door, and it is 2 out of 3 games going the way of FLUX to open the European Championship.
They were just saving themselves the European Championship, apparently, here. The thing is, though, is that, you know, without that SeoulK position, things get a little bit rough for them. But I do think that a lot of that comes down to MUERTE and English. English, a very strong player overall, but the fact that, you know, you see HVVP lose so many members to that single player there, and the amount of members that were down for FLUX, if HVVP were able to just roll over the top, maybe SeoulK doesn't get into that position to hold, to be defensive, and they just take shots down and start eliminating players, making that into a 3v2 very, very quickly. So HVVP, a lot of things go wrong for them there, and they domino.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but they do still get deep into the game. They play fairly strong on that western side. It's that final engagement that maybe slipped up for them, but they were playing with 3 for a very, very long time. It's a solid result for HVVP, but FLUX are on form today. They continue to impress us, and they continue to play strong. We're going to head to a short break. When we're back, it's the Analyst Desk.
there 3 openings in the hospital walls? What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's first floor, third floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now. Have you visited Mill to Power since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
I don't know what to say. FLUX, we've had 3 matches today, and they've won 2/3 of them. Ridiculous stuff out of this team, and we really saw as well in that match. And I think every match today so far... What's funny, Claus?
Just the way in which they played this game. Continue.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I was getting to, though, is that we've seen, I think, and we're all in agreement with this, such a higher level of play. The way Soke kind of... I don't even want to say third party, but he like jumped at the perfect time to go in up against Kitsune there to open up the fight for the rest of his team to push at the exact same time. The level of coordination we're seeing out of these teams, Max, has been outstanding.
Hey, normally, like 9 times out of 10, if you're in the position where FLUX were and you have a team that's like 3 angles, which is where HVVP were, HVVP win those, typically. But the fact that Soke did push up, I would have liked him to go a little bit further, right? But the fact that he still had that angle that HVVP were completely unaware of, you get that one angle, then your team, you enable your entire team to go for the push at the end. So, yeah, Soke really saved this game for his team.
Really decisive on the extra push as well. After Soke gets that knock, they instantaneously crest the hill to actually bring the pressure on towards HVVP very quickly. But, I mean, even before all of that, the funny thing to me is when we picked FLUX, you and I picked them. They had one player in the position where GOODGUYS was, and I thought to myself, they're going to move up to that kind of high ground position, kind of control the game from there. They didn't. They all fell back to Primorsk and then took out so many players. I think it was New World that they kind of ramsacked and actually like took that position away from. And I can't believe how that went down. It was such a bold play, but of course it worked out. FLUX is playing at a very high level right now. To be able to make that work, it was ridiculous.
I wasn't actually too against the play of FLUX to go back in Primorsk because their game plan was we have a really good angle on this high ground position. If we clear New Worlds in Primorsk, we only have to focus on 180 degrees of land in front of us, right? So that was the game plan. New Worlds leapfrog them like, no, none of that.
I can't.
Let's, with the buggy, right back into them. Then pops another elimination.
What was this?
Yeah, it was a mess of a fight, but I mean, a mess of a fight is where FLUX excels.
Getting extreme eliminations in every game as well. This is extremely impressive by FLUX here, Jason.
It's been honestly phenomenal to see as well. I mean, ignoring the fact of them just being a great team, but to see the rise again of like Soulcave for me, when Footballists, they were the best team in Turkey, they kind of paved the way for other teams to come into effect here. And then to see them have that kind of like fall off. Football is just nowhere to be seen. And then the bounce back now for them has just been amazing, Max.
There's no more super weekends.
That is awesome.
It helps out.
Yeah, they did struggle when it came to super weekends, especially when they were, where were they? Not Malta, Maldives? Maldives?
Oh, when they're Maldives.
A little bit too
that was a
much time in the sun
vacation.
there. Yeah, the vacation. But I mean, the fact is FLUX have been so dominant over the course of today. But not even just them. Again, so many teams are making so many great plays. The coordination we're seeing out of teams is just completely different level than what we've seen before. But we need to dive into FLUX actually a little bit here. Maybe take a look at their stats as well, because or their player stats, because they have just been so on point. And I think, again, one of the impressive parts is it's not just like one player or two players always performing. It was Soke in the bottom of the table for the team when they won earlier on today. Now he's towards the top.
I mean, coming into this game as well, they had the top 3 elimination leaders of the previous games, and now getting themselves another victory on the board. I'm sure that they're all going to be there. I won't be surprised if all 4 of them were the top elimination leaders, even though we're seeing SUG getting a lot on the board as well here. But yeah, being able to do this, given what was a compromising situation when New World actually leapfrogged them, and then I thought maybe GOODGUYS was going to be able to kind of hold them out of the artillery location, but that wasn't to be as well. They had just the right amount of smokes to be able to continue being alive against the HVVP whilst Soke was making that move on that left-hand side, and it was a thing of perfection.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that worked out for them so many times in these fights, and also what worked out for them in game 1 is that they have a fight, they fully commit to it, like send the 4 players, boom, in the fight, and then might have a player or 2 get knocked away, but because the fights are so quick, no one gets flushed. Just instantly res back up, you've got another 4-man team back on board, and their chances of taking the win really just never go down significantly. So that's why you see them get already 2 wins out of 3 matches, and I think we're going to see way more potentially.
I think the crazy thing for me, and Carlos, I'm curious your thoughts, is that we always talked about MADBULLS being such a dominated team when it came to Europe, but I don't think I've seen MADBULLS have this level of coordination we're seeing out of these Turkish teams with FLUX and S2G earlier.
They're getting put in compromising situations and they're winning it out. I mean, for S2G in this game, for example, after we've already talked extensively about FLUX, S2G gets themselves another 10 points on the board because of the eliminations that they're able to actually push through. And they were in, not Longwoods, but they were kind of far west of Longwoods, being able to shoot at pretty much everything that was going on. And what was interesting about their loadouts was a significant amount of M16s, which I did not expect, but using the tap fire of it, as well as just kind of their gun control and the control of the terrain that they had around them, they're constantly getting all these elimination points on the board, even if they're not converting a win. And getting double digits off of a middling position in a game is very respectful.
Well, Claris, I know you want to move away from talk about FLUX.
Oh, here we go.
We're not going to be able to. Let's take a look at our top 3 fraggers so far in this event, because I have a feeling we're going to see FLUX yet again.
I didn't expect that one, actually. We've got Kelsey from S2G up there. I mean, they've also been fragging out pretty well. Despite not getting himself any wins so far, they got himself a 2nd place in that 2nd match here. They still got himself a few eliminations on MADBULLS. And Kelsey, he's one of my favorite players of Turkey. I think that since he played with Salas, he's improved so much over the past of like a year and a half now. And he is currently, I would say, potentially the top performer next to HamCG in the side of SGG. So yeah, he's up there, but
look at his damage, by the way, Max.
Dominated by FLUX.
His damage with 9 eliminations compared to Catch with 12 elimination and 1400 damage.
Yeah.
I mean, Kelsey has just been fired at all cylinders.
FLUX has been very quick about their fights, let's put it that way. But also what's impressive here is 3 games in, 24 minutes average survival time. Ain't no big thing.
Average. No big deal.
Those are silly numbers. Calm down, guys. That's ridiculous.
Well, we're going to see some more silly numbers here. We're going to take a look at our overall standings after 3 matches have been played. So we're halfway done with the first day out of 4. And I'm assuming FLUX, yeah, you're seeing there's 67 points at the moment. MADBULLS in 2nd at 44, and S2G in 3rd at 42.
Yeah, so right now, if we would stop right now, GOODGUYS would qualify. I mean, it's just the first M, so we're stopping right now. We're not. We're not anywhere close to that. But SGG, once again, not competing for that PMGC spot. So FLUX, MADBULLS, they're happy about that. Their tough competition is not going to be that relevant in this event, but that much of a lead already. FLUX are just running away with it in the first day.
They have double the limbs of MADBULLS. They have more limbs than 5th place has in total points. Obviously, when you win 2 matches, it kind of goes hand in hand. But the fact is, they are just running away with this at the moment.
And again, those limbs are not coming just to, once they've found themselves a position and then they're just being able to shoot at everything from it. Those limbs have come from the very word go of the 3 games that we've played so far, when they took out BEŞİKTAŞ on the rotation through an Erangel, and they're constantly willing and happy to go from fight to fight if they need it.
Yeah. And also their fight versus Unicorns of Love on Miramar, right? They're not supposed to win those fights where they do not have the advantage. They just dominate, and they come out as like, what, a 3 or 4-man team every single time, because the Turkish teams are so good at fighting. I think that where the Western European teams, technically CIS teams, really stand out is it comes to their macro. MADBULLS always get himself in a circle despite a bad circle. The Turkish teams, you throw anything at them, they take a fight 4v4, they win it.
Well, you know what? We see to take more fights here. So we're going to head into our 4th match of the day. It's time to finally get into our Sanhok of the day. So throw it on over back to John and Blake.
1/4 of the jungles that we have in the next 4 days will be played out right now, Blank. It's gonna get messy, I'm sure, with the Turkish teams, as I was saying over on the desk, being able to handle pretty much anything you can throw at them. Here's a Sanhok. Let's see how they handle this.
Okay, yeah, sure. I would hope you didn't throw an entire Sanhok at the Turkish teams. That would be rather rude of you.
Oh, I did. I did that.
Okay, fair play. Yeah, no, that's respectable. I'm okay with that. It would be a far louder and far more gruntier yeet, I would assure you of that, if you were tossing the entirety of Sanhok at a team. But yeah, we're heading over here now. I think that from a lot of the other PMPLs that we have seen before, you know, this is going to be quite a wide split in terms of Sanhok. There's going to be players absolutely everywhere trying to take as much position as possible, which seems to be a reoccurring trend recently throughout the entirety of these games for a lot of different teams, which is just take up as much space as you can and hold it down. What'll be interesting, though, is who will take up Paradise Resort. Obviously, MADBULLS currently holding that over in Western Europe. I'm sure there's lots of other teams that would like to challenge for that.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if anyone's going to try and challenge those drop spots as well. We'll be looking at where they find themselves. Of course, only 4 Sanhoks on the cards total over the course of these 4 days of play. We're going to be seeing where the teams are going to start to drop. Plane path, Hatin, down towards Sami. So a very western plane path here. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it means that those teams on the northwestern island down fast.
Getting into position is always the main thing. Unicorns of Love already out the plane, moving over towards the eastern side of the map. Curious to see who drops in Hatin. And it looks like with the way that the Wildcats are going, this is most likely going to be their drop spot here. And HVVP very much on the ball. Once again, taking that Northwest Island, looking to flex out down towards the South Confluence Island. Remember, as we said earlier, there's only 4 of these Sanhoks throughout the entirety of the tournament. So taking an aggressive hold like this early on, making sure teams know where you're playing, is always a good thing for you.
No one in Camp Alpha, HVVP, playing that Confluence split. Unicorns of Love still up on that northern side around the bridge. We'll be trying to split around there. I think that was Game Lord who played that in Western Europe. Unicorns of Love flying out a little bit further east, so they have shunted across just a little bit, so an adjustment there. Camp Charlie under contest right now. OZAROX and DEMUERTE both fighting it out for position. There's a lot of players going down towards Sami.
Oh yeah, and I mean, why not? We talked about this, a lot of teams be fighting for these healer spots. What's more interesting though is S2G takes up Paradise Resort and MADBULLS relegate themselves down towards PIONER. OZAROX though looking to finish this fight between them and DEMUERTE. Unfortunately for them, Dariev moves out wide. We know this guy is the healer of the team on Sanhok, but certainly can pack a punch when he needs to.
Evens on the knocks right now. Sefer crawling on in, getting some info. The reses are coming through. Ingush should be spotted on that cross. No, stays in his lane. 2 players alive for OZAROX. And they will continue to look for those pushes. Nade being cooked. No meds. Well, very limited, certainly, for DEMUERTE. Will be tricky. There's the flush for 1. But 2 healthy players coming up against DEMUERTE. Still a challenge.
The major challenge is just keeping 4 players alive, right? I mean, with this strategy, it really doesn't bank on having 4 players, but it definitely benefits you massively. You need those 3 players to send out and remain scouting, basically be the bodyguards of the member of the team that is holding on to all the first aid kits. And already first aid kits are being used up to support these teammates and get them back into fighting action. So already those first aid kits becoming more and more limited towards the end of the game. In the meantime, GG are in Sami. And, you know, it's peaceful music all down there at the moment. Happy days. They are frolicking through the fields of first aid kits of themselves. In the meantime, you've got heavy metal on this side of the map as both these teams go toe-to-toe with OZAROX looking a little bit more on the back foot here.
Biding their time. Trying to play sneaky around the side of some blocks. There's the cross. Looking for the peek out. High ground. Still there for the DEMUERTE, but they're moving as a line in Camp Charlie. Playing it a reserved. Shots out from Storm, doesn't get the knock. Position given away now, and instantly there's retribution found. DBS in hand, looking for one knock, and actually there's one around the side. English does trade it off. Swan is on the warpath, however, as the high ground position is dismounted. Striker no longer oversight. Swan still moving around the battlefield here. Looking for another angle out wide on the outside. Looks for the jump, doesn't quite catch it. And they want a little bit more. Gush moving forwards, will be dropped from the top rope, but Rezable. And MUERTE take down OZAROX.
I mean, it's dangerous, right? It's dangerous waters you're in when you're up against a DBS, and no one's really got the most loot on board, maybe not the best of equipment to play around with, so it could have been very dangerous. So they had to almost go for a distracting play. SURREAL, 4 members for them, currently take out QODEX. PNL goes down. Woodson looks to support. I'm just kidding, he leaves.
He is not supporting, pretty much the opposite. You're right, PNL flushed. QODEX banking on a later game this time around.
He's just sick of it at this point.
I mean, they're in 9th place, 17 points. It's not terrible. But, of course, it's those top 3 spots that you're looking for all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at it right now on the first day, the points are going to change so rapidly. You can see that a lot of these points are being sucked up by the guys at the top. I mean, 9th place at 17 points, and I think as we headed over towards 13th and down, it's like 6 points apiece, and maybe one team with 4. So it does get very much malleable as you go down the tables. HVVP currently in 7th is a little bit of a weird one. Unfortunately, not able to find their groove as of yet. Able to get that 2nd place in the last game, though, was nice. Could have been a lot better, though, and I think HVVP going down to MUERTE like that was definitely a bit out of the left field for me, to be honest with you. It didn't look like them, and I think they're getting a bit shaken at the moment. I mean, they went from one lobby where they were struggling against this titan of a team alongside some other fantastic members, but there was a lot of other teams in that lobby that they could kind of stomp on. Here, it's not the same case. They really do have to play much more up to speed to get the same kind of results they were finding over in Western Europe.
Hopefully they can improve into it. And in doing so, prove themselves. Speaking of teams that need to prove a little bit more, BEŞİKTAŞ, they really have been slipping under the radar as of late. You can see them here currently fairly central on this next circle, close to the Unicorns of Love, close to the MADBULLS, just on the north of them, southeast side of boot camp. But they have not had great results over these last couple of games. It's not what you'd expect from a team that fought so closely for first place, for a team that was right up in the running for the top spots of those PMGC points right until the end. This is not what you expect.
No, not really. It's a little bit interesting, to be honest. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love head down very quickly from the position, taken up by Game Lord's spot back in Western Europe, towards the south side of Paradise Resort. SGG playing things a little bit more differently than how we felt MADBULLS played that spot, which was taking out position early on from Paradise Resort. This time, instead, they're much more worried about the northern side of the map, making sure people don't rotate past them. MADBULLS already moved out of Pioneer towards a central spot, gives them a nice compound to play around with on the crossroads there.
We've seen that compound be really quite strong in a number of scenarios. If you leave a couple more teams towards the edge, it kind of ups in value, because at the moment we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about six to seven teams currently sat not in this next zone. So a lot of edge play going on right now. Potential to see a lot more healing coming on through. Certainly from GOODGUYS and maybe even from HVVP, who are still over towards Camp Alpha on the northwest.
You know, I'd even assume HVVP to go for that heal strat, honestly. It would make sense. You know, they want to get those consistent points. Remember, for them, they're another team that is banking on the PMGC placement. If they don't get that, we don't see them in PMGC. So this is an incredibly important tournament for them. Fash, though, takes a little bit of damage as Amitsu on his knees at the moment, looking to get picked back up again, clasping the arms of his Amitsu as he pulls him to his feet.
Black-White overseeing the operation. The rescue mission going well so far. The Crypto's close enough to prove to be a problem. Should the opportunity present itself, Rolkis repositioning around in the meantime. Gonzo and IC as a backstop and as a duo. The Unicorns may be looking to push on in and get something more than they're able to preen with the first knock.
Yeah, Rolkis definitely worried about that high ground that Pioneer could be holding, and I think rightly so too. It's a position that you would stay back towards. So I think for Rolkis right now, he is ensuring that these players don't get a free exit. The get out of jail card here. Crypto going down there to Havlik is disastrous for Unicorns. Loves push here.
Finding that opening, and Pioneer are regrouped really effectively onto the position. Izzy back up, and Unicorns of Love backed off in a central spot. This is excellent news.
Res comes through though, which is great, but it does allow more of Pioneer's players to get into position. Rolkis obviously not able to hold that anymore with Gonzo and Icy far back behind. Rolkis spots a player, but decides not to get a little bit too heavy with the bullets he's spraying through there, considering it looked like he was directly spotting Rolkis in that moment.
I mean, you don't want to take this engage when you know teams are going to be starting to rotate in, when there's a third-party potential on the northern side, and it's going to be from S2G. I mean, you might expect it to be MADBULLS, but either way, you're going to be worried on this northern flank if you're Unicorns of Love. And you don't want to commit to a fight that can be third-partied so easily. There was a knock that was sent over towards Tixi, but that looks to be rezzed by HVVP as they potentially are starting to make their way towards this next circle, leave the blue zone there. SURREAL on the northeast side. FLUX down in docks, yet to make their way on up. GOODGUYS on that southwestern edge. The MUERTE still all the way on the south side with their outpost striker, but the rest of them a lot more central.
Very centre circle here, John. I mean, for MADBULLS, there could have been a decision to move down towards that southwest compound that you can see on your screen right now. One of the strongest compounds within Sanhok, considering it's got that wall that surrounds the entirety of it, very difficult to move up to and actually take shots and engagements with an enemy team without a full-on crash. And a lot of times on Sanhok, you know that these teams aren't packing vehicles. I mean, for the initial beginning of the game, that is where you'd want to use them a lot. But as you head towards that later game, it becomes very difficult to use any vehicles because you're just so easily spotted and then popped out the backside.
Unicorns of Love stand in the way of S2G, who slip to the side of them and instead find QODEX. Money can actually all the way up north to the compound that S2G had just left. And with this compound, S2G can start to exert some presence on the hillsides here on the eastern side, north of Quarry.
It's very characteristic right now of S2G to just kind of plant the feet in and get stuck within this circle. They don't really take too much time when it comes to cautionary practice of slowly edging their way in, one toe nail at a time. Instead, they just get in. If they need to fight anyone for that position, they will. They're confident to do it, and that is the makings of a championship team, to be honest with you. I like that from S2G. Currently playing the 2-2 split. I mean, it's not going to provide them too much advantage at this stage in the game, but it is a position to hold on to. You don't want to leave one of these sides open that a team could sneak into from that east if they're still pushing in from the blue. So respectable position so far, but will be a tough approach for them as the circle will center up.
These hillsides becoming more and more treacherous by the minute. New World's Esports, they've been not really doing too much over these last couple of games. You do see them move through the rotations really quite smoothly. They haven't really got the points to show for it, but I feel like their rotations towards into getting them into the mid to late game have been fairly decent. They just haven't really done anything beyond that.
Not really. I think that's where things become a little bit more difficult, right? I think if you can get towards that late game, but then you just don't have that factor to really press yourself further than that, it is an awkward place to be in. And I think with this kind of lobby, with the caliber of teams and the skill of a lot of these players, you know, you can only get so far off the back of macro at this point in time. Yes, you can have all the brains in the world, but if you actually don't have the bronze to back it up, things are not going to go your way most of the time. And I think that's where this game becomes a bit more interesting, is that you will see a lot of teams get far just off the back of that macro and being able to make some wise decisions during the game. But if you don't have those players on side that are able to absolutely light up the lobby in terms of elimination feed, it's difficult to get much further than, you know, those final like 7 minutes of the match.
Circle closing will dictate the pace and the pressure for the coming time. And that is a hard north shift right up towards the Unicorns, right up towards the Wildcats over there as well. MADBULLS will have to leave their compound. And BEŞİKTAŞ, this is their time to prove that they are a team that can ball with the best of them. Because at the moment, as I said, we haven't seen that from them in the first 3 games of the day. This is their chance.
Yeah, it's very odd as well. I mean, coming from a team that hit 302, 250, 265, respectively from Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3, getting the most points in the league stage of Turkey, and then taking first place in the finals with quite the fair lead. We've not seen too much from this team. They've been a bit quiet, not able to hit those shots that we've been able to, you know, look forward to from them. It is a bit awkward. I don't know if the pressure's getting to them or what, or it's just S2G is just making them look maybe somewhat subpar.
Not only S2G, but FLUX as well. S2G predicted by Jason, BEŞİKTAŞ for Maxman, and Unicorns of Love for Kalaris. So again, a split desk, but again, all solid choices. I feel like S2G might have the trickiest time of it of those 3 rosters.
I don't know, to be honest with you, I quite like S2G's position. You know, they were thrown a bone here with the circle heading up this way, and it was going to look a little bit more awkward if the circle headed down towards BEŞİKTAŞ or MADBULLS' position. This way, they actually have a fighting chance in this game, and I think you'd predict this team, if you were Jason, off the back of how well they were performing and how good they've looked, because this is a team that I could quite easily see barrel up towards Unicorns of Love, take that position for their own, and then start to dominate from the center of the circle.
Holding out towards GG. Effective. The MUERTE laying down the fire on the south side. Will have to leave soon enough. Bulky getting pressured in. Blue zone closing. GG losing players fast, and I don't imagine they'll last too much longer this way, but they played from southwest. They are probably all set to go for a heal strat, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Actually not a bad position from HVVP either at this point in time. It's a decent spot to be in, right on these compounds towards the eastern side of boot camp, and surprising as well, considering they're looking more and more like a healer team here on Sanhok.
FLUX suffering now, just Soulless left. The potential for them to lose out pretty firmly. 21 first aids in the back pocket though for Soulless, so heal possible, very possible in fact for Soulless, unless he gets spotted. TJB moving in on the southeast side. Will have to push past Pioneer if they want to get in.
MADBULLS eking their way into the lobby here, with BEŞİKTAŞ just over the ridge side. Assuming that players will be coming over that hill, and the circle heading over towards the west, this becomes a high priority compound for a lot of these teams. And almost a do or die moment here for MADBULLS. Great shots from Skills as though over towards VP, who are looking to make their way in.
TJB eliminated. Pressure just a little bit too much there. GG coming into conflict on the south side with their remaining players. MUERTE, MADBULLS spiking out. Players getting taken down, but MADBULLS losing a player not good on this south edge with VP to deal with BEŞİKTAŞ in the way. Could be more than troublesome. MADBULLS, 4 players, 4 eliminations. Effect, we'll have to heal just that little bit. We'll get it off. Peace is down on the back for BEŞİKTAŞ, which allows the MADBULLS a little bit of leeway here. Zessi repositioning. Enjoy needs to hold off solo against the MADBULLS' presence on the southeast side. They do have that forward position in Sun HP, and they can't really afford to pull that back.
Enjoy moves forward the nade, looking to toss it over towards Zerich's position. Quickly dealt with GG as Wolf moved up to try and take some shots towards them. Did knock effect on his feet, but quickly Zerich was able to get him back up off it. And with that knock over towards Peace as well, it's kind of clumped up BEŞİKTAŞ in a way that they didn't really want. S2G though, dealt with by Unicorns and Love. Very good stuff there.
SURREAL moved on through with their players and actually took down the forward outpost there in the middle. Sun HP fell, and now MADBULLS are getting crunched at the back. to MUERTE, giving them hell. From the southeast side, the circle pushes away from them yet again. And now it moves up northeast. Unicorns of Love on that northeast side have taken a knock, but they could look to move down into that pressure. Look at the hillside in front of them. You can see there's a couple of trees, a couple of rocks. It will be tricky, but it's doable.
MADBULLS taken down. A lot of players sweeping this edge now. HVVP also losing a player there in Tixi. VP taken out from All Boy to MUERTE, putting on a clinic on this side of the map after their initial engagement down towards that south side of the map between them and OZAROX.
First aids will now need to start to be burned in these zones as well, Blank. As Kitsune starts that heal for HVVP. Not entirely sure how many meds exactly were able to be accrued for HVVP, but they will keep fighting forwards with 2. Blue zone pushes them around the water. DENİZBANK WILDCATS eliminated. 9 teams remain. At the moment, I'm seeing 4 healing teams out in the zone. As Matic gets spotted out in the open in the water, Meku last standing for the squad, but there's shots coming through pretty much every which way across every team as well. To MUERTE with 3. They survived really well on this south side. It looked like they were godders, but they've managed to find that opening and push their way in.
Icy finds Meku, who was able to take some shots up towards BEŞİKTAŞ. This is all over the place. This is not a third party, but this is a 10-man party at the moment. So many teams all engaging on one another. It's getting a little bit wild at the moment. And MUERTE, though, historically one of the best teams on Sanhok. They fell off massively towards the end of the Western Europe PMPL. However, they definitely had some very, very good games underneath their belt and were still the heavyweight champion of that map for such a long time, and now trying to bring it back. Crypto, though, up close. Striker able to survive a little bit.
Ooh, no longer, though. Will go down, and Crypto to safety behind the rock. The MUERTE playing around a rock of their own, and nade in hand, cooked up top, and will be sent over towards Gonzo, but it doesn't quite reach the distance. Crypto looking to pop a heal or 2. 4 players alive for Unicorns of Love. A lot of teams out in the blue. 5 of them right now healing on out. So still 8 teams remain, despite only 4 of them, 3 of them actually being in the circle.
A little bit wild here. BEŞİKTAŞ not used to this kind of gameplay, maybe. There's the amount of teams all taking the heal strat. Zessi has to move away, but Related does have eyes on and could go for the knock. He's got 2 first aid kits left, and the window of opportunity to get this extra elimination point is dwindling now.
Archon moving through for SURREAL. A nade, I think, was there. English should be on broadside in this position, but there is suppression from both of these 2 players dealt with. MUERTE stay alive with 2, but the Unicorns of Love are up on the top of the hill. BEŞİKTAŞ are falling before them. Unicorns of Love really putting in the work now. 11 eliminations on the cards. MUERTE 10, but they are faltering with 2 players left standing. Nade over the top. Rolkis wants to end things quickly. Doesn't want to take the chance. Over towards the rest of the MUERTE. BEŞİKTAŞ with 1 player still down the hill. Like in the bush. Spotted, sprayed, naded, down. Looking for 1 more further out as well. It's English. Not going to stand up into it just yet. Unicorns of Love staying alive as 4, though. Really, really effective. Zessi, no first aids. Will need to push on in. Try and find something. Try and find an opening. FLUX eliminated. 4 teams remain now as the teams are starting to heal. Starting to drop as well. Zessi from down below. Do the Unicorns of Love even know that there's a player here? I wonder if they think the healer's just out in the zone and they're looking for more. Zessi could prove to be a big spoiler if Unicorns let it slip. He's found.
Kitsune takes that second place, and I mean, he must have a lot of first aid kits still remaining, and why not as well? He's able to slip his way through boot camp. One first aid kit left alive. I'm not going to give away his secrets too soon in the tournament because I do like them. Maybe I'll talk about them on day 4, perhaps, but it will be a chicken dinner going over towards Unicorns. I love that. Great stuff indeed. But the Camp Alpha, as well as Northwest Mountain split there, works out massively well for HVVP, taking themselves home a second place. But Unicorns of Love, for great position in the center. And you know what? Kalaris believed.
He did, and it came through. The pink shirts reign supreme over on Sanhok, and that means that it's 2-2 for Türkiye and West EU Chicken Dinner so far over the 4 games that we've had. A 30-point Chicken Dinner as well for Unicorns of Love. That is rip-roaring and really great for them on their totals to see them closer towards the top.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to see, to be honest with you. I mean, BEŞİKTAŞ, though, gets a little bit closer towards those end games, which is great for them. Still a little bit of a shaky day for them so far. Still putting up some performance here and there, but nothing to write home about as of yet. Icy, there were 5 eliminations, and Crypto, 1,384 damage. That is a big, big number.
That is huge. It's hefty. Got a lot of chonk to it. That is quite the game coming through from the team. They played high grounds well. They stopped pushes going through well. It feels like this is a really solid performance from Unicorns of Love. Feels cohesive, and it's good to see Crypto back on form once again. We'll see if they can keep it going, but for now, we've got a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Unicorns of Love, what a game out of them, and one player in particular, Kalaris' favorite player in the world, the myth, the legend, the greatest player to ever grace ourselves in PUBG Mobile. It's Crypto.
Did pretty well, didn't he? For a Sanhok, I mean, he basically put up Sanhok numbers on his lonesome here and was able to win this. I mean, you pick them in that position. They are, traditionally speaking, they are a team that is good on Sanhok. Once they get a center circle position on Sanhok, I think, for me, it was a no-brainer, and I don't know why you two didn't choose them.
I mean, the circle did come to them. They were central position at one point. All the teams that were going to fight them eventually had to crossroads, go uphill, and Unicorns of Love had all that information, right?
Yeah.
So it was very tough to fight them in the first place. I do agree it was a smart prediction to go with there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome on that one. But yeah, Unicorns of Love, I mean, Crypto in particular absolutely shredded the competition, and a lot of the teams that were trying to fight to get into the circle lost player after player. So when it took fights, it was not like an actual 4v4, except that S2G fight. It was like a 4v3, a 4v2, and they just closed off so quickly that they just never really suffered a casualty at some point. So yeah, hard to deny it away from them.
It was a little bit weird, I'd say, because it seems like quite a few teams, HVVP in particular is one of them, came into this game with a clear plan of, we're just going to heal off. I mean, Kitsune, you're talking about where we're watching Max just sitting on the Northwest Island, looted up as much as possible. They had no one to contest up there. And then he came in, obviously, later on, kept healing, stayed alive. But there was 5 teams in total who played the healing shot at the end.
Yeah, I think it's because of the circle, as we said, there's a lot of uphill, there's a lot of roads to cross to get access to that position. And when you have a central team as dominant as Unicorns of Love, they shoot everything that moves. You're just going to be like, okay, we're not moving in. And as it should be a plan B, they just go for the heal strat because they know the chances of a chicken dinner are dwindling. Then you should go for the heal strat, which is what Kitsune did. Like they went wide split up towards Camp Alpha, towards even Hartin, get all that loot. Sure, you can still get in circle because you get the trifecta, which is a great spot to go for.
Yes.
But they know, okay, the circle, it's tough to cross. Just heal it off.
And to be honest, only one Sanhok a day compared to, you know, our league play, our phases, our final, etc., and things like that. So if anything's going to work out for you, play the averages, try and go for the heal strat. It's probably one of the better tactics to try and get as many points as possible across 4 games here, all things considered, since there isn't that many Sanhoks. I can understand why people are doing it.
Oh, don't get me wrong, not as if I'm criticizing them, but it was just kind of like, it was a clear game plan out of HVVP, with just like, if the zone doesn't go our way, we're going to be healing off. But we had 5 teams in total doing so, and again, every placement point does help.
Well, as you say, like for HVVP, for example, if you get a Northwest Island finish, they're going to be trying to play that high ground, right? They have even more room, it feels like now, from what we saw in this game. Exactly. To be able to kind of have some room, etc., and things like that. I mean, I've seen in the Turkish region, a lot of teams trying to play like trifecta location, trying to play trifecta location, Hartin, the compound south of Hartin and things like that. But still, HVVP, I think, in those Northwest Island games would have a lot of room to work with.
Okay, let's look back onto Unicorns here and get an idea of their player stats, actually, because we know Crypto put up some big numbers, and I'm actually really excited about one thing in particular.
Wow, it's Crypto! He's so good, wow.
When will he follow you back on Instagram?
Probably never, to be perfectly frank.
You know what? We need all of Crypto's fans.
Wow, okay. You're done.
They hate me forever.
We need all of Crypto's fans out there over on Instagram. Is go tag him in every post saying, go follow Kalaris back.
Yeah, you think that's going to work?
Yeah, but also then follow Kalaris too, if you do that. Yeah, almost 1,400 damage coming in by him alone with only 4 eliminations. But looking down the list here, we got Icy in 3rd with 313 damage. Gonzo as well with 600. Rokus, you know, the Maxman clone here at 217.
And the important thing about this, Max, is not much damage was done to them. They had a great high ground position to stage their assaults from. Yes, they took a bit of damage here and there, of course. Everyone's always going to have that for all intents and purposes. But the fact that they had such a vantage point gave them a real good chance at the victory.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it's only what Crypto and Icy did, around 300 damage received, right? So because it's always Icy and Crypto, the 2 players that are going to be going on the forefront, going for the push. And the 2 other players on the back, you know, always going to try and get that information, always trying to set up the 2 top fraggers to get that engaged at the first place. So yeah, I mean, their comp worked as planned in a good circle where they still had 4 players alive. It's hard to argue that they're not going to get the win when they're in such a dominant position and just, you know, clearing path in front of them.
Yeah, well, let's take actually a look here at our total damage in the last match, because I'm almost assuming Crypto has more damage done himself than quite a few other teams out there. Actually, every other team out there except MUERTE up at 2,300 damage.
I will say, MUERTE, quite impressive for them, all things considered. We saw them throughout the entirety of Western Europe, dropping for that Sami split, going for the heal strat, and getting themselves a lot of second places off the back of just that. But they had a Camp Charlie aggression, and then were able to play from the south side with not Sanhok numbers worth of damage here. So good to see that they can play a different strat here on Sanhok.
Yeah, they might have like, get the meds, but not for me. And just instantly going absolutely ham at it. But it was a great fragging duo. You had Ingush, and I think it was Strike in particular. They just backfield onto MADBULLS' position. That was such a good fight, the way that they just got the angle. And they didn't have too much information too, but they're like, we have one opportunity to get rid of MADBULLS, instantly strike them down, and then you have so much more access. But because they kept taking fight after fight, then fighting, I believe, versus BEŞİKTAŞ also, losing players, and then you're going straight up against the Unicorns of Love that still has a 4 stack, you're going to reach an unfortunate end, and for them, it was Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, well, Unicorns of Love was the end for quite a few teams out there, as we saw. Let's take a look maybe at our overalls, right? Because we did have a 30-point game for Unicorns of Love. The standings will be very volatile right now because of this. You can see here, FLUX in first place still at 74 points. And Unicorns of Love, you take away 30 points from that game, which means they only had 11 leading up to this point. That's how drastic of moves can happen with just that one good game. And keep in mind, there's only 4 days of play, 24 matches in total, and we've already used 4 of those.
I mean, especially since it's Sanhok. Sanhok is the definition of volatility when it comes to some of this stuff. So if a Unicorns of Love or a team is, you know, getting the specialities on that map and being able to kind of get these leaps up here and there, that could make a big difference, all things considered. But the fact that FLUX is that many points ahead after 4 games is kind of obscene.
And you can see the FLUX are willing to go for the heal strat too. I think it was Soulless in this game that was going for the heal strat, and they go for those docks areas you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
No one's going to contest docks. It's really good to get those meds because you can go for these wide splits, like a 2-2 split in particular. 2 north, 2 south, get all the meds. If you can't get in circle, do like HVVP did, get a heal strat. That's some consistent points every single time.
I can understand why they do go for it as well. Docks is a weird drop location because you're so far in the corner. Imagine if you have a Northwest Island circle to go for example, as a finish. It's very difficult to do. And it's actually a surprising lack of options when it comes to the rotation paths into the mainland, because you've got Quarry as this landmark that kind of chokes you up a little bit when you're rotating from docks. So I understand why FLUX also went for the heal strat.
All right, well, gentlemen, it is time to head into our 5th matchup of the day. That means it's going to be Erangel. 2 matches left to go, and we have a duo bringing you all the action. John and Blake.
We're getting towards the end of the first day, but Blank, we've still got 2 more games to go. As they said on the desk, we've still got a little bit of leg room to stretch on out as we get onto the 5th plane of the day.
I just had my feed freeze on my own forehead, so I apologize for that in advance. I'm so sorry. I've got a big forehead. I didn't want to take up the whole camera with it, but instead soon we'll be having some of these players take up the whole camera instead, because they are fantastic. And so far we've been seeing some interesting teams, especially FLUX, who have really dominated so far in a lot of these games, which is great to see. But yeah, I'm interested to see what we'll see from them in future, because 2 chicken dinners on the day is pretty incredible.
Oh, sorry, I think I just lost you towards the end there. So hopefully we'll get that sorted out in just a moment. But we're getting into map number 5, as the plane path will be decided in just a moment. Another Erangel of the 3 to be played today. Northeast down towards the southwest. Quarry will be the terminus of the plane path for the teams.
Yeah, moving straight through here, John. Mansion also quite easily to get to. Yasnaya for BEŞİKTAŞ, quickly out of the plane there. Rozok. And teams can even get up towards the top of Georgia Pole, which would be lovely to see.
Should be nice and kind to a lot of these teams looking to try and perform as well for the end of the day. Again, looking towards BEŞİKTAŞ to really kind of step up that pace, to kind of move on into a position that is befitting their station. Unicorns of Love stay out in Lipovka. MUERTE heading a little bit further south than that. No teams really hot dropping just yet as New World's Esports head all the way out to Savannah yet again.
OZAROX and Kameshki taking up the spot that FLUX have played before. Instead, FLUX will drop out a little bit later this time around, down towards Gatka, switching things up once again. 5th game of the day, penultimate, almost done. You see there our finals rankings. They are live as well, so you're seeing them in real time right now, guys. 74 points there for FLUX, MADBULLS with 49, so there is a big step down there from FLUX to MADBULLS, but still holding a pretty decent position on MADBULLS. Not far behind, sorry, is S2G. Been having some good games, and MADBULLS, it feels like for the first time in a long time, John, we're seeing teams actually be able to step up towards them and actually see them put under pressure and start to bleed a little bit in these fights. Is, you know, it's a sight to see. I don't want to say I feel too good about it and seeing a team that I really enjoy watching get beaten up so badly, but it's nice to see them not bully everyone else for once.
Certainly is, but hopefully that will lead to an improvement within that team, right? To be able to come in here and play against some of these teams that are giving them that run for the money. The MADBULLS could be forged into an even stronger team, which maybe we didn't expect, but when you've got FLUX rolling around in the way that they have been over these last couple of games, it is certainly a necessity, especially if you're going to both be playing on that west side of this next circle.
Absolutely. I think you're looking at this, and HVVP, you're almost worried somewhat how they'll play this one out. I mean, Lutz is already sending himself over towards the eastern side of crates to get a little bit of some spotting over towards HVVP early on. Make sure they can keep them in their eyes. But again, this is what Jason called at the start of the day. You know, a game to feel out these other teams, just find out where they're playing, what are their play styles, how do we adapt to it. I mean, we're already seeing a split lobby in the terms of playstyles. We've got a lot of teams playing center and a lot of teams playing edge, and this huge swathe of space in between that, which is kind of unused at the moment. I think that's what FLUX has been able to take advantage all of today, which is being able to slip in between these gaps and get into these interesting positions. Just looking back towards our last Erangel, where they were able to head all the way over and down the western coast just behind MADBULLS in Primos, was very cool to see, and something that maybe some of these other teams aren't using as well as FLUX are currently. That will all change tomorrow though, as we know these teams will be thoroughly working overnight and in the day tomorrow to make sure they know and understand a lot of these rotations, how these teams play. So we might see a very, very, very different turn of events tomorrow.
I'm sure all of the analysts and all of these rosters are working overtime right now, making sure that they have those strategies downloaded into the IGLs, and hopefully the rest of the rosters players as well. No one down here. We're just getting a nice little view.
I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, this is one of the new additions to Erangel. May as well take a quick cheeky peek at it whilst it is here. Teams able to play around that. I mean, there's been a lot of interesting scenarios where you get a circular base of operations to play around. You have teams kind of strutting around them like a Benny Hill scenario. Got the music rocking in the background as they chase one another around it. So I assume eventually we'll see something like that, John. In which case, I'll be very, very happy. To MUERTE, though, great game there on Sanhok. And able to take it all the way, though, with Crypt absolutely blasting out of his mind for Unicorns. Love doing some serious throwdowns against these other teams. I think that's absolutely fair play, because Crypto has been kind of suplexing a lot of these lobbies recently, all in his lonesome. I think the rest of his team is coming up to meet him and greet him in some ways, but he's still putting in a fair share of work all on his lonesome. But I don't think you can really blame the rest of his team of Unicorns of Love. I think he is just that good that he almost looks like he is a solo on that team.
Although sometimes that's not entirely what you want. It can sometimes also be very effective, right? You can't always rely on it, but it is there should you need to fall back on it. A nice little ace in up the sleeve. Sequester that one away. FLUX still in South George. This plane path and circle not really too difficult for many teams at all. Everyone fairly spread. No eliminations just yet. No hot drops. The closest there are is TJB currently, and QODEX moving through Potato Hill.
Currently just trying to get into position. TJB obviously sometimes can be a little bit careless, and I think that it is what kind of holds them back a lot of times. It's themselves, you know, they've got their hands wrapped around themselves, you know, saying they don't want to fight, and that you should come towards them if you want to get the fists up. But a lot of times it's them who kind of takes themselves out of the picture and not able to continue on things onwards. On the other hand, they're great fighters. They're great team fighters. They're a great team with some insane capability. We just don't see it all the time. It really feels like it has to be the right temperature, the right time of day, the right time of the month for them to actually step up and perform like we sometimes see them do, because it's so strange seeing how good they can be on their good days as opposed to their bad days. And the sad thing is that there are far more bad days than there are good days for them. And with 4 days only to play here in the finals, that kind of playstyle just does not come back in your favor.
It just doesn't fly, does it? It's not going to work out for you. It's volatile, and as you say, those up days do not outweigh the down days, even when you are playing on them. And in these short-form tournaments, you're just going to have to hope you hit 2 good days in a row or something like that to try and blast on out. But difficult in such a strong lobby. HVVP seems like they've been holding their own for now. But we're looking for that big bang-out performance that we've been waiting for them. not quite right at the top just yet. That's positions reserved for the likes of FLUX. Well, really only FLUX right now, a hefty points total ahead of everyone else. But second place, all the way down to pretty much 7th place, is very, very volatile still.
100%. Also just had my favorite producer talk in my ears, providing me with some very important information, in fact, John, that you are 100% correct in that analysis. It is very volatile down towards the middling side of those tables, quite difficult to play around with, and I think that, some of these teams could be shooting up towards, those 5th places, which you talked about earlier, John, in the day, be extremely important considering S2G, BEŞİKTAŞ have already qualified. And I think for some of these teams, they were almost upset that, GameLord didn't qualify to this tournament, right? That would have been another case of, if GameLord did well, there'd be even more spots potentially available at an easier placing. Even down, we're talking 6th place, which is unheard of for a PMGC placement during the championships.
I mean, even then, you're looking at BEŞİKTAŞ, and they are sat really quite far down the tables. I think they're in 10th right now, Blank, on the overall standings, which means that it doesn't matter if they've already qualified. If they finish in 10th, it is just going to be those top 4, assuming S2G stays up there amongst the heady heights of the top 4, or top 3 rather. Otherwise, it wouldn't really affect anything else. But BEŞİKTAŞ not being there, it does raise that bar. And GameLord not being here as well raises it even further, to the point where if BEŞİKTAŞ can't turn it on at this stage, they might even be out of the running for top 3 altogether.
So take your sand and remove it from your bags, because I want to see BEŞİKTAŞ get towards the top of the tables. Not because I want to see more teams maybe jump their way into PMGC with an easier time, but more because I do want to see what BEŞİKTAŞ can do here. And honestly, it really will be a great test for them, because although, yeah, you could cruise on by, find your way into PMGC by just taking a leisurely stroll down the river, at the same time, you don't want to be going to PMGC with that kind of face, right? You want to be going to PMGC with your chin held high, coming off the back of a very strong performance in your respective championship. It does not bode well for you, and that confidence can slip in those certain circumstances.
Definitely, I absolutely agree. But I also have the thought that maybe for teams like BEŞİKTAŞ and S2G, well, specifically for those two teams, you could almost look at this lobby as a scrim set. Moving towards PMGC, this is one of the best set of scrims you're going to get. That it's possible to try things out on at this stage. So there's potential that BEŞİKTAŞ are trying out some newer things, some little things that they can finagle and change and jiggle about. But at the moment, it kind of doesn't even feel that way.
All right.
There is potential that that's the excuse you could come out with. But even then, I feel like they haven't quite been able to do that. New Worlds able to roll all the way up on the ground floor of Icy, get the knock, and that should be one dead Icy.
That should be, as John inspects BEŞİKTAŞ's little insane things that they do in this tournament. Unicorns of Love set back down to 3, rocking up onto S2G as well. Not a good place to be here. Versus a very competent team. Crypto parks things up in a neighborhood that he thinks is peaceful, friendly almost. But no, there are some quite scary brutes in the area that he will have to deal with as Razy pulls out the UMP. Deadly weapon, close range.
Does Crypto check the angle? Oh, I've got to think that he's not ready for it now. He has no idea. Unicorns of Love lose a second. You might have won on the last one, but cut down 2 of the players now on the Erangel. The third actually one of the day. And you're left with just Gonzo and Rolkis out in the open as well. No real position that they can kind of call their own. Not good at this stage.
I don't think Unicorns of Love are going to go much further in this game. Unfortunately, there does seem to be a reoccurring trend that we see rather often from this team, which is that once they lose one player, one of their star players, in fact, with IC or Crypto, the rest of the team kind of starts to buckle just a little bit behind the weight of responsibilities that lies around their shoulders and their neck. And I think that that is something that they do need to start working on. It's something that MADBULLS are very good at, is that when they lose one player, a lot of times they become more savage than they were when they when they had 4. Down to 3, they become a little bit more of a difficult beast to tango with a lot of times. And I think that's what you need to do. You need to be able to quickly change your game plan on a dime, depending on how many players you still have left remaining. And you'll see MADBULLS, S2G even do this, where they have one limited player, and they will have to play separate roles, but they will change how they play those. For instance, MADBULLS won't as often send skills out to do some reckless scouting. They'll keep them together so they can set up off angles.
Shots over towards SURREAL. Will win out the trade. TJB with GK first down. We'll probably be looking for this res. Unicorns of Love across the way. And SURREAL yet to go for the full push, the full commit there. Should be resable for TJB, which they'll be happy with. Bold push from Lin. Timber does have the angle from the church on the northwest side of Pochinki. But TJB looking to counter that. Unicorns of Love moving through the city as well. Right now, SURREAL have a really strong spot.
It's a decent position, 100% a great spot to be able to hold out a lot of these teams coming through on the eastern side. You can see some of the players from Unicorns of Love trying to rock up, find themselves a position to hunker down in, remain unknown. TJB find the spoils of war there, trying to pick up as much as possible, stealing more from their own team than anyone else. BEŞİKTAŞ though rock up towards Rozhok Hill, and they get ripped apart. This is not good for them. It's MUERTE looking now down towards Peace.
It's demoralizing if nothing else. Peace does have the AUG, but that AF sees to it that that's not going to have an impact any further. BEŞİKTAŞ really struggling. One player left standing. And they're already out of the way. Zessi far forwards on this, so no way that this comes back in. New Worlds up the top of the hill, potentially proving to be troublesome. Striker down. Resable position right now if they can slow down this approach from New Worlds Esports.
Rookie sends a nade over the top, and that's anything but like a rookie, a veteran with the nade in hand there. More players start to swim up towards this top side. Kamikaze with the M4.
Leads on up, gets the first flush, and MUERTE actually getting pulled apart here. Zessi getting away from it for BEŞİKTAŞ, keeps them alive for just that little bit longer. Another flush over onto Striker, leaves just Dadaev alive for the MUERTE. Plenty of vehicles, a couple of meds as well. Should be okay to pop some stins and try and just get on out of there. And it seems like that is on the cards for New Worlds as well, as they send for the circle. Just that little bit closer. It's going to close soon, and the next one will pop.
Shots are being plinked over towards them, so moving out of the circle. Zessi forward, taking shots towards New World, trying to keep them at bay for the time being. Circle shifts on top of S2G. Now this is a great opportunity for them to try and make things a little bit more even Stevens with the guys at the top in Fire Flux. They're able to dominate over the top of them in the finals of the Turkey.
OZAROX taking on Old Boy and winning out the first trade, but Corker gets the gun down on towards Nox. Looks like OZAROX are suffering pretty heavily here. Sephir low, Storm close by to Old Boy, wants to put the nade in for the flush and will be able to get it. Nox still knocked, Storm steps up, Tulika falls back before the shots come through. Corker suppressing this position really, really hard. There's an auto shotgun in hand as Tulika maybe looking to try and trade it out, but Corker finally gets that backstop leverage to work. Lifts on the Fulcrum and takes down Storm. Now, up to the tree. It's just not going to work. Tulika takes it down. That's what you're looking for.
I mean, Noxbomb still coming in with a nice nade there over the top, looking for a little bit more, but Corker's having the time of his life as OZAROX keeps running into the same position where Corker found him before. Mir steps up, and Corker's just having the time of his life.
Just keeping these shots going down. It's really solid stuff, honestly. I mean, it's just OZAROX not dealing with this off angle. Not used to it potentially, but either way, getting dismantled by it. If you don't know, get to know.
SURREAL pick up another from OZAROX. But yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, Swan moved away from that western side of the tree, in which case you did see another player from OZAROX immediately take position there, to which Corker was wondering why, and they quickly put him back to bed. So very well done. Unfortunately, they do lose Old Boy, which is not ideal. MADBULLS holding a very classical compound, which most of you at home should know. It's one of the compounds that I like to take up in my games. Unfortunately, this is right on the edge of the circle. So it doesn't provide with them with a lot of cover, a lot of positioning, but, you know, it is a great place to scout out. They will have to move over the top of the hillside, where Unicorns love moving down this way. Could be kind of a thorn in the side here.
Choices to be made, for sure. MADBULLS still as 4. Very, very grouped together right now on the south side. Unicorns are love. He said they wouldn't go much further in this game. It looks like that might just be coming to a close now, as Rolkis got knocked. Gonzo last standing now for the roster. Boren knocked for the Wildcats as well in the middle on one of the roadside compounds on a nice little high ground overlooking quite a lot of positions. Really not ideal to take a knock in this spot. Boren was looking out towards the north, did get spotted. TJB across to the church that SURREAL were holding. Will be in a 3 versus 3 position right now. Nade down through the roof. Not really going to find too much already. Opening up as VIRTUS.PRO are taking in on the back as well. Timber healing on the roof. Jetgill low. 2 players alive for Shockwave as TJB continue to put pressure on. Up the top, Lin gets another knock, gets a spray, spots Beast in the little divot, and will be able to move on out. Tink's actually on the bonnet there, over the ridge, and there's no prisoners coming through for TJB. Lin wants to get this heal on through. Tinksker did go down in the meantime. Lin, unfortunately, falls to the zone.
I mean, I don't know what happened there. That was
Crazy.
that was TJB-esque. Lin on the floor, but was on the top of the bonnet for some while as TJB forced him to play the game for a little bit longer. Predictions come in. S2G, 2 of them, and I mean, from the position they were in, they were looking like a well-respected cavalryman, and the lobby forgot to bring the spears. Hard to dismount from that spot, unfortunately. However, Circle moves down south side, so now there is a chance for some of these teams, but it's massively open ground here. The Wildcats currently have something of a base to perform from.
FLUX as well, the other prediction on the northwestern side. No eliminations in this game so far. S2G with just the 1. Again, quiet games from these 2 teams. HVVP on their north side, potentially problems for the both of them on this next southward push. And it's going to be made really quite difficult by the position from the Wildcats.
Wildcats should be able to hold off a lot of these teams coming in from that north side. The thing they have to worry about is TJB, who are currently somewhat of a rage, you know, a blood fury. They're sending their way across from this eastern side. S2G, though, do find some pickoffs over towards HVVP, and they're slowly but surely falling. Say one thing with the S2G, say that they are fantastic shots in this game.
Miku, though, does go down, and Solke, some solid shots of his own. Flush out as well, leaving HVVP somewhat destitute as they split their forces. Kind of go down swinging at nothing. FLUX moving in from that northern side, uncontested. So S2G currently preoccupied by that maneuver by HVVP.
JB moving up. GG in front of them, though. This is a really nice rock. Favorite a lot of teams. I'm telling you, it's a nice rock, dude.
That is a nice boulder.
That is a nice boulder. All right. I mean, look at it. Look how powerful this position it gives them. So many angles to play around with. Difficult to get a nade over the top without some kind of powerful idea of where these teams are playing, but TJB making it look easy.
Zhao able to get the shots down with the auto shotty. GG, though, fended off, and TJB lose the tilt. The joust goes the way of the good guys. Staying alive, 4 of them are there as well. They can get these reses. They're right on the edge of this next circle, too.
Yeah, finally, TJB are calmed down just somewhat there before their next match. So heading off towards this eastern side. MADBULLS been fairly quiet in terms of their rotations, but certainly still putting in the work on their side. 3 eliminations so far. And they have very, very good position now to start taking some shots outwards. Even with Monkey in effect now starting to sneak in on that south side.
Ooh, nice little flush coming through from S2G. 4 eliminations now. Razy going down earlier. FLUX looking to sweep on the western edge. S2G spotted by the DENİZBANK Wildcats. UWorld's eliminated in the meantime, caught in the crunch. FLUX now looking to just sandwich this position in. They will have to move southwards after this right into the DENİZBANK Wildcats outpost, but get rid of S2G. Really solid start. FLUX ruined the day. Now there's only one prediction live. I think that's Kylaris over on the desk with the FLUX prediction. So good news for him. Good news for his totals, but 3 eliminations. Still yet to rack up the things we've seen from them before, but a good performance. Top 5 guaranteed.
Yeah, FLUX still have to get in. Circumvented the bouncer of Wildcats requesting ID at the circle barrier. Unfortunately, S2G didn't bring any with them. On the other hand, FLUX slipped through the back door. Get into the club, into the party, into the engagement. MADBULLS currently holding on either side of the road. Very expansive split here. They know that they can play these out comfortably, though. They've done it so many times before. Fash already hitting the floor.
Once again, though, MADBULLS into the game late. Really solid macro, yet again, from the MADBULLS on the southwestern side. Split across the road as well, across that path in the middle of the map that splits this circle right now. In effect, moving along these hillsides, takes the challenge across the way with PIONER, and Havlik not quite able to get that final tick of damage. Needs to be careful, though, with the blue zone there. Effect could go down any second if he's spotted, if he's ticked, if he's tickled in any way, shape, or form. Havlik stands up, needs to go for the push, needs to go for the rush, but Zerich is not looking out that direction. Fortunately, Lutz is. FLUX handle PIONER and take the thorn out of the MADBULLS side.
Yeah, and save effect in the process. Guardian Angel looking over the top of their shoulder. Fortunately for them, Wildcats also still in the area. Lutz rocks up, has no idea. X-Ray kind of fluffs the spray, but still makes it happen.
Face of his own medicine there. Solke not able to bet the little sneaky snake around the edge. Drops out into the blue zone. Forces the re-engage around the side as well. But the blue zone is there, putting pressure on X-Ray. And masterfully handled by Solke. Unfortunately, there are people on the back line. And FLUX are faltering. 2 players now on the north side. And they have to push further south. MADBULLS starting to exert control. Moving forwards. Goodguys moving into the back of this fight as well. Defo X falls. Now it's just Lux alive for the Wildcats. GG with 4 up, but 1 down. The MADBULLS with all 4 of them alive and kicking.
It's the bad guys, though, that are coming in quite quickly here are the MADBULLS. Looking to take themselves another chicken dinner on the day and set things straight with FLUX. Also getting quite far into this game. They might not break even with them on the overall rankings, but they will certainly set a statement here.
Close that gap just a little bit. 6 eliminations. 4 players alive. That split, that 2 and 2.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
That's a big nade. That's a huge nade over towards the top, and there comes the good guys as well, looking for their slice of the pie. Lutz goes down. Ketch last standing for FLUX in what looks to be a nice campaign to sweep on the north side, but will be drawn short by the MADBULLS, picking up 8 eliminations now on the game. FLUX out, 18 points total. Can the gap be closed? Can they breach on forwards? Rip7 out in the open, spotted. Effect gets the knock. Zerich actually getting the knock over there and out into the open player. 2 players stand for GG, but they are both lying down. Unfortunately for Effect, they got their sights trained their way. It is traded off, and now it's just Realm. Has 1 nade, 1 chance. Skills is there, in with the vehicle. He steps up, wants the spray. Flush onto Folky. 1 player left, and the MADBULLS claim it. A chicken dinner coming through from MADBULLS.
What a game there from MADBULLS, though, John. Very quiet as per usual, but once they start charging, you know that they are a rampaging bull in these games. And it was so exciting for me, honestly. I had a little smile on my face. I saw effects send wide and Zerich start to set up this crossfire. I was like, I've seen this before. I know where this goes. And unfortunately today, it will not be the good guys who are winning. We're getting a sad ending to our movie, but we will need a sequel over on our next map, because we will be having one more on the day before we do finish this out on Miramar. But exciting stuff. It's been a fantastic day so far, full of a lot of up and downs. I'm not sure where to look, but there are so many good teams so far.
I mean, 2 chicken dinners now today for MADBULLS, 2 for FLUX. It's looking like a pretty even fight, but then when you look at the points totals, it really doesn't echo that so far. Solke, though, still racking up most eliminations on the game. I think they ended the game with 8 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, so Solke getting the lion's share of that.
Yeah, he's doing some fantastic work, and I think from with the players that was kind of like in the wings a lot of the times, you know, he kind of provides a lot of that information going through, and now becoming one of their top contenders for, you know, performance in terms of eliminations and damage is really astounding. And I mean, you know, he does let a lot of these other players on his team, you know, take the podium and a lot of the credit, but you know, when needs come to must, you know, that is when this happens, where Solke starts to pop off.
And absolutely doing work for the team, keeping everybody nice and safe and ready to go. Right towards the end there, FLUX looked like they were strong, but unfortunately they did get shut down, pinched just a little bit too hard there. And the MADBULLS, I mean, that macro, what can you do against
Ouch,
it, right?
MADBULLS, that hurts.
Exactly, you can't be doing that. That is unfortunate. But the good news for the guys over on the desk is that none of them got those predictions right.
Three openings in the hospital walls. What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's first floor, third floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now.
I swear there are other teams here participating besides MADBULLS and FLUX. We saw Unicorns of Love. The MADBULLS, again, another victory. And again, a team, as you talked about at the early start of the day, Max, fighting for a spot into PMGC. They're not qualified in. They almost qualified from points alone just in PMPL Western Europe. They are looking fantastic to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently one of the top contenders with FLUX when it comes to securing a position in PMGC, right? And seeing how good their strat is every single time, I think that they could also maybe perform in PMGC if they make it that far. So, I mean, yeah, 2 chicken dinners for MADBULLS, 2 for FLUX, 1 for Unicorns of Love, because it was Sanhok, but yeah, they're doing pretty good so far. And it's hard to contest it because they had a game plan entering into today, and it's been working out almost flawlessly.
Yeah, well, we can see here 26 points coming in for them. Another team we haven't touched on too much, and we will touch on here coming into this segment in a little bit of time, is GOODGUYS. They are 2nd overall, I think, sorry, 3rd overall. Been looking fantastic. 20 points in this game. They've kind of been, for us, a little bit of a dark horse so far within this event when you have such big names like FLUX, DENİZBANK, WILDCATS, S2G, etc. But they have been putting on a stellar show today.
Ever present, especially on Erangel, which is really good to see here, considering it is people's bread and butter. I'm curious to see if they can continue on this form. Again, you know, watching the Turkish region and seeing how things went there, it's not that like they sneaked into the top 8. They definitely claimed their spot there quite strongly, but in the phases, you know, across the whole of all the phases, I wasn't particularly amazed by what they were bringing to the table. So let's see if they can continue on.
Yeah, and one team I'm not particularly amazed with is BEŞİKTAŞ so far, actually. I wanted to talk about them earlier on today, but I want to give them a little bit more time. This team placed 2nd in PMPL Turkey. And they were, I think, 13th at 6 points before they finally had like a 15-point match. This team, I expected so much more out of them.
I think you mentioned it at the start of the show, actually, today, Jason. You said that like today's more of like a feeler day for some of these teams, right? Like,
I think that was Kalaris, but yeah.
No, I think
it sounds like something Kalaris would say.
I think you said it, Jason.
It sounded smart, so that's why I defaulted to Kalaris.
Oh, thank you.
Very good point, Kalaris. But it's more like a feeler day, so I think that after today, they're going to be like, our playstyle of playing Edge is just not working in this type of lobby. You've got to go back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, because it's 4 days in a row, no break days, it's going to be tough to make that change and hopefully have it make it a positive change. But so far, it hasn't been working out. And the team that was seen as a favorite is now struggling, and they did not qualify to PMGC. So it's rough right now.
I mean, they made their Edge play and stuff like that look really good in the Turkish region, but it's not looked decent here. They've also looked quite slow on their movement on the Edge, which really hasn't helped them whatsoever here. And when they're kind of moving towards even the Edge play, they're not winning out the fight. So yeah, feel a day maybe, and then from there maybe some adjustments in the next days, but it's got to happen quick.
Kind of scares me though, thinking back or thinking ahead into PMGC, right? You only have a couple of days of play to make into the top positions to get into the finals. Otherwise, you have to play yet again another week. Having feeler days might not benefit you too much coming up into the big event of the year. But right now, MADBULLS, they don't need to feel at anything because they are looking fantastic. We're going to drop into their player stats here in this last match. And of course, Effect, the leader of the team here on damage, 3 eliminations as well. And that Zerich Effect combo that we saw so prevalent when it came to PMPL Western Europe is coming alive again.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit tilted because when we play our games, Kalaris, we drop Primorsk. Why can't we do this? Why can't we rotate like this in our games?
Because you're on the team, probably, Max.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
No, it's because sometimes we have John, and that's the...
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. He just drives off in a car, leaving you behind, and then...
That's right.
Yeah, that is... I don't want to say too much. I don't want to spoil things.
Rough time, rough time.
Yeah, rough times indeed. But as we can see here, I mean, Effect, again, just he's really... maintain that level of play. And the funny thing was, right, for MADBULLS, if you guys didn't watch PMPL Western Europe, I said going to the finals, I don't expect them to play as well as they did in the league stage. They did.
Yes.
I come into this event, I didn't expect Effect to be still as good of a player as he was in Western Europe, and he is. I don't know what it is about this team, but they are just unstoppable almost.
You're going to have to face it, Jason. They're a really good team.
Yeah.
They're a good team, yeah. They're CCT.
It's down to their preparation. Like he said it on the interview, right? 6 months of preparation for PMPL Western Europe. If they put the same amount of preparation for this tournament, what's going to stop them? Really, it's not much.
To be fair, Max, there wasn't 6 months between Western Europe finals and this.
Oh, wow, yeah, okay, I did the math on yet. Okay, I can't. But still, the amount of preparation they made, right? It was still, there was going to be some teams that already win this lobby they already played up against. They just had to do some extra prep on the Turkish teams. And already done it. Like, their rotations work every time. 2 chicken dinners in the books, 1 on Erangel, 1 on Miramar. Yeah, this team is scary, and they were ready for this type of level of play. And I think that entering in PMGC, they could also perform there.
If they do the same level of prep for PMGC that they did for PMPL Western Europe and for the EU Championship.
Good.
Well, let's take a look at another team, though. We talked about them at the start of this. GOODGUYS. This team has kind of been a little bit under the radar, but have been extremely consistent today as we take a look at their player stats. And honestly, I'm super impressed with these guys. I mean, you can see this is according to all of the matches today. RIP7. 1,600 damage, Z-Wolf, 1,000 damage, Room, 1,100 damage, Falky, 1,100 damage. Like, no one's really slacking in this team.
They're constantly, again, I have to emphasize this more on Erangel. They're constantly putting themselves in good positions on Erangel, I feel, to be able to kind of win things out. When you go back to the FLUX win that they got against HVVP, I think that GOODGUYS were in a decent position there, but lose out to FLUX on the push through. Yeah. And then here, once again, they had kind of a high ground position that they were working with against a lot of the teams that were kind of on the downslope against this. And unfortunately for them, they come up against teams like your MADBULLS, your FLUXes on the other side of these circles, and it doesn't work out. But they're putting themselves in great spots. And if they're not going up against these absolute titans, I think they could probably win out some of these games.
And they got a plethora of international experience too, right? You got RIP7 that's played already international tournaments, been doing extremely well on that side, and he's been able to bring a lot of experience, especially Z-Wolf. I remember Z-Wolf, not really a player I know much of in the past, but I've been watching PMPL Turkey in the past, and he has stepped up tremendously. So I feel like it's a situation where all that information and knowledge from other players just arrived on Z-Wolf, and he's like really stepped up in recent years.
It came from your favorite team. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
There's got Ron from Footballist also.
No. You got Papara, Supermassive Blaze coming in for that. I mean, if you look at like the Turkish scene, right? It's quite different than the Western European scene, where you have like all these players have basically played with each other at some point on some roster, and then they just try to find the best conglomeration of the players to make this team work.
Yeah, the language barrier is not necessarily a thing, right?
What language barrier?
Exactly. In Western Europe, you have teams speaking French, teams speaking other languages, etc. I can't think of anything other than French. I don't know why. But basically, it's very important that does actually cause problems or potential problems, whereas for the Turkish region, extremely deep with talent. They have a wealth of talent to choose from when it comes to these players. And as you say, a lot of them play well together. Even if they're not necessarily on teams together, they'll actually just play just normal games together with friend groups, etc. and things like that.
I mean, if you see some of the interviews also of some of the Turkish players, they'll say, oh yeah, we're friends with like pretty much everyone. So that's why you see in so many roster changes, and it works is because they just know each other really well on a good friendly basis, and they just can make roster changes like that.
Okay, well, you know what, gentlemen? We are, funny enough, actually, at our last match of the day. I didn't realize how quickly it went, but we are here. It is right now. It's going to be over to Miramar here, and that will be the first day done and dusted, but we got to get that final match done. So let's go back to John and Blake here to kick it off.
We're going to jump in that plane and leave you guys in the dust as we head over into Miramar. We're going to be getting our final game of the day. As the guys over on the desk said, we're looking for more from BEŞİKTAŞ. We're looking if those top teams can keep that pedal down to the metal.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of these teams are looking to keep moving forward, keep pushing as far as they can, right? And I mean, for FLUX, they're having success on most games, right? I think that's the scary thing, and I think MADBULLS are realizing this, is that like, wow, our medicine does not taste great. Why did we force everyone else to have it? In the sense that, you know, they were always some kind of points ahead of everyone else. It was very hard to catch them up because every single game they did decently well, and now because they're chasing, things feel all that more difficult. So they need to keep putting up these good performances, but now with teams that can catch them off guard on their rotates, they're getting a little bit more worrisome. Still, either way, they are towards the top of the rankings. I say towards the top, they are right towards the top of the rankings and still doing well for themselves. But I think this is a team that, you know, had a lot of confidence. We heard that interview from Effect at the start of the day where, you know, he seemed very stoic in his thoughts that, you know what, they were going to come into this, they were going to absolutely blast everyone out the water. And I think they're now coming up against competition that is starting to challenge them. I think that's a good thing, though. I think if you're challenged, you can improve more. And I think in Western Europe, they didn't stagnate at all, and I think that is a very remarkable thing to be able to do, considering the amount of games that they dominated over there. But now they finally get something to actually test themselves against, which I think is going to be great for them going forward.
And it would be a crying shame if the only Western Europe representatives at the PMGC were going to be Game Lord, right? It feels like we need some of the representation, and I feel like the MADBULLS is that for Western Europe. But they do, as you say, have to get through that barrier of the Turkish teams, specifically FLUX, right? The biggest barrier at the moment for pretty much everyone in the lobby. I mean, take a look at those standings. It's absolutely nuts. 5 games, 92 points. That is honestly flabbergasting. Like, that's almost, what is that, almost 20 points a game?
Yeah.
It's kind of nuts, right? It's like 18 points a game or something like that.
It rivals performances coming through from MADBULLS over in the Western Europe tournament, which was very, very crazily good from the MADBULLS themselves. I think their top performance in the finals was like a 97-point day. To do 92 points already with 1 game remaining is somewhat surprising for FLUX, and I think this is a team that is very, very much doggedly chasing that PMGC spot at the moment. And I would be absolutely proud if they continued performing at this rate for them to go ahead and represent, you know, us in this Western European Championship. Honestly, it would be very, very good. And I'd like to see them there in the old PMGC, you know. It comes along every single year, and we see different teams all the time. But I think this year is going to be one of the biggest years for PMGC, considering the wealth of talent we currently have. I mean, Kalaris was even talking about, you know, we've have so many regions that have opened up and found their love for PUBG Mobile, and there is just talent there has been developed for quite some time now, and we're starting to find all these players that really have risen to the top of the market.
And we're not only seeing players rising to the top, we're seeing structures and organizations rise around them, right? Because that is really what carries regions to improve, is having consistency in terms of player bases, in terms of having those organizations on board. It's really, really good stuff for them. It's really nice to see that these things are starting to come through, because, I mean, we stunt on Unicorns a love a bit for changing roster every season, right? But that kind of has been scuppering them a couple of times. Luckily, they've managed to make it through here again. I say luckily, through their effort and through their very valorous performances that they've had. They have made it to this point, but they do keep changing that roster. Hopefully, those things will start to solidify further and give people that foundation that is necessary to build a strong region.
I think for Unicorns Love, there's no reason, in fact, to change this roster anymore. I think they've found themselves a winning formula. It's gotten far at this point in time. Yeah, there is a chance here right now that, you know, they might not even make it through to PMGC, but I think that that's fine. Go back to the drawing board, you know, play some more tournaments in the meantime, try and work up that synergy, because I think for a team that recently formed and has worked together and tried to make something happen, they look astoundingly good, right? And I think for them to get this far already is really good news. And we've seen many teams before not perform amazingly at the beginning and have some insane improvements. I mean, you take a look at the guys over on UDR Killers who went through very different amount of a lot of different teams, right, under a lot of different banners, but they stood together for a long time. And they have improved season to season. They've got a better and better and better. And I think that, you know, that was from a team that looked, I'm sorry to say it, really quite bad when they first started out, with not a lot of hopes in them, but you know, they kept it going strong and they've kept going, and I think that could happen similarly for Unicorns of Love, who at their base point is far above where UDR Killer started.
Hopefully that can continue to be built up on. MUERTE moving through for now. They're fairly central already into the circle. S2G, HVVP close. La Copraria drop for HVVP. Silas very split from the rest of the team right now, much further north than they are. So if Meku gets the drop on him, or the other way around, I mean, both of them are split from their teams. It's going to be a clean elimination.
It will be. I think this is a pretty general rotational path for the guys from HVVP. They don't tend to rotate down past Crater Fields into the vicinity of MADBULLS. They'd much rather not do that. Now Meku does spot him, takes shots, but early, very early, too early in fact, and is not able to find an elimination that should have come through superbly fast there.
It's just not going to happen for him, unfortunately. They don't manage to claim Silas, of course, the MVP of Turkey. Would be a really heavy hit over towards S2G's totals. And a fairly nice time to be able to find those hits as well, because S2G challenging out towards those top of the tables. 55 points for S2G. MADBULLS starting to open up a lead in second place as well, but HVVP 38 points, not far off of S2G's position as well, so potential there to be a little bit of a nuisance.
GG able to keep putting up performances throughout the day. There hasn't been amazing by any stretch of the word, but it has been decent, right? They've been able to get themselves up towards the top of the standings, which looks great. You know, third place at the moment, 67 points behind MADBULLS with 75. S2G falling off just a little bit. Still look really strong though, John. I think that's what we do need to continue to consider, is that, you know, maybe they haven't had the most circle look today, and they have had to often fight for their right to that chicken dinner, right? And I think that has been quite difficult for them at times, yet they have made it still quite far in these games. And I think that, you know, when you come to a championship like this, where it's not always going to go in your favor, you still have to be able to play out those days where things are going to be a bit of a struggle for you. And even so, they still look top-notch versus a lot of these teams in the lobbies, causing massive amount of problems. I think I'm just looking back towards our last Erangel, where they were stuck on the northern side, and yet we're still able to take fights with 4 separate teams at the same time before they were finally put down.
Takes multiple wounds, but in the end, can always be brought down. If it bleeds, it can be eliminated.
You can eliminate it.
Just got to cover yourself in mud sometimes. Get a little bit dirty. Play outside the line. Striker downhill from Hamzy. He knows not what danger he is in.
No, that would have been the perfect time whilst he was on the actual vault. Keeps moving around though, understand. I mean, that's discipline right there. unfortunately for him, not quite disciplined enough. Luckily, the movement means it's not a clean knock, in which case he's able to drop down, but you doubt that his teammate is going to be able to get up towards him in time to be able to pick him up. Being inside, it would require S2G to move off of their high ground position, so might be able to live for a while. Unfortunately, now he is a bit of a bait on the end of a hook for the rest of S2G. Hamzy, though, doesn't take any time of getting further into position, spots the vehicle, shots are coming through, the party bus could take a beating, but how much can it take?
Not too much more, you'd have to think, but rescue mission still on the cards, seemingly. BEŞİKTAŞ over on the northeastern side, yet to make their way on in. A nice central shrink means not too dramatic a move for most of these teams on the final map of the day. It's crazy that the top 3 elimination spots are all FLUX, 13, 12, and 12.
Yeah, it's nice and evenly spread, right? I'd like to see that personally, you know, a team that's all working in tandem to make these things happen. And again, with how far and away they are ahead of every single other player in this lobby, it makes sense to see them there. On the flip side of things, highest damage is going through to many different teams there, not one of them being from FLUX. So they're great at kind of picking up these eliminations here and there, but not exactly amazing at picking up all the damage. But a lot of the times that can also mean just great conversion from the damage to the eliminations. You know, they're clean with their engagements.
No, it was MADBULLS who are topping the table there with Zerich so far. And the presence of the MADBULLS is being felt, I'm sure. This time on the northwest side. Elpotsa will have to move down south past HVVP. They could, of course, opt to go west on that western road, play those hills there. But there's a risk that you will be crunched under the teams that have to move that way if the circle goes out. Close crash from the dark horse of the lobby, GOODGUYS, QODEX.
QODEX. Bit of a rough day today, honestly. Not able to get too much done. See them there sat right down towards the bottom of the rankings. It's not been great, and I think that, you know, they finally kind of met their match now, John. With this lobby, it was always going to be difficult. They were able to eke their way into the championship itself, but you know, there's only so much you can improve, right, in the space of a short tournament, in the grand scheme of things, really. But I'm sure we'll see them again for our spring next year for EU, in which case maybe they'll do something good there as well. But right now in this championship, things are starting to look a little bit dire for them.
Far from ideal, but someone has to lose, don't they? You know, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. BEŞİKTAŞ as well, feeling that crumble. Down in 12th place, 22 points right now. Rear guard, OZAROX Esports, 9 points over the 5 games they've played. Not good, but still more than some days we've seen.
S2G loses a player there to FLUX, who were swarming over the top side of Power Grid. Really unfortunate stuff. S2G Silas in the meantime cracks one off over towards MUERTE. They've been holding this position for a while, but FLUX being on the approach from that north side spells a bit of danger for them. They're going to have to be a little bit more careful with this.
Far from easy going. BEŞİKTAŞ in the circle. We'll have to move. MADBULLS close to HVVP. Tixi. He's gone down first a couple of times for HVVP. This time maybe no different, but it looks like the MADBULLS might just push on past towards the north side of Monte Nuevo. Currently held on 4 points by New Worlds Esports. South shift on the circle brings us down a little bit closer to Ladriera.
An interesting circle, actually. I mean, there is that western side, which has a bit of hill, ridge side to play along, gives you some high ground to play around with. But with it being so close to the actual side of that circle, things are looking a little bit sad for any team that wants to pick up that. On the other hand, you know, Pioneer's got a great spot, but TJB currently holding the highest of grounds. And like you said, that little ooh coming towards from MADBULLS, losing 2 of their players on the approach. So maybe we'll be able to put up the biggest performance here on Miramar and catch up too heavily towards FLUX.
looking less and less likely by the moment. Skillses and Monkey both sending away. 2 players downed. That's Effect and Zerich. 2 very strong players for the roster, so not good news for their final game of the day. Still, they've put up some good numbers already. See if they can carry that forwards. Good guys. Speaking of putting up good numbers, these guys have been on form today. VIRTUS.PRO will be their next challenge round. On the wall, we'll spray down Mur. Has cover as well from the back, and a lovely knock coming through. TJB looking to potentially third party here as they answer in with a volley. Mur flushed out, and everybody wants a piece of the pie now as VIRTUS.PRO suffer on an attempted push. 2 players standing, 2 Liquor and Corker on the back.
A lot of players getting dug in here. The circle starts to close up. Most players actually within the circle already. Pioneer still holding a fairly strong position. A lot of unlikely faces here towards the center. Might be that we get some of our strongest teams not even seeing towards the end of the game, with FLUX currently beset on all sides by teams. New Worlds, S2G, HVVP even coming into contestation with them.
FLUX. 4 players split across the road. New World's not yet ready to push on in. Backs to the north circle. HVVP looking to push on past. Through the open ground, but New World still with the outposts there can slow things down pretty heavy. Add those weights in, make the march all the harder. SURREAL taking the challenge in the meantime with the DENİZBANK Wildcats. Nades over the top are good, the knocks are good as well, but SURREAL are taking hits back on through from Defo X. Lux around the hillside, repositions out of the buggy. Falls back, fades away, gets back towards the ridgeline. Boren on a broadside here, unfortunately, to Archon, but gets back to cover behind the pickup truck. Jetgill, in the meantime, not so hesitant to go on forwards. Gets the leg sweep. Will take Boren down. 2 players up the top for the DENİZBANK Wildcats, but Lux is on the swivel. Finds Jetgill, and now it's just Archon at the back. Playing. A north shift on the circle gives the teams playing on the Monte Nuevo Crossroads a little bit more leeway.
FLUX might be able to make something big happen here. They lost a player earlier to a knock, but able to get him back up on his feet. Currently engaging with New World, but that's a lovely nade. Takes down 2 of them.
Archon still has Jetgill to res if he can win out this 1v3, but it's looking less and less likely as in comes the roll down, and Lux wraps him around the axle, sends him back. And SURREAL are eliminated.
Whatever you got to do to get the job done. S2G down to a single player now. Just Silas in the building. Has a Molotov in hand to maybe try and hold off some of these players, but his luck seems to be running a little bit dry here.
Ooh, shots over towards OZAROX on the push, but there's players already pushing the ground floor. Last player for S2G now, Silas. Trying to reposition, trying to stay safe. It's our bottom-placed team right now. 1 FLUX prediction, 2 Pioneer predictions coming through. At the moment, Pioneer in the circle. FLUX also playing on the north side, fairly solid, so both good predictions. A nade from Silas finds one of the aggressors coming through. But S2G, oh, that's nasty. The Molotov perfectly placed, the nade to follow it up. And S2G go down early.
Yeah, it gets him in the corner there. It's a great follow-up nade. Just corralling teams into an awkward position. Tingsker has eyes over towards MADBULLS. I don't know if he spotted one of these players. Skills is certainly out in the open, but just the little bit of ridge there does prevent the sightline coming through for Tingsker. Again, every time he looks up, he's hidden. Keep themselves safe away from prying eyes of any of these other teams in the lobby. MADBULLS trying to go as far as they can here, but FLUX already putting up 4 eliminations with a good spot in the circle towards this north side. Looks like that they will go far this game and maybe even break the 3-digit barrier on the first day.
That would be something special, Blank. I tell you, you don't see that too often. Right now, I mean, they have 4 elimination points. They're really looking to rack this up very, very quickly. Starting the game as they did, they've got to be right on the money, right on the mark, with 4 points left for them to get. That is very, very achievable, especially in this position. It's definitely going to happen. I mean, it's no 2 ways about it.
Yeah, they're certainly going to get a high placing, and even if they don't get any eliminations from here onwards, but get that high placing, they will definitely get the points they need. Monkey, the artisan of the HE, sends one over the top, doesn't quite take down Xiao as he jumps back into a vehicle and reverses out of there, realizing there is danger afoot here.
Not the sort of thing you want to be going and treading lightly around. Just want to keep clear if you can. Good guys. Sat not too far behind second place. They're third right now. I think it's a gap of about 6 points. All 4 of them alive. Right on the south side of the circle, though, so they will need to get a little bit further if they want to catch up to MADBULLS. It also depends on how far MADBULLS can go. No eliminations. 2 players left for them on the southwest. The shift goes out east, but QODEX crunching unicorns to the blue on the southwest side of this next circle. That is nasty. Icy down. Rolkis last standing. Icy knocked. Rolkis no first aids. Nate to finish it out. QODEX handle business.
Yeah, they give Unicorns of Love a grim proposition, and unfortunately it will be Unicorns of Love will have to accept grimacing as they get absolutely ripped apart by the HEs that were sent over the top there. Circle off towards our eastern side, as you say, John. Pioneer looking to make their way in, but FLUX starting to circle around a little bit. TJB, on the other hand, decide that they moved into a swarm and a hornet's nest. We'll be moving directly into another one here versus GG.
There's so many bullets flying their way. TJB step up and get rebuffed, but fortunately for TJB, for GK first, there is a third party entering into the fight. QODEX put the final bullets into GG. Their run for that second place is over for today anyway. They'll have to remount for tomorrow. Try and go again. Still a successful day for them. 70 points so far. Really, really good stuff. An excellent position for them. MADBULLS, though. 2 players remaining. They're playing on the southwest. Pioneer in the way. GK first, left alone.
As a solo player, this guy is pretty decent, but he runs directly into MADBULLS, not the path you want to take. Skills's, though, can't quite hit the shots. He's able to hit the deck behind this wall. Monkey tries to move up just a bit further, but there's enemies on either side.
Ooh, Pioneer now peering down from the top of the hill over towards MADBULLS. TJB still running on in with GK first. The zone is pushing, and he needs to move and move now. Skills is knocked in the meantime, and Pioneer might have proved to be a savior here. Monkey, nade over the top, taken low, but gets a knock. Will look to move forwards potentially, but MADBULLS, either way, going to be cutting their run fairly short, fairly close to it as well. TJB eliminated on that southwestern side. And my, what a turn up for the books. MADBULLS eliminated now. Second place, getting to be into achievable territory for teams like HVVP.
Meku does go down there, but Matic gets himself a side swipe, able to take him out. Lutz moving up, the rest of the team suffering heavily to the blue. Did not want to leave this position, goes right out into open ground. The wall was keeping them safe. OZAROX now sees as they flee from the building.
Lutz managed to get that first aid pop behind the tree, though. There is no sanctuary. There is no shade from the heat of HVVP, unfortunately. They will not wane in their ever-vigilant watch of the location. FLUX diminished, down to 2, but 8 eliminations, guaranteed 6th place already, a phenomenal result. They've put themselves over that 3-point threshold, 3-digit point threshold today, which is almost unheard of. In a lobby of this caliber, to be able to do that is something special. History being written by them today.
Absolutely, ripping away the points from everyone else in this lobby. These guys don't know how to share, never learned how to share in the first place. Solke with a great nade over the top does take down Storm. Swan left low as well. Another nade for this window could spell defeat. It's just to the side. Swan is so low. Solke still living.
Somehow, hang on a minute, there's the spray. Oh, gets the 1 versus 2, and Solke stays alive. There's going to be supplies in there, and across the way, HVVP are taking heavy, heavy casualties in the meantime. They've been pressured out by Pioneer, who have been playing spoiler so many times. MUERTE have good vision over towards it. QODEX and MUERTE fighting over the side, but Pioneer are right there and ready to guard out anyone who tries to step up.
Tixie takes down Fash. For some more, Vito trying to send some nades over the top. Daliev sat there with the AWM to unleash hell and fury. upon anyone that gets a little bit too close or a bit too far with the sniper in hand.
Both Pioneer and HVVP within striking distance on a strong finish of that second place position as well. So MADBULLS going down earlier could be pretty impactful here. 43 points for HVVP, 47 for Pioneer. When you include the elimination points they've got already, MUERTE close, they spot the danger, Striker fades away, a back spray on the back pedal, but Striker falls nonetheless. HVVP take a knock in the meantime, and Pioneer trying to stay alive, take a casualty of their own. Getting hit, 2 players standing for them, QODEX is there, FLUX still have Solke, who's been moving in this whole time. Looking up the hill, wants to be worried, Kitsune spotted, spray over to PNL, trade it out. And all of these teams up the top of the hill are bleeding heavily. Dadaev last standing now for MUERTE as QODEX looking to play with 2. Pioneer on 3. HVVP with their 1 player alive. Unlikely they'll get the reses and they will fall down. FLUX, 3rd place.
Goodness me. It is crazy. I mean, Solke, his name stands for Sol OK, apparently. He's able to get all the way to the end of the game, pick himself up a 2v1 as well in the process. Might even be able to get a 2nd place if he's lucky with it, but 13 eliminations, the real big thing of this game at the moment from QODEX. You know, I was kind of talking down to him towards the beginning of this game, saying maybe this is as far as they go, but proving me wrong here on Miramar, as per usual, as it should be.
31 points. When you include those 13 eliminations and looking to rack up more on the placements, and a couple of more of those eliminations as well. Pioneer with 3 will have to move downhill, closer to Solke than it is to QODEX, which means that QODEX likely going to have to fight. This is going to force the engagement. Pioneer have the better angle over towards Solke, and if QODEX take the fight full forwards towards Pioneer, there's a chance for Solke to 3rd party.
I mean, a 3v3, a single player can do a lot, especially if it's Solke down below. Black-White steps up, trying to take some pot shots. Like you say, though, with this kind of circle, they will have to move close together. QODEX has got the hard part of it. Most likely will have to clear Solke on this downwards approach. I think this is the scariest thing for him. Issue is he would have to put himself in the path of Pioneer if he wants to get away from QODEX. And I think QODEX are the ones that are more aggressively harassing his position at the moment.
Pioneer with some really solid ridge lines. They've managed to move Fash down into a position within the next circle. They can't really afford to go too much further. Solke spotted, he's taking shots, like he's going for these challenges, and PNL gets knocked. Unfortunately, he might have just gone a little bit too early. Maybe he's trying to play spoiler, but QODEX... Oh my goodness.
Elimination's an elimination.
It's a point, you take those. That's 11 now on the cards for FLUX, 4 in hand for Solke. Nade up towards Moneyken. That's a nice little bobbler. Not going to do too much damage, though. The blue zone is there. Moneyken jumps out wide. He spotted that. That nade is there. Not quite long enough. Moneyken has the challenge, has the chance. Pioneer not with the sideswipe just yet. And Vito's all the way in the back. Solke super low. And Moneyken finally puts an end to the run. But he is left alone. High and dry as Vito trapped behind a box. Now has his own 1v3 to deal with. Vito moving forwards as well. Pioneer control the circle. Smoke up top. Give them some space. Give them a room to breathe. Vito pops the heel. Has the big green gun as well. But out in the open, you're not going to last long against Pioneer. Fash gets the spray down. Moneyken last standing for QODEX behind the ridgeline. And Pioneer with 3 barrels pointed that way, out in the zone. The blue zone already ticking away and will find the final knock. Pioneer take home their chicken dinner, and with it, a chance to beat out the race of the MADBULLS for 2nd place.
I mean, what a game there from every single team involved, Solke included. Maybe not a team, but a team all on his own, perhaps. Very well done. And Moneyken able to do some great work this game with the rest of his team. 14 eliminations total is great stuff overall. Pioneer, though, like you said, looking to try and get themselves towards that top spot. And we've always said that this is kind of a silent but deadly team, right? You know, they slowly creep up on you, and you can't quite see them coming, but when they are in view, it is terrifying to say the least. They had fallen off massively over towards our finals in Western Europe, but seems some changes have been made here, John.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like those adjustments have been made. Pioneer looking to step up as well. I mean, it's really good that MADBULLS, well, for them, that MADBULLS went down earlier, and they are going to be able to take that chicken dinner home. Still all to play for, but the top side still firmly FLUX.
That is right, John. It is really good indeed. Pioneer coming through to not only get themselves a chicken dinner, but to get these two gentlemen an extra point in their predictions. You guys have to be feeling pretty happy about that. To be fair, Solke, last man alive here for my pick, played pretty damn well.
Still no points.
Oh, yeah, I got a perfect game. I thought this is like golf. You want the lowest points.
Hopium. Like that.
Appealing to the Zoomer generation.
Yes, that's what I do best.
That's a Keck W right there.
Oh,
I never thought you were part of the Zoomer generation, Max, looking at you.
Yeah, I look like 35. Doesn't always say it.
Did you get one, Jason?
Yeah.
No,
I'm trying to specifically not get them.
I genuinely thought he had 1 point, but he actually has nothing. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Not to. Now, the only thing is, what worries me, though, is, Klaris, if he beats you,
yes.
I don't care if he beats me.
Yes.
I just don't want to be last. I've been last every single season so far.
You're saying I have to beat Max yet again. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep all things in balance.
I'm sure that will happen. Don't worry.
I think if I get like first place, I think the universe just implodes or something.
I mean, if he gets first place, I think Klaris and I have to shave our eyebrows. Like, that's pretty much where we're at right now. Because that's always your punishment if you lose, though you haven't done it a single time.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
He's dodged. Can we get on with the show?
We'll get on with the show.
We've been on that for quite some time, yeah.
QODEX close things out with 26 points, but they don't get the chicken dinner, but still a ton of eliminations behind them. What was that? Money Ken. Was that 8 elims you said, Max?
Yeah, he had 8 elims. I think he might have got like no. Actually, no, that was after Solke. So Solke did count as his 8th elimination right there. Not an easy finish to right. The circle was pushing him downhill for quite a big portion of that game. But man, before getting eliminated in second place, 14 elims. Like, that's an absolute bang of a performance. A team that we didn't know what to expect going into this, but they can close off games.
Solke was the absolute thorn in the side for them. If they had a little bit of more wiggle room, a little bit more room to move, and then didn't lose out on PNL during all of that as well, they could have quite easily had a bit of a better battle here against Pioneer. But Solke absolutely ruined their day in this final circle.
He got them 10 placement points and up to 11 eliminations. 21 points on a team that had 1 player left alive for what felt like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from him. Blasting out of control, I think, throughout the day. FLUX in general, their day has been insane. Never mind Solke being able to do Solke things here in the final moments.
I think it took to heart when I said he's more like supporting the rest of his teams. It's all fragging. I was like, I can frag out too. And that's pretty much what he's done in that last one.
So that's the funny thing, right? Is that like back when we talked about Solke, when he was on Footballist and Gonzo, when he was on Kanina Power, we were talking about these in-game leaders that can frag. Because it's kind of one of those maybe necessary things. Then we kind of adapted to like maybe you have 1 star on your team. Maybe nowadays it's you have like 2 stars. But potentially with FLUX, every player is a star. And I don't think we've ever seen that out of a team just yet, where every player can be that star. You can look at Nova, obviously, you know, the best team in the world, back-to-back PMGC champions. But again, it's Paraboy, and sometimes it's like Order. But it's normally always Paraboy.
Yeah, having 4 players playing at this level, I think that when we look at the MVP contenders of the day, it might just be 4 players of FLUX. I wouldn't be too surprised by that. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. Even if your IGL can frag out, it's just a scary prospect that, like, if you take a fight versus this team, chances are they're going to come out on top.
You bring up Stalwart. I think both of us just have a soft spot for Stalwart.
Like
We're a little bit biased. I don't know why. We just think, yeah, they're really good. Yeah.
I miss them. But we'll see him soon.
Don't worry. Yeah, we'll see him soon.
I mean, I want to see them because I related MADBULLS when we were doing Western Europe to Stalwart. Because you have the 2 duos. You have Action Top and you have Effect and Zerich together. Them going head-to-head, I feel like is going to be an interesting thing. But then again, MADBULLS have to get there still. FLUX, I mean, they're looking like they're on a good track to make it as well. But let's get into our MVPs. Now, normally we do predictions here. Now, Max, the thing is, you kind of cheated because you kind of already looked at who the MVP was before the last match finished. You can say who it was if you want.
It was Zerich.
It was Zerich.
MADBULLS went out relatively early, so it's 1 player of... No, normally you would say FLUX.
Yeah.
I don't know who, though.
Literally no clue. Even though I cheated. Do you want a little indication of who the MVP is going to be?
An indication?
Yeah. Here, read this right here.
Max Bold.
Yeah.
That's not.
I didn't think you read it out loud. I did not think you read it out loud.
I mean, you showed me. I was going to read it out, of course.
Okay. I said read it, but okay, that's my fault. I didn't expect that, but you know, we'll go on with it.
There's a question mark, so like maybe I'm not. Copium also.
Let's take a look. Who is our MVP on the day? We're obviously hard pressed to say it's not someone from FLUX. It's actually going to be Solke in the last second coming through.
If this last game, Absolutely. I mean, he was close anyway, right, when we looked at going into this game, but then survives as long as he does, able to take people out in the shed, the Gitun, over towards the end, and then take PNL out, and then get themselves more placement points.
That 1v2 we were talking about, by the way, was huge because he had a sliver of HP left, but I think you mentioned there was like a sliver of the smoke that he could use.
Exactly.
To his advantage.
Yeah, definitely just the smoke, I thought, from the initial angle we looked at it, was just kind of a little bit further. Was not the case. Can see him just through the window. Excellent stuff here by Sorke throughout the day.
And it's very impressive when you look at not only Sorke, but the team. We saw what they can do in almost any scenario like possible. You saw when the circle hard shifted to them on game 1, given to them, they had full control. The game was not going to escape away from them. Taking that fight versus Unicorns of Love on the first Miramar, where they just normally would not win that fight, they're still able to push it out. Like anything you throw at them in a similar fashion to MADBULLS, they can make something out of it. And that is a scary team on these 4 days. They can just keep performing
this play
every single time.
That play in the blue where he puts a Molotov down at one side of the rock, forces the player to go into the blue. He stayed out of the blue, forced the other guy to take damage, and then just finishes him off with a quick shot was phenomenal.
Might as well call them Fire Flex, because they're flexing on the lobby, Jason.
You could do better.
Probably.
I think it was okay.
You thought it was okay?
It was okay.
Well, I can't really talk because I have 0 on predictions. So you know what? It was okay.
Thank you, thank you.
I'll give you that one. All right, well, let's do a quick little recap, though, of the day, right? And it's going to be interesting because we had quite a few teams really step up. Let's give you a quick little recap. So we had FLUX take 2 chicken dinners and MADBULLS take 2 chicken dinners. And that means Unicorns of Love was able to grab 1 and PIONER as well. So for me, I'm kind of happy to see that 1, 2, 3, 4 games won by Western European teams.
Yeah, and very important, all these teams have not qualified for PMGC, right? So like the race for the top 4 PMGC is very important. SGG still already qualified, so they don't really need the chicken dinners, but I think we might already have 2 of our 3 teams qualified for PMGC right here.
I was going to say, Jason, maybe don't get used to those averages. Maybe the Turkish teams might fight back. Let's be real about this.
I'll sleep well tonight.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised, actually, looking at this overall, that a lot of my predictions came off the back of not the FLUX and the MADBULLS predictions. So that's kind of surprising, to be honest. But, I mean, it being Sanhok and Unicorns of Love doing well there, I'm not too surprised about them doing well on a Sanhok. But the other, FLUX and MADBULLS, they really showed why they are absolutely world-class, to be honest, throughout the day.
And I'm hard-pressed to ask you, like, who is the CCT? Who is the ALT? Because there's so many teams, I think, in contention for that spot right now in this entire lobby.
I mean, FLUX, I imagine we're going to look at overalls eventually, but I'm scared as to how far they will be ahead, because it felt like in almost every single game, if they're not getting the victory, they're still getting 10 eliminations, or close to 10 eliminations, which is a bit ridiculous.
I would say you have 2 right now. It's FLUX and MADBULLS. I don't know who else right now. Like, still, you got a lot of good teams. Like, your good guys, they've been consistent. You got yourself SGG, but the teams that can close off games, and no matter if they're in a good position or not, they can make it work, and that's a really important part of the game.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our overalls then and see how far ahead FLUX should be compared to every other team. They were 30 points in the lead before, and we'll check in here in just a second to see how far they are ahead now. The most important part is like they set themselves up in a good position to take this lead into tomorrow, right? They can afford now to have a bad match or 2 and still be safe. But 40 points, that's insane.
I mean, that's the cushion, right? They can afford, as I said, 1 or even 2 bad games, and they will still be in a very, very comfortable position right now. Top 3 teams have not made it into PMGC, so good guys, highly impressive. Without a win, being up there, that's great.
Very impressive, but FLUX is almost at a 20-point average across 6 games. That is unbelievable what they've been able to put up here today. I cannot fathom the fact that they've been able to actually put up that kind of performance. So hats off to them. What a day for them.
But I do expect other teams to make changes, like BEŞİKTAŞ. I think that's also been a pretty big storyline for the day. Not being able to perform on that kind of level. We're going to see some iterations. Today's been maybe a filler day for some of the teams at the bottom that struggled a bit. But if they can remain close to this type of average, man, like they're the whole package right now, the eventual level threat, everything, because this team is scary currently.
Well, looking at the second page here, our other 8 teams, you can see MUERTE in 9th place, but it does fall off pretty crazy from there, down to 15th. OZAROX at last. A couple of teams in here, BEŞİKTAŞ didn't expect. VIRTUS.PRO expected to be a little bit higher up here. I want to say TJB, but TJB just let me down sometimes, though they looked better in the finals.
I think aside from when you look at the 6 battlegrounds overall that we play throughout a day, and especially in this lobby, aside from maybe some Sanhok healing points here or there, with the skill of this lobby, there are no free points. There's really no free points. It's very difficult. Even if you're getting a few eliminations here and there, you've earned those eliminations. It's not like, some of the tournaments where you have maybe, as as we said at the beginning of the day, some feeder teams here and there. That's not the case here. It's really difficult to get these points.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really excited now for tomorrow, what's going to happen. We've seen so many great teams, so many great individuals play as well, and I feel like we haven't seen a lobby this good in quite a long time. Even thinking back to PMWI, to not knock on that at all, I don't feel like the lobby was as close as we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot more homogenous, like compared to PMWI in particular. Every single team can potentially perform. There's some teams at the bottom I would like to see a little bit more of a step up. I think that in particular, I was looking at SURREAL. I think that was the team that I maybe expected a little bit more of a step up. I think they went 15th right there. So there's a lot of teams at the bottom that if you give them a little bit of breathing space, they can perform really well and potentially kickstart a comeback into tomorrow's matches. So yeah, even the bottom teams can be scary. So we have to see how it's going to go.
All right, Clovis, any final words from you?
No, just extremely impressed by seeing FLUX do as well as they have done. Nice to see MADBULLS kind of continue at the pace that they were able to set as well in Western Europe, and happy to see it.
Yeah, really happy to see it, and I really want to continue to see things happening tomorrow. But before we do end things off, now normally we don't like to make the show about us, but today I became an uncle yet again. Again, I know we're not supposed to really say this, but you know what, Avery out there, welcome to the family. I was here on the day that you were born. And a big congratulations to my brother, Brian, and his wife, Michelle, here for having a beautiful daughter. But gentlemen, thank you again for being here with me. It's been great to see you here in person. John and Blank, I wish you guys were here as well, but you know what, you're here in heart. For you all at home watching, we appreciate you guys being here, but remember, we're not done just yet. We still have 3 days of action until we find out which 3 teams will be heading to PMGC. So we'll see you guys then.
I'm starting to rage, I'm feeling down, about to clown, please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds, I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around, I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute, all alone, I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging, cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings, they just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne, yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to help. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming, I promise I won't. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I them dead up in their eyes like what's happening, I'm here. And in my heart, it's too cold, it's no passion in there. Yeah, now it's back to my ways.